world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801, A Surprise Attack. The entire Pichao mountain has now been sealed off, so please wait patiently for a while, and do not leave without permission. When the 3 demon envoys return, they will naturally let you leave. As Master Sitter spoke, he calmly dismantled the formation that protected the Huishan Pill, put the Huishan Pill and the Xianji middle grade treasure that was put on display into the Zumi ring, and looked around among the warriors present. Seeing that no one had a strange look, he nodded with satisfaction. It was right to seal off the scene after an emergency, and it was also to protect the Pichao mountain branch. In addition, the Shura kingdom was powerful, so no one dared to say anything more. After catching Lin Lanjian, the Shura kingdom will make a partial compensation for the shock and time loss caused by this emergency. Master Situ promised that, if Lin Lanjian could be caught, it would be a great thing for the Shura kingdom, and naturally they would not care about some compensation, such as continuing the genius cooperation training plan. Haha, Hall Master Situ is too polite. Well, we would rather obey your orders than to show respect. If the Divine Kingdom needs our help in the future, just let us know, and we will do our best. The celebrities from various major sects complimented Hall Master Situ to each other. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours went by quietly. It's almost 2 hours. Why haven't you come back yet? Hall Master Situ's eyelids twitched slightly, and he felt a little panicked. No matter how talented Lin Lanjian is, he is only ranked over 300 on the destiny list. With the strength of the 3 demon envoys, they should be able to capture him, unless he has a backup plan, such as setting up a protective array and a teleportation array in advance, so that he can be teleported away in time. Impossible. If the teleportation array was set up in advance, it wouldn't be too far from here. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. In that case, Lin Lanjian would have either left through the teleportation array long ago, or the plan would have failed, and he would have been captured. It would be impossible for it to take 2 hours. Master Situ, it's almost 2 hours. Hasn't Lin Lanjian been caught yet? When will the mountain ceiling formation be lifted? A sect elder asked. 2 hours was indeed a long time. Although Master Situ was also doubtful in his heart, he showed a confident smile on his face. Haha, the 3 great demon envoys of our Shura kingdom are all top 100 figures on the destiny list. There will be no problem if the 3 of them attack together. The mountain ceiling formation should be lifted soon, so please be patient. Once the mountain ceiling formation is activated, some information will be cut off, including that of Shura kingdom itself. Even if communication can be achieved, Master Situ will not rashly send the sound transmission talisman to the 3 great demon envoys. Who knows if they are at the critical moment of the battle? Master Situ is right. Why should Elder Sun be in a hurry? Come, let's sit down and have a drink. This time, the gathering of heroes entertained the elders and young talents of various major sects, and naturally prepared fine wine and delicious food, which were placed randomly in the square, but no one had time to enjoy them before. Yes, everyone, drink to your heart's content, said the head of the Sitter Hall with a smile, a confident smile on his face. Lin Lanjian stole the sacred object of my Shura kingdom and my inheritance. If he can be brought to justice today, it would be thanks to the great help of all the elders. Situ would like to toast everyone here. As the head of the Sitter Hall raised his wine glass, he was about to drink it all in one gulp. At this moment, the ceiling mountain formation began to ripple like water waves. Has the formation been opened? The head of the Sitter Hall was overjoyed. This was a sign that someone was opening the formation outside. It should be the return of the 3 great demon envoys. Haha, everyone, the 3 great demon envoys have returned triumphantly. I will go to greet them. I will be back soon. The head of the Sitter Hall was full of smiles, and there was a sound of congratulations from the audience, but many people were a little disappointed. If the 3 great demon envoys had not caught Lin Lanjian, it would have been great. At that time, the bounty would have soared. If they cooperated to catch Lin Lanjian, it would have been a great profit. Just as Master Sitter took a few steps, the entire mountain ceiling formation suddenly shook violently, and the energy was obviously increased to a higher level. Before he could react, he heard a loud bang, and the wine glass in his hand almost fell to the ground. What was going on? Master Sitter was startled, and all the warriors were stunned. Are the three great demons attacking the mountain ceiling formation? All the warriors were confused, and they released their perceptions together, bypassing a hole that blocked their sight, and then they saw the scene outside the mountain ceiling formation. A young man in white, with a wooden jade mask on his face, holding a red spear, was attacking the mountain ceiling formation. Shot after shot, each shot was earth-shaking. Each shot shook the entire Picho mountain. In sharp contrast to this shocking scene was the black lines on the young man's mask, that were like a black snake, quiet, weird, and indifferent, containing endless murderous intent. Lin Lanjian. How is this possible? Where are the three great demon envoys? Did he kill the three great demon envoys? Impossible. The three great demon envoys are so powerful, they even have the hope of reaching the divine sea realm. It is true that Lin Lanjian is a genius, but when the three great demon envoys were young, they were also emperor level geniuses. They all have the 6th level life fall in cultivation, while Lin Lanjian is only in the late Zuandan stage. Even if he is more powerful than the heavens, he is definitely not a match for the demon envoys. The faces of the warriors present changed, and at this time, Lin Ming suddenly shot out with a rainbow spear, and the spear light cut through the void, and a crack appeared on the mountain ceiling formation like glass. This mountain ceiling formation came from the inheritance of the demon emperor. It was the same as the formation that sealed the Brahma dragon root in the demon emperor's medicine garden. With Lin Ming's understanding of the formation, he had already seen through it. If there was a token to open the formation, Lin Ming could easily open the formation from the outside. Now that he didn't have the token, he could also choose to attack the weak points of the formation. With his attack power and the cooperation of the war spirit, as long as he was given 10 breaths of time, he could open a gap for a single person to enter. Seeing Lin Ming's attack again and again, the cracks in the formation expanded again and again, and the faces of the warriors present changed drastically. What kind of attack power is this? That is the mountain ceiling formation. Although it is only a branch of the Shura kingdom, it should be able to withstand the simultaneous attacks of hundreds of warriors. How could it crack after Lin Ming's few attacks? Question mark? Don't panic. He was able to destroy the formation because he was proficient in the formation structure. His attack power is definitely not that strong. Otherwise, even if the top 10 masters on the destiny ranking came in person, they would not be able to tear the formation apart in a short time. The formation passed down by the demon emperor was naturally powerful. This was a legacy that the Shura divine kingdom was usually proud of. However, it only had a counter effect now. There was no doubt that Lin Ming understood the formation of the demon emperor better than they did. This kid must have obtained a lot of notes and notebooks from the demon emperor. As soon as the thought flashed through the mind of the Situ Hall master, there was a click. The battle for sealing the mountain in front of Lin Ming broke into spider web-like cracks, and a 3-foot wide gap appeared in front of him. The formation is broken. The warriors present suddenly became nervous. Some people had already had the intention to retreat. Although Lin Ming was only ranked over 300 on the destiny ranking, everything he showed today made them feel afraid. Lin Ming slowly flew to the square. His purpose of making a comeback was, firstly, to make a big scene and teach a profound lesson to those warriors who wanted to capture him alive in exchange for a bounty. Secondly, and most importantly, he wanted to come back to get the Hua Shen pill. This pill would be of great help to him in breaking through the fate. This was a very simple trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The reason why the 3 great demons were tricked was, firstly, because they were furious, which made their minds blank. They only wanted to kill Lin Ming as soon as possible to avenge their shame. Secondly, they greatly underestimated Lin Ming's flying ability. They never thought that he could still have the energy to come back and attack the Picho mountain branch after running 8,000 miles at the extreme speed. So, things developed into such a weird scene. The Picho mountain guarded by the 3 great demons had to face Lin Ming's second robbery. This is the absolute advantage brought by speed after the Jingmen is opened. It is more valuable than the recovery power of the human, the endurance and coordination of the Dooman. As long as it is used well, it can have unexpected effects. He glanced at the place where the transformation pill was originally placed. The formation there had been lifted, and the transformation pill was taken away. This was also expected. The transformation pill could not have been left in public. However, Lin Ming was sure that the transformation pill was on a warrior of the Shura kingdom in the field. When he robbed 300,000 yuan of spirit stones, the 3 demon envoys chased him out in anger. In that split second, the 3 demon envoys could not have had time to unlock the transformation pill's formation and take the transformation pill away. In this way, the transformation pill was left in the square. The most likely possibility was that it was collected by the person in charge of the Pichao mountain branch. He swept his eyes around the field and focused on an old man in black. Apart from the 3 famous masters of the sect who were ranked on the destiny list that Lin Ming had already met, only the old man in black in front of him was a stranger. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of life and death. He was most likely the person in charge of the Pichao mountain branch. The old man in black was Whole Master Situ. He pulled out the shotgun from the Zumi ring, his face extremely solemn. He didn't know how Lin Ming had deceived the 3 demon envoys. There was no doubt that the 3 demon envoys had all failed. This was the most important test in his life, but it was also a great opportunity. If he could capture Lin Ming alive, it would definitely be a great achievement, and he would be rewarded heavily by the kingdom of God. Thinking of this, Hall Master Situ was nervous, but his eyes also revealed a little excitement and bloodthirstiness. Heroes, whoever can help me capture this traitor today can not only get 500,000 spiritual stones, the God transformation pill, but also a heaven-given longevity pill. At this critical moment, Hall Master Situ had already cared about nothing. In order to catch Lin Ming, he would do anything, even if he had no authority, to promise such a heavy reward. Heaven-given longevity pill. When Hall Master Situ said this, the famous masters of the major sects present were stunned at first, and then their eyes burst into excited and fiery light. Chapter 802 Blood splattered on Mount Pichao. Thanks to the leader Lingling 2000 for the 60,000 rewards accumulated in 2 weeks, which is equivalent to a huge amount of money. Thank you very much. For most of the masters present, there is not much fire of life left, and it is difficult to make further progress in this life. In this case, the divine transformation pill, which can improve strength and even increase the success rate of impacting the Sea of Gods, is not very tempting to them. Many masters of the sect will try to seize the divine transformation pill mainly for the sake of their descendants, and even if they take the divine transformation pill, it is basically impossible for them to go from the 5th level of life to the 6th level of life. But this God-given longevity pill is different. It is a divine pill that can directly touch the nerves of the masters and even make them crazy. The higher the realm of a warrior, the greater the potential of life is explored, the more vigorous the fire of life is, and the more difficult it is to extend life. For mortals, a low-quality 100-year-old elixir can extend life by decades, and even have the effect of resurrecting the dead. For innate warriors, medium-quality 1000-year-old elixir can also have a similar effect, but for life-destroying masters, elixir that can extend life can be called a legendary existence. Without the foundation of the kingdom of God, don't even think about it. And this God-given longevity pill is one of the best. It can not only extend life, but also make the fire of life more vigorous, making the body function 500 years younger. This kind of divine pill that changes fate against the sky is not much in stock even in the 4 great kingdoms. For these celebrities, being 500 years younger means that they may be able to make further progress in their cultivation. With the help of the God transforming pill, it is also possible to break through the 6th level of life destroying. After the 6th level of life destroying, if there is another great opportunity, they even have a very slim chance of advancing to the Sea of Gods. Although it was the weakest divine sea, it was still a divine sea after all. It was completely transformed, and the Danshan had undergone a huge change. It had at least 5,000 years of life to squander. Compared to them, that was a life like a god. Let's go together. He was ranked outside the top 300 on the destiny list half a month ago, and his cultivation was still in the late stage of Zuandan. In such a short time, his cultivation had not broken through, and his strength could not have made a big improvement. We have 4 masters on the destiny list. As long as we cooperate well, we will definitely be able to capture him alive. Master Sitter shouted, and when he shouted, Lin Ming's eyes were also locked on him. The cold mask and the black lines winding down on the mask exuded endless murderous intent, which immediately made him feel a chill in his heart. However, he immediately thought of the 3 masters on the destiny list behind them. Including him, there were 4 masters in total, which had a great advantage over Lin Ming, and Master Sitter was confident again. Together, attack. Feng Yan, Ju Sun, go and activate the main hall's protective formation. The main hall of the Pituition branch naturally also has a defensive formation. Even though Lin Ming is proficient in the Demon Emperor's formation, he cannot completely ignore it. Once the formation is activated, it can restrain Lin Ming to a great extent. All the warriors in the square started to move. They ran towards the formation patterns around the hall. In addition to the famous warriors of the 3 major sects, some of the fallen warriors also began to scatter and occupy advantageous terrains, preparing various sneak attacks. Of course, they did not dare to face Lin Ming head on, but they could still sneak attack while Lin Ming was fighting with the 4 masters. The reward offered by Master Sitter was too tempting. Don't panic, we have an absolute advantage in strength, and Lin Lanjian must have consumed a lot of true energy when he ran away at full speed before. Master Sittu's voice echoed in everyone's ears. All disciples of Liulan sect, listen up. Liulan battle formation. The leader of Liulan sect is one of the 3 famous masters present. The temptation of the god-given longevity pill is too great for him. He must get it no matter what. Moreover, Lin Ming seriously injured Yan Zhongsun, and this revenge must be avenged. Liulan battle formation requires 12 elite disciples to set up. Relying on the mutual cooperation between warriors, the attacks of all people are integrated to achieve the purpose of defeating the strong with the weak. The disciples brought by Liulan sect this time are all elites in the sect, and are very familiar with Liulan battle formation. Although this formation will not seriously injure Lin Ming, after it is set up, it can definitely provide a great restraining auxiliary effect. These elite disciples are well trained. Although the situation is tense, they can still find their positions in an orderly manner. At the same time, the leader of Liulan sect stands in front of the disciples, blocking Lin Ming alone. If Lin Ming launches an attack, he can also hold on to ensure the success of the Liulan battle formation. At this moment, Lin Ming showed a hideous sneer at the corner of his mouth. Although he does not take this battle formation seriously, he will not let the other party do whatever they want. Do you think you can stop me? The heavenly demon martial will, full open. Boom. The terrifying force field energy rushed out like a tide. Lin Ming's evil god power was running to the extreme. At the same time, he activated the power of the 888 gates, and poured the bronze level war spirit into the force field energy. The Shura force field oppressed the physical essence. The killing god force field destroyed life. Several Liulan sect disciples who set up the Liulan battle formation were enveloped by this double force field. The weakest disciple could not withstand the pressure of the Shura force field, and his head exploded like a watermelon, and red and white brains splattered all over the ground. The rest of the people's bodies suddenly shook, and then their eyes exploded, blood vessels exploded, and the meridians in their bodies were broken, and the Danshan collapsed. Bang bang bang. After several consecutive muffled sounds, the warriors fell to the ground like mud, and one of the headless corpses was still twitching and shaking. The sudden scene made all the warriors in the audience stunned. How did they die? Didn't they see Lin Lanjian take action at all? Question mark? It was as if they all died just by looking at them. Lin Lanjian, you repeatedly kill my Liulan sect disciples, I will kill you. The old man surnamed Yan from the Liulan sect had bloodshot eyes. He drew out the long sword from the Zumi ring, circulated all the energy in his body, and pointed the tip of the sword directly at Lin Ming. Lin Ming sneered, what a joke. You want to kill me, shouldn't I kill you in return? Shouldn't I wait for death? The old man surnamed Yan had no intention of talking nonsense with Lin Ming. He said with both hands, to smooth the edge of the sword, and the edge of the sword became crystal clear like jade. The energy trembled, and the divine light rushed straight into the sky, splitting heaven sword. The old man surnamed Yan slashed at Lin Ming with a sword. As a powerful 5th grade sect, Liu Lan sect naturally has a very good inheritance. This splitting heaven sword is the most powerful move in Liu Lan sword technique, and it must be practiced to the highest level of the inherited mind method before it can be used. According to the description of the Liu Lan sect classics, when the power of the splitting heaven sword reaches its extreme, a single strike of the sword can split the sky in half. Zeng. The sword light was emitting and emitting, like a jade dragon descending from the mountain, and the piercing whistling sound pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks. Facing the sword of the master of the destiny list, Lin Ming had no expression on his face. He shook the spear in his hand, and the flame artistic conception and the law of space were intertwined. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. Bang! The space was shattered like glass, and the flame energy and the power of space merged together, condensing into tiny fragments, which spun rapidly like shattered stars, and enveloped the sword light of the old man surnamed Yan. Crack, crack, crack. The extremely piercing energy cutting sound rang out, and the star fragments tore through the sword light. The terrifying true essence aftermath exploded and rushed around like a storm. In such a terrifying energy collision, the old man surnamed Yan's chest was hit hard, his body flew backwards, the blood in his body surged, and he almost vomited blood. Sect Master. The young heroes of Liu Lan sect were shocked to see that the old man surnamed Yan was beaten away after just a face-to-face encounter. The heaven-splitting sword used by the sect master was the highest unique skill of their sect. How could this happen? Lin Ming did not give the old man surnamed Yan any chance. He turned the red spear in his hand and the chain of stars appeared again. This time, it was Lin Ming's active attack. Countless fragments of space force burst out. The old man surnamed Yan blocked them with his hands, and many other warriors were also covered by them. Be careful. Back off. Several elders exclaimed and released their true essence shields to protect the surroundings at the same time, but they could only protect a small area around them at most, and it was impossible to protect all. The speed of the star fragments was too fast, like a jet of blade fragments, wantonly shooting at the warriors present. Some of the fragments collided with the elders' true essence shields, sparking brilliant and deadly energy sparks, while most of the star fragments flew into the camp of ordinary warriors. Most of them were only at the Zuandan stage, or even at the Xianshan stage, and they could not resist at all. Bang, 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 bang. Scarlet blood flowers bloomed wantonly in the crowd, screams rang out, and several Zuandan warriors were pierced through the head by fragments. The violent force of space burst out, and their heads exploded directly, and brains mixed with blood mist burst out. Quickly retreat. The surviving young warriors from various sects and families were terrified and fled. They wanted the divine pill and various opportunities, but Lin Ming in front of them was like a demon. No matter how good the opportunity is, it is not as valuable as life. However, just after they ran a short distance, they found in despair that the entire hole was sealed by the formation of the Pituition branch, and they couldn't get out at all. Exclamation mark. Open the formation. Open the formation quickly. Many young warriors roared, and some warriors launched attacks on the formation, but let alone them. Even Lin Ming, who was proficient in the Demon Emperor formation, would take 10 breaths to break through the formation. Don't panic. Open the killing formation in the hall. Seeing that the situation was out of control, the head of the Sitter Hall shouted. Several guardians of the Shura Kingdom had already stood on the formation pattern. At this time, Lin Ming did not even look at them. He just flicked his fingers and 3 true energy arrows with war spirits attached to them flew out. These true energy arrows were silent and invisible. After being infused with the bronze great war spirit, they were also blessed with artistic conception. They were not inferior to the attacks of the heavenly treasures thrown by the 3rd and 4th level life falling strongmen with all their strength. With only 2 bangs, 2 Shura Kingdom Zuandan warriors who were already standing on the formation pattern were directly pierced through the danshan by the key arrows. The energy of the war spirit burst out in their danshan, and the Zuandan crystal cores exploded like pigeon eggs, and the 2 died on the spot. The last 1st level life falling warrior was the strongest. He roared and retreated at full speed. He swung his earth level top grade treasure sword and slashed at the true energy arrow. However, with a crisp sound, the earth level top grade treasure was shot off by the true energy arrow. The energy arrow continued to move forward, piercing the warrior's body protection like piercing through waste paper, pouring in from the center of his eyebrows, and piercing out with a burst of blood. At that moment, the spiritual sea of the life-falling warrior had been completely destroyed by the true energy arrow. Chapter 803, Unstoppable. 3 more died. True ki arrows could kill people within 100 steps. Only warriors with high life-threatening abilities could be slaughtered. Such a gap made the warriors present feel cold in their backs. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Lin Ming had the thought of killing any one of them, they would be covered in blood 5 steps away. This desperate thought that they could not resist at all made them want to escape from this slaughter field immediately. The entire square was blood red, with corpses scattered all over the place. In just a few breaths, 20 people had died. Traitor. The supreme elder of Beishan sect was extremely angry. He watched Lin Ming use the star chain to kill 7 or 8 disciples of their Beifeng sect. The disciples who could bring this gathering of heroes at Pichou Mountain were all elites, but before they had time to grow up, they were killed by Lin Ming, like cutting melons and vegetables. You killed so many young disciples of my Beishan sect. Today, I, Lin Qianxue, will fight you to the death. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming sneered. You are still saying such boring words now. If you, the disciples of Beishan sect, don't want to target me, why would I kill them? Lin Ming, you are too cruel. I came here to bring a generation of young disciples, just to let them see the world. They can't threaten you, but you killed them innocently. Innocent? What a joke. If they really get clues about me, they may not report to the Shura Kingdom. If they can be ranked on the destiny list, they may not attack me for the reward. Since you are standing here and are tempted by the reward from the Shura Kingdom, you must be prepared to die. Okay. I will use you to sacrifice the knife today. Lin Qianxue shouted, holding a 4-foot-long thick-backed heavy knife, and slashed at Lin Ming. I will do it with Brother Lin. The 3 masters acted together. Naturally, they didn't care about justice at this time. Killing Lin Ming and saving his life was the most important thing. Facing the full strength attack of the 3 masters of the fallen, even if Lin Ming opened the 8 gates of Dunjia again, and his strength soared, he could not block them all by himself. He shook the spear in his hand, his steps suddenly became chaotic, and the power of the Jingmen burst out. The golden rock broke through the void. Whoosh, Lin Ming's figure disappeared like a ghost, and the combined attack of the 3 masters hit the empty space. Boom. The energy swept up and hit the protective shield of the hall heavily. The shield vibrated and golden light shot up into the sky, but Lin Ming easily avoided the aftermath of the explosion with his strange body movement. When he appeared again, he landed behind Master Sitter like a ghost. In an instant, Master Sitter felt the hair on his back stand upside down. He didn't even turn his head back, and his body suddenly rushed forward, but it was too late. Lin Ming grabbed the tail of the spear with both hands and swept across the circle to kill. The light of the red spear suddenly appeared like a full moon, and the light was dazzling. Swish. The body protecting essence of Hall Master Sitter was shredded by the spear, and a blood mark almost cut across his spine. The wanton thunder and fire energy poured into Situ's body, causing his meridians to become disordered and his mouth to spit blood. The master of the destiny list was seriously injured by Lin Ming's shot. Situ roared madly. He endured the severe pain in his meridians and rushed out a few steps, trying to rush into the protection circle of several other masters. How could Lin Ming give Situ a chance to breathe? He suddenly stepped forward, and the golden peng breaking void body technique was activated again, chasing Situ directly. Thunder and flames roared, and Lin Ming smashed down with a shot, hitting Situ's back of the neck. Lin Ming's speed was too fast, so fast that Situ had no time to react. This was the increasing combat power brought by extreme speed. Just when Hall Master Situ was horrified and almost thought he was going to die on the spot, the old man surnamed Yan launched a thunderous attack beside Lin Ming. Divide the heaven sword. The sword slashed horizontally, and the air seemed to be split in two. If Lin Ming continued to attack, he would definitely be hit by the heaven dividing sword. The old man surnamed Yan protected Master Situ by attacking Lin Ming's body. Now they were all on the same boat. Once Master Situ died, their situation would be even worse. However, facing this sword, Lin Ming ignored it. This was an opportunity he had created with great difficulty with his ghostly speed. If he could not injure Master Situ in one go, then it would be difficult to succeed in a sneak attack next time with speed. As long as the 4 masters of the destiny list were prepared and kept together, they could break his sneak attack. So Lin Ming must not give up this attack halfway. Resisting the heaven dividing sword of the old man surnamed Yan, Lin Ming chased Situ's fatal shot and stabbed out without hesitation. What? The old man surnamed Yan watched Lin Ming continue to assassinate Situ, and he didn't care about his sword. Is this kid crazy? Or does he underestimate my attack? Thinking of this, the old man surnamed Yan was furious. A trace of ferocity flashed across his face, and the power of the heaven-splitting sword in his hand was raised to a higher level. You want to die? I will grant you that. Puff. Lin Ming stabbed into the back of Master Situ with a gun, and the blue light of the fighting spirit shot straight into the sky like a straight sword. Master Situ was pierced by a gun without any suspense. Blood spurted out of his chest, and his throat let out a terrified and hoarse scream. At the same time, the old man surnamed Yan also slashed Lin Ming's back with a sword. Bang! The energy collided. Lin Ming shouted violently, and the energy in his body burst out, and the body protection true energy was running to the extreme. After all, the old man surnamed Yan was a master of the destiny list. With a full strength sword, he still tore through Lin Ming's body protection true energy and slashed Lin Ming. Crack. The 4-foot-long sword was blocked by the Demon Emperor's armor, and the raging energy was weakened by the armor's protection, and then transmitted into Lin Ming's body meridians. Lin Ming's body had already been transformed by the Zhuanjin divine fruit and the 8 gates of Dunjia, and was as tough as a treasure. He actually withstood the aftermath of the heaven dividing sword of the old man surnamed Yan. The blood in his body surged, and Lin Ming gritted his teeth and suppressed it. The face with the wooden spirit jade mask suddenly turned to the old man surnamed Yan. At that moment, Lin Ming's eyes were as cold as the 9 nether hell, and the 2 mysterious black lines on the mask were filled with endless murderous intent. The old man surnamed Yan's eyes touched Lin Ming's eyes, and his face turned pale instantly. It was as if he was looking at a dead person, without a trace of emotion. He felt as if he had suddenly returned to the time when he was a mortal. Facing the ice and snow and the cold polar north wind, he was cold all over, and his soul was almost frozen. Your attack is too weak. The old man surnamed Yan's ears suddenly rang with this devilish voice. He felt that the world was spinning in an instant, and then it seemed that there was a sound of something breaking in his ears, and his sword heart actually had a crack. It was not that his sword heart was weak, but after enduring such a blow, facing the death-like Lin Lanjian, his confidence completely collapsed. Be careful. Lian Xiao's shout rang in his ears, and the old man surnamed Yan suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He swung his sword and chopped it out recklessly. With a loud bang, the old man surnamed Yan lost his hearing and his eyes were blind. He only felt a strong force coming, and his chest was hit by a mountain. Bang! The 4-foot-long sword of the heavenly rank broke, and the old man surnamed Yan was hit in the chest by the spear. The protective essence of the body was shattered, his arms were shaken, the sword light was torn into pieces, and I don't know how many ribs were broken. The old man surnamed Yan vomited blood and flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Originally, the gun had the advantage in the head-on collision with the sword, and Lin Ming's explosive power and physical strength far exceeded that of the old man surnamed Yan. If it was just like this, it would not be enough to sweep away the old man surnamed Yan's heavenly rank sword. The main reason was that the old man surnamed Yan shook his sword heart, which made his last attack not even half of his usual level. Master Yan. Lian Xiao caught the old man surnamed Yan. After all, he had blocked some of Lin Ming's last shot just now. He was only hit by the spear, so he was only seriously injured, and not in danger of his life. However, Master Situ was in a miserable state. He was shot through the body by Lin Ming. Although he avoided the vital part of the heart, many meridians and internal organs in his body were damaged by the dark energy, and he had completely lost his combat effectiveness. Just a face-to-face encounter, just a few short exchanges. One of the 4 strong men on the destiny list was seriously injured, and one was half dead. How could the gap be so big? Question mark? The young heroes present were all heartbroken when they saw this scene. They had heard about how powerful Lin Lanjian was a long time ago. Although they admitted this, they did not have an intuitive understanding. When they saw Lin Ming today, they realized that the other party was simply a devil. He was no longer on the same level as the young heroes. Even the famous masters of the big sects had no resistance in his hands. Now these young heroes only hate themselves for being so obsessed that they came to the Pituitian branch to participate in this damn gathering of heroes. Otherwise, they would not have entered this sure hell and would not have faced this god of death. The four masters were also trembling in their hearts. If the four of them had clung together at the beginning, they would still have the strength to fight. Now that two of them have been lost, how can they fight? The head of the Sitter Hall vomited blood and looked at Lin Ming with his pupils somewhat relaxed. He did not make a single move from beginning to end. The reason was precisely because of Lin Ming's terrifying speed. With an absolute speed advantage, he attacked from behind and killed Situ in one go. Then, with his strong defense, he resisted the attack of the old man surnamed Yan, defeated the old man surnamed Yan's sword heart with words, and severely injured the other party with a gun. Lin Ming seemed to win easily, but in fact, he relied on his ruthlessness and decisiveness and his grasp of the battle situation to fully exert his advantages and suppress the opponent's advantages. Otherwise, if he really fought head on and fought 1 against 4, even if Lin Ming opened the third gate of the 8 gates of Dungia, he would not be able to win. Situ, start the formation, or we will all die. Lin Qianxue used his true essence to transmit the sound to the Sitter Hall master. His voice was anxious and terrified. He did not dare to disturb Lin Ming. Situ struggled to support his body. He had never figured out where did the 3 great demon envoys go. They chased for 2 hours. What did they do? Why did Lin Lanjian come back alone? Situ did not know that at this time the 3 great demon envoys were still wandering back 4,000 miles away. In order to recover their true essence, they chose to take the spirit boat. The speed of the spirit boat was certainly not as fast as their full speed flight. Demon 2, Lin Lanjian's aura has completely disappeared. Do you think it is possible for him to return quickly and attack the Pituitian branch? The third demon envoy had an ominous premonition in his heart and asked worriedly, Emo-san, you worry too much. Although Lin Lanjian has shaken us off, he must have consumed a lot of energy. How could he have the spare energy to launch a sneak attack on Picho Mountain? Besides, there are many masters in Picho Mountain. Even if Lin Lanjian is in his prime, he may not be able to win. It's the 800th chapter. Can you use this excuse to ask for some monthly votes and recommendation votes? It's just a weak request. It doesn't matter if you don't give them. I have been transitioning and organizing my thoughts this month. It's really difficult to lay the groundwork. I finally organized it. It should explode in a few days. Chapter 804 Killing Situ. The square in front of the Picho Mountain Temple was full of broken limbs and flesh, and the smell of blood was pungent. Lin Ming, holding a red spear, approached the 4 masters of the destiny list step by step, and the 4 people gathered tightly together. They knew very well that with Lin Lanjian's extreme speed and ghost-like strange body movements, as long as they separated a little, they would be attacked, and with their strength, they would not be able to escape. Lin Lanjian, you dare to bloodbath my Shura Kingdom branch, Shura Kingdom, and you will never stop. My Shura Kingdom has 3 national masters, 6 demon envoys, and more than a dozen powerful emperors. They only need to move their fingers to make you die without a burial place. Endless fear and despair surged in the heart of Master Situ. Now he could only use words to hit Lin Ming and make him waver. What if I bloodbath your Shura Kingdom branch? Lin Ming sneered. Your Shura Kingdom is only allowed to treat me like a fish, but I'm not allowed to fight back. This is ridiculous. Ever since Shura Kingdom set its sights on the Demon Emperor inheritance in my body, Shura Kingdom has been fighting to the death with me. Since this is the case, I will naturally make you pay a heavy price. Keep your demon god heart mirror well. One day, I will go and get it. As for the 3 great state masters, the 6 great demon envoys, and the powerful emperors, when I'm strong enough, I will naturally kill them one by one. Lin Ming spoke wildly, and his aura had locked onto the 4 people in front of him. Even Shiyu and another old man named Sun on the destiny list were, as if they were facing a great enemy, and they were sweating profusely. Lin Ming had a double force field superimposed on his body, which put too much pressure on them. The cold wood spirit jade mask and the winding black lines were like the face of a devil, suffocating people. Attack. Lin Qianxue finally couldn't bear the pressure and took the lead. The old man surnamed Sun followed him. At this time, they were all on the same side. If Lin Qianxue was allowed to attack alone, he would definitely be defeated, and he would be finished. How could the two dare to hold back? They used their best tricks as soon as they attacked. Mountain cutting knife. Red flames burning the sky. Lin Qianxue held a 4-foot-long thick-backed heavy knife, and the surging energy was like a landslide and tsunami. The old man surnamed Sun spat out a mouthful of blood, which turned into fierce flames and burned fiercely, covering his entire body in an instant. He swung his sword and the flames covered the sky, making him look like a scorching sun. The square tiles under his feet had melted into rolling magma. After all, he was a master of the destiny list. Even under the pressure of Lin Ming's double force field, he could still burst out with terrifying fighting power. Lin Ming did not retreat this time. He thought he was no match for the combined attack of 3 people before, but now he wanted to try it against 2 people alone. The energy of the evil god's power was running to the extreme. The 3 layers of the 8 gates of Dungia were all opened. Lin Ming thrust out with a spear, and the flames of the burning stars whistled. The whole spear became more and more bright red and dazzling, as if a phoenix spread its wings from the spear. Bury the sky. Kakaka. The space collapsed, and the power of space surged out from the space cracks like a tide, forming a violent space storm. The wind helped the fire, and the flames of the burning stars that merged with the space storm burned to the extreme. The bright light made people blind, completely covering the fire attack of the old man surnamed Sun. The 3 energies collided with each other without any fancy moves. At that moment, the sound seemed to be swallowed up. The flames that soared into the sky evaporated the clouds in the sky and engulfed the entire mountain. The aftermath of the flames splashed in all directions, and only continuous screams were heard. Many young disciples of the 3 major sects and warriors from the Shura Kingdom branch were directly burned to ashes by the flames. Such energy was simply not something they could resist. Lin Qianxue and the old man surnamed Sun were blown away by the violent energy. Lin Qianxue was better, but his blood was surging, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The old man surnamed Sun was counterattacked by the flames of the evil god seed in the previous attack, and 30% of the meridians in his right hand holding the sword were burned. Even if the body of a high-ranking warrior has been transformed by energy several times, and has been separated from the mortal body, the damaged meridians cannot be restored in a short time. The sword crossed with his left hand, and the old man surnamed Sun looked carefully. Through the layers of flame mist, he saw that Lin Ming only retreated more than 10 feet away, and he didn't seem to be injured at all. He was 1 against 2, and he was fine. Or did he suppress some internal injuries? The old man surnamed Sun was trembling in his heart. If Lin Ming was injured, even if it was a minor injury that did not affect his combat effectiveness, he would be much more confident. Lin Ming's attack was too strong. If he still had the upper hand in a 1-on-2 fight, facing one of them alone, he would definitely be able to severely injure them within 3 moves, and it would not be a problem to kill them in 5 moves. How could this be possible? He was only slightly stronger than the corpse ghost a month ago. Now, in such a short time, his cultivation is still at the late stage of Zuanden, which is not necessarily much improved. How could he become so much stronger? The old man surnamed Sun's clenched hands were full of sweat. Lin Ming held the spear, with the tip of the spear pointed at the ground. Just now, he was fighting 1 against 2. Although he had the upper hand, there was still a turbulent energy flow into his body. However, Lin Ming's physical defense was superior to that of the Sea of Gods. In addition, he had the seed of the evil god in his body, and his meridians were extremely tough. This was how he suppressed the turbulent energy flow, so he did not seem to be injured on the surface. At this time, a rumbling sound rang out in the square, and the mountain ceiling formation trembled. The formation shield became fainter and fainter, and was about to disappear completely. Sita took advantage of the fight between Lin Ming and the old man surnamed Sun to open the mountain ceiling formation. It was easy to open the mountain ceiling formation from the inside. As long as there was a token to open the formation, the energy supply could be cut off. Run. There were less than half of the young warriors left. When they saw the mountain ceiling formation, they were so frightened that they immediately spread their skills and flew around. At this time, they only wished they had grown a few more legs. Hurry up and ask for help. Notify the 3 great demon envoys. They must be nearby. This thought flashed through the minds of many warriors. Just now, the mountain ceiling formation blocked the news, and the sound transmission talisman could not be sent out. Now that the formation has been lifted, they must of course send news to the outside world and seek help. Especially the warriors of the Shura Kingdom. They couldn't wait to send the news to the 3 great demon envoys. They had been looking forward to the return of the 3 great demon envoys. Now they thought that they would not care about the far distance of Piccolo Mountain. They just didn't know why they didn't come back. As long as the 3 great demon envoys return, Lin Langjian will have nothing to be arrogant about. As for the warriors of the other 3 major sects, they began to notify the headquarters of their sects. Some sects have more than one master on the destiny list. For example, the Liulan sect has a stronger supreme elder in charge. For a moment, the light of the sound transmission talisman lit up. Lin Ming looked at the burning fire. His eyes revealed cold murderous intent, and the spear in his hand turned over, and energy burst out. The law of destruction, the chain of stars. The power of space condensed into fragments, mixed with the whistling flames of destruction, and wantonly shot at the warriors, who threw out the sound transmission talisman. The star fragments were infused with the spirit of war, and their sharpness was no less than that of the heavenly treasures. With the sound of clacking, countless blood flowers bloomed on the square. Some star fragments pierced through 3 or 4 warriors in a row, and could not stop. At this time, Lin Ming completely turned into a god of death, wantonly harvesting lives. Screams came one after another, and those young warriors fled more and more frantically. Let's take this opportunity to flee separately. At the moment when Lin Ming took action against the other warriors, Lin Qianxue used the true essence to transmit the sound to the other 3 masters of the destiny list. At the same time, he urged the flying treasure on his body and turned around to fly away. The old man surnamed Sun was only half a breath slower in reaction, and he also hurriedly fled and chose a different direction, taking advantage of Lin Ming's distraction to attack. If he didn't escape now, he would have no chance. Lin Qianxue and the old man surnamed Sun were the least injured, and their escape speed was almost unaffected. In the blink of an eye, they were 100 feet away, but the old man surnamed Yan and the head of the Sitter Hall were miserable, especially the head of the Sitter Hall. There was a blood hole as big as a bowl on his chest, and it was bright from front to back. The meridians and internal organs in his body were all destroyed by Lin Ming's true energy. His escape speed was not as fast as that of other young disciples. Seeing Lin Qianxue and the old man surnamed Sun turn around and rush, he cursed in despair in his heart, and could only run away with all his strength. Lin Ming's aura was always locked on these 4 masters of the destiny list. The moment they started to move, Lin Ming also moved. For the enemies who were targeting him, Lin Ming had no intention of letting them go, not to mention that they were carrying a lot of wealth. The door of shock opened, and the speed soared to the extreme. He stepped on the void, and the golden rock broke through the void. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Ming caught up with the staggering head of the Sitter Hall. A strong sense of despair surged in the heart of the Sitter Hall master. He was the weakest among the 4 people, and he was seriously injured. His fighting power was less than 1/10 of his usual strength. If he was caught up by Lin Ming, he would surely die. Ah! The Sitter Hall master screamed, and turned to fight back. Boom! A turbulent energy flow rushed over, and the Sitter Hall master's body was directly blown away. He watched Lin Ming's spear turn into a blue rainbow of light and pass through his throat. At the same time, his right wrist felt cold, and his entire right hand was cut off by Lin Ming and taken away along with the Zumi ring. Bang! The body of the Sitter Hall master fell to the ground like a ball and bounced up, rolling dozens of feet away, lying on his back on a mess of stone bricks, his eyes looking unwillingly at the sky, his eyes wide open, and he died with his eyes open. But Lin Ming didn't even look at him, took off the Sitter Hall master's Zumi ring, threw away the severed hand, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared several miles away. The reason why he prioritized killing the head of the Sitter Hall was because Lin Ming guessed that the Hua Shen pill was on him. In order to prevent him from hiding and destroying the pill in despair, Lin Ming then chased the old man surnamed Lin, who had the fastest flight speed. Lin Qianxue had a very good flying treasure on him. He used his true essence to transmit the sound, to let everyone fly away, in order to create an opportunity for himself. He could only hope that Lin Ming would kill the other people who were slower first, giving him a chance to breathe. With all his true essence poured into the flying treasure, Lin Qianxue had never been so fast before. Chapter 805. Destroy the famous. Lin Qianxue certainly didn't think that his speed could be faster than Lin Ming's, but relatively speaking, chasing him was the most difficult. If he were Lin Ming, he would have given priority to killing the other 3 old men, otherwise chasing him would take up too much time, and the other 3 might have run away by then. As long as Lin Ming didn't choose to chase him, then after a while, the 3 great demon envoys who didn't know what they were doing would definitely arrive, and then he would be safe. This was his only chance of survival. Thinking of this, Lin Qianxue ran away without looking back, and at this moment, he suddenly heard the whistling sound of the true essence breaking through the air behind him. A murderous aura enveloped him. No. Lin Qianxue was desperate. He had never thought that the speed he was so proud of would be caught up by Lin Ming in less than 5 breaths. In front of Lin Ming, his so-called speed was completely a joke. Prioritizing chasing himself who was the fastest, Lin Ming undoubtedly intended to wipe out all 4 people. Despair is despair. When a person is on the verge of death, he can often burst out with the greatest potential. When Lin Ming's murderous aura enveloped him, Lin Qianxue suddenly turned around and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the thick-backed sword. The whole sword turned into a blazing blood red. The wind blew violently, and the true essence whistled. Lin Qianxue roared wildly and swung the sword at Lin Ming. The soul-slaying sword. The soul-slaying sword, which was powered by his own blood essence, could not only launch a material attack, but also destroy a person's soul. This was a skill that hurt both others and himself. Even if he hit the opponent, his soul would be seriously injured, and he would have to recuperate for a period of time. Lin Qianxue would use it at this time, because he had no choice, because he found that Lin Ming's defense was too abnormal. The body protecting true essence, the armor of the demon emperor, and Lin Ming's own physical defense made ordinary material attacks ineffective against him. Even the heaven-splitting sword of the old man surnamed Yan only caused Lin Ming to be slightly injured. Since material attacks were ineffective, Lin Qianxue could only use the soul-slaying sword. This was a knife that only attacked but not defended. Lin Qianxue knew that he would fail sooner or later in a confrontation with Lin Ming. He could only use this way of mutual destruction to let Lin Ming know that he was a tough nut to crack, forcing Lin Ming to give up chasing him and kill the other 3 first. Facing this fierce knife, Lin Ming's heart moved. Was it a soul attack? He felt the power of this knife, and if he wanted to avoid being hit, he could only block it. But once he blocked it, his speed would inevitably stagnate for a very short time, while Lin Qianxue could use this impact force to distance himself from him. In this way, it would take a few more breaths to chase him. At this time was running out, and he had to fight quickly and not retreat. Otherwise, if time was delayed for a long time, it would be very difficult to chase the other people. After all, this was someone else's territory. Once reinforcement arrived, it would become more and more troublesome. With the spear in his hand, Lin Ming faced Lin Qianxue's tooling knife. On the spear body, the flame artistic conception and the law of space were intertwined, and the bronze war spirit was infused into it, burying the sky. He thrust his spear at Lin Qianxue without hesitation, not caring about the opponent's attack. What? Lin Qianxue was horrified. He had never expected that Lin Ming would ignore his threat to die together and still attack. When warriors compete, they are afraid of encountering a ruthless person who doesn't care about his life, especially when this ruthless person is so powerful that he is abnormal. It was too late to withdraw his moves and block. Lin Qianxue shouted loudly, and all his energy was concentrated on the blade. His eyes flashed a trace of crazy scarlet color. Let's die together. He had sufficient confidence in the soul attack of the tooling knife. 500 years ago, when Lin Qianxue was still a triple life, he killed a quadruple life master with this move. The spear and the tooling knife crossed each other. Lin Ming thrust his spear at the opponent's chest, and the tooling knife also slashed heavily at his waist, trying to cut him in half. Bang, bang. The body protecting true essence of the two exploded at the same time, and Lin Qianxue's body was pierced by Lin Ming without any suspense, and blood was splattered. Although Lin Qianxue avoided the heart at the last moment, the raging true energy still damaged his internal organs. Such injuries were no less severe than those of Master Situ. Lin Ming also felt a sharp pain in his waist. A strong force came, shaking his chest and almost vomiting blood. At the same time, the surging energy flow rushed into the sea of spirits along his body, turning into a blood-red thick-backed broadsword, trying to cut Lin Ming's sea of spirit in two. Lin Qianxue is a master of the destiny list. The soul attack he launched at the cost of hurting his soul and burning his blood is naturally extremely terrifying. What's more, Lin Ming resisted the slaughtering soul knife without any resistance, and the soul attack was all hit. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with brilliance, and the reincarnation martial spirit was running. The black vortex spun up and cooperated with the King Kang war spirit to meet the blood-red broadsword. Kakakaka. The black vortex collided with the blood-red broadsword, and the energy continued to melt. This kid really took the brunt of my soul-slaying knife. Seeing Lin Ming's movements slightly stiff, Lin Qianxue, whose face was distorted by the spear, had a ferocious look on his face. Although he was seriously injured, he believed that Lin Ming's condition would only be worse than his. He was very clear about the power of the soul-slaying knife. Even if it could withstand physical attacks, it could not withstand the impact of the soul. When masters fight, the loss of consciousness caused by the injury to the soul is often a fatal result. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Lin Qianxue endured the severe pain in his chest, regardless of the injuries to his body meridians, and forced his true energy to circulate, preparing to launch a second knife attack to cut off Lin Ming's neck. Even if Lin Ming was wearing the Demon Emperor's armor, his neck could not be covered. In addition, Lin Ming's mind was lost, and his body protecting true energy was fragile to the lowest point. As long as this knife was cut down, he would definitely be beheaded. I won. The knife flashed. Lin Qianxue raised the knife with both hands above his head and was about to chop it down, but at this moment, a cold light suddenly burst out of Lin Ming's eyes, like a flash of lightning in the dark night. What? Lin Qianxue was locked by this gaze, and he felt that the flow of time around him slowed down in an instant, and his body suddenly lost the ability to move. A blue light flashed, and the spear in Lin Ming's hand stabbed out like a poisonous snake, piercing Lin Qianxue's heart. Puff. The protective true energy was torn like a broken painting. The heart was broken, and blood spurted out. Lin Ming's shot cleanly crushed Lin Qianxue's heart. At this time, Lin Qianxue's knife was still hanging in the air, but he was no longer able to chop it down. Lin Qianxue gushed out blood, and his chest, which was in great pain, was empty. The force of Lin Ming's shot pierced a blood hole as big as a bowl, which was connected to the original wounds around it. Lin Qianxue's vision gradually blurred. He couldn't believe that his soul-slaying knife had chopped the opponent's body firmly, but it didn't cause any substantial injuries. How could it be like this? Lin Qianxue looked at Lin Ming blankly, his pupils gradually blurred. Sorry, I'm also confident in my soul defense. This was the last voice Lin Qianxue heard. The next moment, his head soared into the sky, and his tattered body fell like a dead dog. Lin Qianxue died. Lin Ming put away the Zumi ring, without stopping, stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and chased the old man surnamed Sun. At this time, the old man surnamed Sun had flown nearly 100 miles away. He was very happy. The person Lin Ming chased at the beginning was not him. As long as he didn't choose him, he would have enough confidence to escape. Now that he saw that he had flown such a long distance, he felt much more at ease. Fly a few dozen miles further, then change direction, drop the light of escape, sneak into the mountains and forests, and gather the aura of the whole body. He will definitely not be able to find me. This thought flashed through the mind of the old man surnamed Sun, but at this moment, he heard the sound of fierce air whistling behind him, getting closer and louder. What? The old man surnamed Sun turned around suddenly, only to see Lin Ming, covered in blood, holding a spear, and coming straight at him. His speed was more than twice his own. How could it be so fast? He has already killed Situ and Lin Qianxue. The old man surnamed Sun was so scared that his soul was about to die. It had only been a few dozen breaths. The four masters of the destiny list of the Shura Kingdom branch were also strong and weak. Lin Qianxue was the strongest, followed by the old man surnamed Yan, and the Sitter Hall master and the old man surnamed Sun were the weakest. The old man surnamed Sun was very self-aware. If Lin Ming could kill Lin Qianxue in such a short time, then killing him would definitely be as easy as tearing paper. Lin Ming's terrifying speed made the old man surnamed Sun give up the idea of continuing to run away on the spot. In addition, his right meridian was burned, and he could only use his left hand. His fighting power was only 60% to 70% of the usual. The possibility of winning the fight with Lin Ming was zero. Lin Lanjian, don't kill me. I can give you 70% of the wealth accumulated by my sect. Go to hell. Lin Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with the old man surnamed Sun. He swept the spear in his hand and cut the old man surnamed Sun's throat. The old man surnamed Sun let out a scream and desperately slashed at Lin Ming with a sword. However, he only held the sword in his left hand, so how could he beat Lin Ming's spear? Bang! With a loud bang, the old man surnamed Sun vomited blood and flew backwards. Lin Ming chased after him and pierced the rainbow. Swish! The old man surnamed Sun's long sword fell out of his hand, and his entire left arm was bloody. The tip of the spear turned and cut through the old man surnamed Sun's body protection true energy, and the spear went straight through his danshan. True essence burst out, and the war spirit strangled the old man surnamed Sun's Zuandan crystal core. Lin Ming grabbed the old man surnamed Sun's Zumi ring with one hand and continued to chase the last injured master of the destiny list. Lin Ming had already left the war spirit mark on all of them. Generally, warriors can only master the war spirit at the divine sea realm. Although these 4 old men are all on the destiny list, their potential is not great. Without one of them to comprehend the war spirit, it is impossible to unlock the war spirit mark. It took only a few dozen breaths for Lin Ming to return to the Pichao mountain branch. At this time, the place was in a mess, and all the low-level warriors fled. Hide? Lin Ming sneered. The old man surnamed Yan was seriously injured. He knew that he could not escape, so hiding was the most correct choice. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ming. Boom. Lin Ming shot the hole in front of him. After the wall collapsed, the pale face and lifeless eyes of the old man surnamed Yan were revealed. Lin Ming was about to shoot him to death, but at this moment, he suddenly had a premonition of danger in his heart, and his body flew backwards like a conditioned reflex. Puff! A ray of spearlight pierced into the place where Lin Ming was originally standing. The rocky ground shattered like glass, and an unfathomable hole appeared out of thin air. Who? Lin Ming lay across the spear, fully alert. I made a stupid mistake in the last chapter. The surname of the master of Situ was written wrong. The main reason was that I would spend half an hour to correct and delete after writing a chapter, and then my brain short-circuited when I added new paragraphs. It was because I wrote Aang too many times when I was in Kixuan Valley before. I'm very sorry. I have corrected it. Please recommend it on Monday. Chapter 806, Shura Kingdom Emperor's Uncle. 3,500 miles away, a black heavenly spiritual boat was rapidly shuttling through the air. On the spiritual boat, 3 middle-aged men were sitting on the ground, meditating and regulating their breathing. They were the 3 great demon envoys of the Shura Kingdom. The 3 of them had previously chased Lin Ming at full speed, which consumed too much energy. Now, after more than half an hour of regulating their breathing, they have fully recovered. At a certain moment, the 3rd demon envoy suddenly opened his eyes, and a gleam of brilliance flashed in his pupils. I have recovered, and you are almost there too. There are less than 4,000 miles to go. I suggest that you put away the spiritual boat and return at full speed to avoid any trouble. Well, Demon 3 is right. It is better to be safe than sorry. Let's go. The 2nd demon envoy stood up. He looked cold and resolute, and there seemed to be a small thunder in his eyes. The 2nd demon envoy, who had recovered to his peak state, was full of terrifying power, which was extremely terrifying. This was the strength of the top 100 masters on the destiny list. The failure of this mission is the greatest shame in our lives. Not only us, but also the dignity of the Shura Kingdom has been disgraced because of us. We will definitely be punished when we return to the Shura Kingdom, and all this is thanks to Lin Lanjian. When the 2nd demon envoy said this, his fists clenched so hard that they made a cracking sound. He wished he could skin Lin Ming alive. What Moa said is right, but we are not completely without gain. At least we have captured Lin Lanjian's breath with the secret method of Shura Divine Kingdom. The next time we meet him, we will recognize him, even if he is wearing a wooden jade mask. And we have also learned a trump card of Lin Lanjian. That is his unparalleled speed, which is at least equivalent to the top 70 masters ranked on the destiny list. Humph, this Lin Lanjian is so arrogant, relying on some secret flying treasure or body skill inheritance. He will fall into our hands sooner or later. Even if he is fast, so what? As long as we grasp his breath, we can set up formations in advance and wait for him to fall into the trap. That's right. This time when we go back, we will ask for orders from His Majesty the Divine Emperor, and we will make up for our crimes and avenge this shame. The 3 demon envoys discussed angrily but calmly. Their voices were cold and their eyes were full of murderous intent. At this moment, 3 or 4 balls of fire suddenly ignited inside the slightly dim spirit boat and exploded among them like fireworks. That was the light of the sound transmission note. The 3 demons were moved and closed their eyes to listen to the message in the sound transmission note. They originally thought that the news that Lin Ming robbed 300,000 yuan of spirit stones had been sent back to the headquarters of the Shura Kingdom, and the Divine Emperor had punished him. However, the Divine Emperor's sound transmission note should be purple and gold, not yellow, and it is impossible for 3 or 4 sound transmission notes to be sent at the same time, and the sound is so chaotic and rapid. What news could it be? As they listened, the 3 demons' faces, which were originally calm in anger, froze, and then suddenly became gloomy. After listening to the message in the sound transmission note, the second demon's eyes turned bloodshot, his fists clenched suddenly, and his veins twisted like earthworms. The content of the sound transmission note was, Lin Lanjian slaughtered the Shura Kingdom branch, Situ Tangsu was killed, the God transformation pill was robbed, more than half of the elite disciples were killed or injured, the 3 famous masters died, and countless young disciples of the 3 major sects were killed or injured. The second demon crushed the flames of the sound transmission note and roared to the sky. Boom boom boom. The tables and chairs in the spirit boat shattered like glass hit by a heavy hammer. Bloodbath the Shura Kingdom branch, killed the Sitter Hall Master and the 3 famous masters. How is this possible? Demon 3's eyes were red with anger. This news could not be false. Lin Lanjian, I swear to heaven, I will kill you with my own hands in this life. Demon 2 felt that his heart was about to explode. They were taken out for a walk by Lin Lanjian like a dog, and then Lin Lanjian turned back and bloodbathed the Pichao Mountain branch and plundered the God transformation pill. So far, all the rewards they offered for capturing Lin Lanjian alive have fallen into Lin Lanjian's own pocket. What a irony. Moreover, he felt good about himself a quarter of an hour ago and said that Demon 3 was worrying too much, thinking that Lin Lanjian did not have the spare energy to sneak attack Pichao Mountain, and even if he had the spare energy, he was not strong enough. Now it seems that he is like an idiot, which is simply the greatest shame in his life. Exclamation mark. If he didn't avenge this shame and kill Lin Ming, Mo would even have a demonic barrier in his heart. He had the opportunity to challenge the top master of the Sea of Gods, and when he was challenging the Sea of Gods, any inability to reach his mind could lead to failure. Bang. Mo rushed out of the spirit boat, started to fly quickly, and flew towards the Pichao Mountain branch regardless of everything. At this time, in front of a hall of the Pichao Mountain branch, Lin Ming stepped on a pile of broken bricks and tiles. In front of him, the old man surnamed Yan had his eyes blank, as if he had lost his soul. His body was full of blood, and his vitality was seriously depleted. Lin Ming looked at the old man surnamed Yan, whose sea of spirit seemed to have been broken, and then looked at the bottomless traces of attack in front of him. He was sure that this was not an attack from the old man surnamed Yan. Come out. Lin Ming pointed his gun at a certain place in the void. Suddenly, sinister and old laughter came from all directions. The sound was hoarse and unpleasant, like the wailing of undead spirits. You are Lin Lanjian. Good. Very good. In front of the old man surnamed Yan, a little black light suddenly gathered, and with the rising black mist, an old man in a black robe appeared in the air. His face was as old as tree bark, his hair had fallen out, and his whole body exuded a breath of dying, as if he had crawled out of a coffin. However, after looking at this old man who looked like a candle in the wind, Lin Ming was horrified. Although the old man's body was close to decay, his eyes were like the deep starry sky, and it seemed to suck people in at a glance. Top Master. He is definitely the strongest person Lin Ming has seen so far, except for the ancient Phoenix City, where the king level trial was held. Could it be a strong man from the Sea of Gods? Question mark. Lin Ming felt that the hairs on his body stood up one by one, and he wanted to turn around and fly away on the spot. However, at the moment he moved his feet, he suddenly found something wrong. Although the opponent's body looks solid, if you use your senses to detect it, you will find that it is actually illusory like a ghost, and it exudes the brilliance of the war spirit all the time. This black-robed old man is not his real body, but a wisp of war spirit. It is very likely that the black-robed old man left some special items in the Pichao mountain branch, and this item has a wisp of war spirit attached to it, which can instantly project the will of the black-robed old man here. The old man looked at Lin Ming and smiled, revealing a mouthful of yellow and ferocious teeth. Lin Ming was disgusted to see this old man with only a few hairs left, but he was very alert. The other party might be one of the old monsters of the Shura Kingdom. This means that the Shura Kingdom's high-level officials have known about his bloodbath of the Pichao mountain branch today. This is normal. Although Lin Ming killed most of the warriors who tried to send messages with the star chain at that time, there were always some who slipped through the net and passed the message out. Who are you? Lin Ming turned his spear horizontally and pointed at the phantom of the dying old man in front of him. After realizing that the other party was just a wisp of war spirit, he calmed down. The three major sects that came to the Shura Kingdom branch today, including the Liulan sect and the Baishan sect, are all of the 5th grade level. The top figures in the sects are barely included in the destiny list. It is impossible for them to have a master of the Sea of Gods. So the opponent must be from the Shura Kingdom. Generally speaking, the Sea of Gods strongmen have a lifespan of more than 5,000 years, and even the lifespan of the late Sea of Gods strongmen can reach 10,000 years. The opponent has become like this. Could it be that he has lived for 5,000 or 6,000 years? Hehe, I'm Situbonan, the uncle of the Shura Kingdom. Lin Lanjian, you really surprised me. I don't know how you led away those 3 stupid demons and bloodbath the Pichuashan branch, but your fate ends here. You are too arrogant. If you ran away earlier, how could you fall into my hands? Situbonan, the uncle of the Shura Kingdom. Lin Ming took a deep breath. The current emperor of Shura Kingdom was already a mighty god sea, and the uncle who called himself Situbonan was 1 generation older than the emperor of Shura Kingdom. He was undoubtedly a mighty god sea. No wonder he was so old. For ordinary warriors, after most of their lifespans, the fire of life would slowly weaken, and their bodies would start to go downhill. When they were about to die, their strength would even be only half of their peak period. But even so, Lin Ming did not dare to look down on Situbonan. Such mighty beings who were about to die would often become weird and cruel and moody because they could not make breakthroughs repeatedly. Lin Lanjian, I don't know where you got the inheritance of the Demon Emperor. It seems that your inheritance is not from the same lineage as my Shura Kingdom. However, my Shura Kingdom is the only inheritor of the Demon Emperor. The inheritance of the Demon Emperor, no matter where it is discovered in the Cheyenne continent, belongs to my Shura Kingdom. Originally, if you were willing to hand over the inheritance and the Demon Emperor's armor, and let us wash away your memory of the Demon Emperor's inheritance, or join our Shura Kingdom and plant soul restrictions, I wouldn't mind giving you some benefits. However, now, you must be wiped out. Wash away the memory, or plant restrictions? Lin Ming laughed angrily. Even if a master who is proficient in soul power washes away part of a warrior's memory, it will cause damage to the opponent's soul. Situbonan, I used to hear people say, a mean person is invincible. Today I finally saw it from you. You are really mean from beginning to end. Being mocked and insulted by Lin Ming, Situbonan's mouth showed a hideous smile. I don't know how long it has been since someone dared to talk to me like this. It's really interesting. You are a small Zuundan warrior, even if you are a genius of the ages, but compared with my huge Shura Kingdom, you are like a firefly to the bright moon, too insignificant. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a wild dog. As Situbonan said this, his body suddenly twisted and turned into a puff of black smoke that sank into the body of the old man surnamed Yan. Chapter 807, The Power of the Great Battle Spirit. The old man surnamed Yan had dull eyes. Facing the black smoke that Situbonan had transformed into, he still had a dull expression. The black smoke was like a demon that penetrated everywhere and completely sank into the old man surnamed Yan's body. The old man surnamed Yan's body twitched a few times, and there was no other reaction. He was completely unaware of the black smoke. After a few breaths, his eyes rolled up, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Then he suddenly flew into the air, and his chest was still a bloody mess. After his ribs were broken, the internal organs in his chest could even be seen through the wound. An aura belonging to Sitobonen emanated from the old man surnamed Yan. His body had been dominated by Sitobonen's fighting spirit. In fact, long before Lin Ming returned to the Pichao mountain branch, the old man surnamed Yan's sea of spirit had been chopped off by Sitobonen's will, and the whole person became muddle-headed, like a walking corpse. Using the war spirit to control a body to fight, it turns out that the war spirit can be used in this way. The war spirit is the will of the warrior, which can control all objects, and can even be infused into the virtual energy field, to enhance the power of the energy field. In this way, it is not impossible to control the body. After Sitobonen completely controlled the body of the old man surnamed Yan, he flicked his finger and a treasure like a hairpin appeared in his palm, spinning. The hairpin quickly grew larger while spinning, and in a moment, it turned into an emerald green spear like jade. When Lin Ming saw this spear, his eyebrows raised. It was a top-notch heaven-level middle-grade treasure. The old man surnamed Yan did not use a sword, so this spear was obviously not his. Then it was very likely that this top-notch heaven-level middle-grade spear was a treasure that Sitobonen's war spirit could attach to. After he received the news that the Pichuashan branch was bloodbathed by Lin Ming, he temporarily projected his will through this green spear. When this emerald green spear appeared in Sitobonen's hand, his momentum suddenly changed, becoming devilish, and several blood-drinking seals flew out of the spear, spinning rapidly. There were only 3 blood-drinking seals in total. Each of these 3 blood-drinking seals was half a foot in size, dark red in color, and even a little black. One could tell at a glance that they were full of blood, tempered, and extremely powerful. Sitobonen only asked the war spirit to come here, and it was impossible for him to bring the blood-drinking seal. So there was no doubt that the blood-drinking seal should have been attached to this green spear in advance. Lin Lanjian, today I will let you see the unique power of the Sea of Gods strong. With your elm alone, don't think of hurting me a bit. Sitobonen said, holding the gun in both hands, and smashed it down at Lin Ming. The black energy turbulence rolled up a storm, and the 3 blood-drinking seals whistled and rotated, cutting straight towards Lin Ming's head. Although the blood-drinking seal that Sitobonen had refined was powerful, it was only 3 times as powerful. Lin Ming concentrated his mental power, infused the thunder and fire state of mind into his spear, and stabbed at Sitobonen's already shattered chest, piercing the rainbow. Bang! The blood-drinking seal flew away. Even with the elastic spear shaft as a buffer, Lin Ming still felt a huge shock in his mouth, as if he had hit a mountain. Shatter! Lin Ming shouted loudly, and the thunder and fire power attached to the red spear poured together, causing a violent explosion. The sky-high burning star flames rushed towards Sitobonen like 100 birds returning to their nests. With only a hissing sound, Sitobonen could not dodge in time, and half of his body was burned. However, in the flames, he still had a crazy and sinister smile on his lips, and he ignored his injuries, and stabbed Lin Ming with a spear. Humiliant spear. The power of this spear, with not much true essence attached, distorted the space. The green spear disappeared out of thin air, and then teleported in front of Lin Ming, aiming at Lin Ming's dantian, and stabbed it. Golden peng breaks the void. Lin Ming's figure disappeared in an instant, but Sitobonen's understanding of the space realm was extremely profound, and there was still a wisp of dark energy that caught up with Lin Ming like a venomous snake, and rushed into his body, wreaking havoc. Lin Ming retreated dozens of feet away, his face pale. Looking closely, he saw that Sitobonen's body was burning with the flames of the burning star, and his limbs were charred. It seemed that he was much more seriously injured than Lin Ming, but he had a playful smile on his lips, and it was obvious that he didn't feel these injuries at all. If it was a normal warrior, Lin Ming's first spear would have seriously injured him, and it would be impossible for him to accumulate strength for the second attack and hurt Lin Ming. Idiot, I have said it long ago, with your elm alone, don't think you can hurt me at all. Sitobonen laughed strangely. Lin Ming's eyes flickered. His face was not panicked at all. Instead he smiled slightly. It was as expected. In fact, from the beginning of the attack, he just wanted to verify some things. He wanted to understand how this kind of fighting method controlled by the war spirit is, and now, he has verified it. With only the war spirit projection, Sitobonen can only exert very limited combat power, because he can't use his own true essence. He can only borrow the true essence in the Danshan of the old man surnamed Yan. In other words, Sitobonen actually used his divine sea realm moves and combat experience to attach to a five-fold life-falling strongman to fight Lin Ming, but due to the inconsistency of the body's will, he inevitably had some inconsistencies in calling up energy, which affected his combat power. Therefore, this move of controlling other people's bodies with war spirits is actually very useless. That is, it can only play a temporary role when the main body is not there, and it is useless for the same level of warriors in actual combat. Seeing Lin Ming's smile, as if everything is under control, Sitobonen frowned slightly. Boy, you are about to die. What are you laughing at? Old dog Situ, I'm laughing at your lack of information. What? What you call the unique power of the strong and the sea of gods is nothing more than the war spirit. The war spirit is an invisible will that cannot be killed by physical attacks alone. I just attacked the corpse of the old man surnamed Yan. Even if the old man surnamed Yan's body is cut into 8 pieces, you will not be injured. By then, he will abandon this body and attach himself to another person. Humph. You are not stupid. You don't need to judge whether I'm stupid or not, but I'm well aware of your stupidity. The projection of your war spirit is too weak. It is restricted everywhere when attached to the old man surnamed Yan and can't do anything to me. So what if I can't do anything to you? You can't hurt me either. As long as I follow you, you will be captured alive by the Shura Nation masters in less than a quarter of an hour. I will extract your soul and torture you. Hehe. Sitobonen laughed wantonly, as if he had foreseen the scene of capturing Lin Ming alive. Lin Ming chuckled. That's why I said you are stupid and out of touch. Situ old dog, don't you know that I comprehended the war spirit a long time ago? What? Sitobonen was startled. At this moment, there was a loud bang. Sitobonen's ears were buzzing. The next moment, he felt that the scene suddenly changed, and he suddenly came to an endless desert. Will world? Sitobonen's eyes focused. Being able to make the will world come down proved that Lin Ming's war spirit had taken shape. In the late stage of Zuonden, there was a war spirit that had broken away from its embryonic form. This kid. Sitobonen was shocked. In a sense, the war spirit is indeed a power that only the strong and the sea of gods have. The strong in the fate of the dead, even the masters ranked in the fate list, can comprehend the war spirit. As for the strong in the Zuonden who comprehend the war spirit, it is not to say that there has never been one. At least it has not been heard of in the past 1,000 years. Very good. Lin Lanjian, you really surprise me more and more. After Sitobonen's astonishment faded, he still had a sinister smile on his face. He did not panic, because Lin Ming also comprehended the war spirit. Since the other party is recognized by many intelligence organizations as a genius of the ages, it is not too unexpected that he can comprehend the war spirit in the late Zuonden. But what about comprehending the war spirit? You know, Sitobonen is already 6,000 years old. Since he was 3,000 years old, his realm has never advanced a step. On the contrary, because of the weakening of the fire of life, his cultivation is gradually dissipating. Under such circumstances, Sitobonen put all his energy into the battle spirit. After more than 3,000 years of repeated training, although his body was dying, or even almost decayed, his soul and will were still extremely strong. Sitobonen had previously asserted that with Lin Ming's realm, he would not be able to hurt him at all. It was not that he was sure that Lin Ming knew nothing about the battle spirit, but that even if Lin Ming had comprehended some of the ways of the battle spirit, he was still far from his realm. Boy, since you have comprehended the war spirit, that's perfect. I will use my absolutely powerful will to kill you, so that you will have the honor to see the tip of the iceberg of the terrifying power of the Sea of Gods. I will let you know that the absolute difference in cultivation cannot be made up by a little talent. Sitobonen shouted, and the war spirit rushed out from the already incomplete body of the old man surnamed Yan, and turned into a disheveled giant demon in the sky. It had a green face and fangs, was more than 10 feet tall, held a black, sharp, and cold war halberd, and had muscular muscles all over its body. This giant demon was the incarnation of the war spirit that Sitobonen visualized. "Take my halberd." Sitobonen's body made a series of explosions. He held the black war halberd and smashed it down at Lin Ming. Facing this attack, Lin Ming remained calm. Seeing that the attack had already landed on his head, he suddenly had a gleam in his eyes, and the bronze war spirit in the sea of spirit flew out with a roar. Crack. The void was shattered. The blue war spirit in Lin Ming's spiritual sea, which was originally as thick as a chopstick, suddenly increased by 1,000,000,000 times, and turned into a huge spear hundreds of miles long, with the tip of the spear piercing the sky. Lin Ming swung the huge spear and smashed it down like an Optimus Prime. What? Sitobonen looked at the huge spear in front of him, which was hundreds of times thicker than his body, and then compared it to the black war halberd in his hand, which was only 2 inches thick. He was completely dumbfounded, and the expression on his face was twisted into the most complicated formation puzzle. That heavy blue-gray brilliance. Could it be a bronze war spirit? Chapter 808 Crushing. Most warriors can only comprehend the war spirit in the Sea of Gods, and these Sea of Gods warriors were all Emperor level geniuses when they were young, and most of them were even the top Emperor level geniuses. After all, most Emperor level geniuses failed to achieve the Sea of Gods for various reasons. These people can maintain their talents to the end, and they must have something extraordinary. But even among this group of Heaven's Pride, very few people can comprehend the war spirit in the life-death period. Some people even slowly find the threshold of the war spirit long after achieving the Sea of Gods, and then rely on the long life of the Sea of Gods to slowly cultivate the war spirit. Sitobonen is talented in the war spirit. As soon as he entered the Sea of Gods, he let the war spirit take shape. After 3,000 years of training, his war spirit went from taking shape, small success, to barely touching the threshold of great success. As for bronze perfection, he dared not even think about it, which belongs to the legendary realm. But now, Lin Ming is so young, but he already has a war spirit that is stable in the great success, and his cultivation is only in the late stage of Zuanden. If he achieves the fate of life in the future, and enters the Sea of Gods again, he dare not imagine how terrifying the war spirit will be. This is impossible. Sitobonen was in disbelief. He even suspected that Lin Ming's body was possessed by an old monster. Seeing the huge spear smashing down like a mountain, Sitobonen roared wildly and thrust out with a black halberd in his hand. Roar, roar, roar. With the deafening roar, 4 or 5 giant beasts gushed out from Sitobonen's halberd. Among them, 2 huge black pythons, whose bodies were thicker than water tanks, and whose body length reached dozens of feet, or 3-headed hellhound, whose fur was like blood, and whose claws and teeth were like sharp swords, and a huge red scorpion, whose long steel spikes on its tail were like a blood-colored spear. The 4 transformed beasts pounced on Lin Ming together. Lin Ming was completely unaware, and continued to smash down with one shot. Bang! All 4 beasts exploded. The spear only slowed down slightly, before continuing to smash Sitobonen's head. The difference in willpower between the two was too great. Originally, Sitobonen's battle spirit was close to the bronze level, just a little lower than Lin Ming's. But don't forget that Sitobonen's battle spirit was only a projection of his will, not the main body of his battle spirit. How could he compare with Lin Ming? Bang! The giant demon body condensed by Sitobonen's battle spirit was directly smashed to pieces by Lin Ming's shot. The body broke into countless pieces and smashed deeply into the ground. In the world of battle spirits, whoever has the stronger willpower is the king. You. Sitobonen's distorted voice came from the mass of flesh and blood. Situ old dog, didn't you want to extract my soul and torture me? Now I'm torturing you. Although this wisp of battle spirit is only a projection of your will, if you can kill it, it will also cause great trauma to your battle spirit. Bang! Lin Ming shot down again, and Sitobonen's willpower, which was already bloody, became even more miserable. Lin Lanjian. I will remember today's humiliation. Sitobonen's will body condensed into shape again, and he shouted hysterically. Remember it? Lin Ming sneered, waved his gun with one hand, and shot down again. Old dog Situ, don't you understand the current situation? You actually made such a ridiculous threat. The Shura Kingdom and Lin are already at war, and the relationship is so bad that it can't be any worse. Why would I mind offending the Shura Kingdom even more? One day, I'm willing to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Situ Bonan's voice was distorted by the pain, and he cursed coldly, Lin Lanjian, if you destroy the projection of my will today, I will kill you with my own hands one day, extract your soul, and refine your marrow, and find your clansmen, wives and daughters, and devour the men with the blood-drinking seal, and the women with the lustful cauldron. Bang! Situ Bonan's whole body was broken into pieces again. Lin Ming's face completely sank. Okay, very good, I'll wait for you. Bang, 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 again and again. Lin Ming swung his gun recklessly. Situ Bonan's threat touched his reverse scale. Situ Bonan's flesh and blood flew everywhere, and his body was like minced meat in a meat grinder. This was not a fight at all, but a crushing. After being hit more than 10 times in a row, Situ Bonan's body was still trying to reorganize, but every time he reorganized, he was more illusory than the last time. Situ old dog, you are really tenacious, Lin Ming said with a smile. Situ Bonan was so angry that he almost burned. He didn't talk to Lin Ming at all. In front of Lin Ming's bronze level great war spirit, his wool body had nowhere to escape. The desert of the wool world was smashed into a chasm by Lin Ming, and on the yellow sand, there were broken pieces of meat everywhere, wriggling like meat worms. Burning star flame. Based on the memory of the burning star flame in his mind, Lin Ming visualized a raging fire in the world of will, which fell from the sky, burning fiercely and completely devoured Situ Bonan. The pieces of meat were burned to ashes one after another. In the flames, Situ Bonan's final curse could be vaguely heard. One day, the wives and daughters of your people, the men will be devoured by the blood-drinking seal, and the women will be the furnace of lust. Boom. The flames exploded, and Situ Bonan completely turned into ashes and dissipated. Lin Ming withdrew from the world of will, and Situ Bonan's curse before his death was still echoing in his ears. The voice was so hideous and so resentful that Lin Ming had no doubt that, if he had the chance, he would do it regardless of everything. There are no demons in this world. It is because people have resentment, fear, greed, and evil thoughts that they have all kinds of illusions and imagine all kinds of fierce beasts and demons. Unfortunately, few people can jump out of this circle and see through everything. Mo Guang notified Zhua and others to leave the South China Sea and find another place to go and keep their whereabouts completely secret. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped. Although he used a pseudonym and wore a wooden jade mask, and although there were countless creatures on the Xianan continent, he would not underestimate the intelligence gathering capabilities of the Shura Kingdom. If they found out his origin one day, the consequences would be disastrous. Moreover, there was Li Yifeng, who knew his origin very well, and he might have guessed that Lin Lanjian was himself. No problem. Mo Guang agreed. When it left the southern sky region with Lin Ming, it separated a wisp of its soul and stayed in the giant kun, one to control the giant kun, and the other to pass on messages. The 4 great kingdoms were too far away from the southern sky region, and no sound transmission talisman could pass messages over a distance of tens of millions of miles. It's not suitable to stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Ming did not covet the wealth of the Pichao mountain branch. He had delayed for too long. The wealth of the Pichao mountain branch must be protected by a formation, and it would take some time to break the formation. Moreover, the level of the Pichao mountain branch was not high, and the wealth it could possess was extremely limited. It was not worth taking risks for it. With his mental power, he swept the Sumeru ring left by the Situ Hall Master, and clearly saw that the God transformation pill was in it. Then Lin Ming did not stay any longer, put away the heavenly grade middle grade long spear left by Situ Bonan, and took the Sumeru ring of the old man surnamed Yan. He then unfolded the golden peng breaking void body skill, and flew at full speed. After flying 600 or 700 miles, Lin Ming found some disciples wearing the clothes of the Shura Kingdom rushing towards Pichao Mountain. Lin Ming's heart trembled, and he hurriedly hid the escape light. The space around him quickly twisted, and his entire figure disappeared. With Lin Ming's understanding of the artistic conception of space, he could not tear the space apart and hide in the cracks of space. He could only distort the space and let the chaotic space force cover up all his aura. Even the surrounding light would move in a curve, causing the warriors who were looking for him to have a visual blind spot. Hey, it's strange. I just felt that there seemed to be someone here. How come he disappeared in the blink of an eye? A middle-aged scholar-like warrior appeared while Lin Ming just disappeared. He was a second-level life-falling cultivator. He brought a small team of warriors, and the team members were basically all in the Zuandan period. Such a team alone could form a top-notch 4th grade sect in the Southern Sky region, but in the 4 great divine kingdoms, it was just a small team carrying out a mission. Master Zan, could it be that you felt it wrong? Several warriors around asked. This time, the Pichao mountain branch was bloodbathed, and they were temporarily transferred here, and they were also rushing to report to the Pichao mountain branch. Well, maybe. Hall Master Zan frowned slightly. Although he was not strong, he had a special talent in perception, so he was appointed as the head of the investigation department. Generally, the life-destroying strongmen who were several small realms higher than him could not hide in front of him. After exploring the surroundings again, there was still nothing unusual. Hall Master Zan pondered slightly. At this time, Lin Ming was hiding 3 feet away in front of Hall Master Zan, restraining his whole body's momentum, breathing stagnant, heart stopping. He touched the Zumi ring with his right hand, ready to attack at any time. With his strength, once he attacked, he could kill the team in front of him in an instant, but now he was in a very dangerous area. There might be a powerful person from the Shura kingdom not far away. Once they were discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. Hall Master Zan still did not give the order to leave, and seemed to be ready to search. At this time, a rainbow of light crossed the sky not far away, and it could be vaguely seen that it was a spirit boat. On the spirit boat, there was the troll pattern logo of the Shura kingdom. It's the Great Demon Envoy. His Excellency the Great Demon Envoy has arrived too. Several Zuandan disciples said excitedly. They were originally a little afraid of danger, but now that they saw the Great Demon Envoy coming, they immediately felt relieved. There are a total of 6 Great Demon Envoys in the Shura Kingdom, among which the first Demon Envoy, also known as the Great Demon Envoy, is the strongest, and is obviously a level stronger than the other 5 Demon Envoys. It is rumored that the Great Demon Envoy alone can block the joint attack of the other 5. Let's go and report. Okay. Master Zan found nothing unusual, so he left with the team. After half an incense stick of time, the space began to fluctuate like water ripples. Lin Ming confirmed that everyone had left before he condensed his figure from the distorted space. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809, New Destiny Ranking, titled Death God. The Great Demon Envoy. Lin Ming recalled the terrifying aura that the other party had just revealed. It was like facing an unreachable mountain. That person must be a top master. The destiny list seems to be much more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Ming's face was solemn. While restraining all his aura, his body quickly descended and disappeared into the vast forest of Pichao Mountain. Flying was too dangerous. He planned to hide his aura and move forward through the forest. This would minimize the danger. Before knowing the strength of the other party, it would be extremely unwise to rush into a conflict with the other party. Now Lin Ming was a little afraid of the crazy actions he had taken before. Fortunately, it was only the second, third, and fourth demon envoys who were in charge of the Pichao Mountain branch at that time. If the Great Demon Envoy was there, Lin Ming doubted whether he could escape from him with the speed of Jingman. I underestimated the masters of the 6th level life-destroying technique. Even with the shock gate, I'm not able to be the best among all the life-destroying techniques just by my speed. Unfortunately, my understanding of the artistic conception of wind is limited. Otherwise, if the golden peng breaking the void is further developed and combined with the shock gate, my speed may reach the extreme of life-destroying technique. As early as when he discovered that the evil god seed could absorb the law of thunder and fire, Lin Ming had experimented with the other 5 element of energy, but unfortunately the evil god seed did not react. Half an hour later, Lin Ming came to a hidden valley. He found a river that was more than 10 feet wide. He simply restrained all his breath. jumped into the river, and drifted down along the river. This method of escape was very safe. The river water would wash away all the breath that might be tracked, and there was no need to use the true essence while moving, which would also reduce the probability of being discovered to the lowest. Floating in the cold river, Lin Ming recalled all the 6th level life-destroying techniques he had met since coming to the 4 great divine kingdoms. The first person was the appraisal master of the ancient wood spirit jade carving industry introduced by Ming, Master Lando. However, the remaining lifespan of Master Lando is less than 100 years, and his fighting power is less than half of his peak period. In his later years, he devoted all his energy to the appraisal of wood spirit jade carvings, and gave up the desire to fight. He began to cultivate his body and mind, so his strength was not terrible, so that Lin Ming could not realize the horror of the 6-fold life-falling strongman. Now think about it, the 6-fold life-falling strongman has a hope of impacting the realm of the Sea of Gods, so when they were young, they were undoubtedly emperor-level geniuses. Such a great man has grown to the realm of the 6-fold life-falling, and their strength is imaginable. I don't know what realm the top 10 strongmen on the destiny list will reach, and what about the top 3? Lin Ming thought so, and felt that he still had a long way to go. This time he bloodbathed Mount Qianxue in front of all the forces in the central region of Xianan continent, and slapped the Shura kingdom in the face. How could the Shura kingdom let it go? In addition, Lin Ming also strangled Sitabonen's war spirit projection, which further angered this old monster who had lived for 5 or 6,000 years. The warriors who ranked high on the destiny list were already so terrifying. Lin Ming could not imagine how powerful Sitabonen would be. It was conceivable that the Shura Divine Kingdom would come to search for him at all costs. The Shura Divine Kingdom had a long heritage, was powerful, and was full of masters. There were probably more than 10 great sea masters like Sitabonen, which was close to the existence of a 6th grade sect. Such a superpower was far beyond what Lin Ming could contend with. The most urgent task was to quickly improve his cultivation, otherwise he would be at the mercy of others. If his cultivation could not be improved, no matter how talented he was, no matter how he relied on other advantages to make up for the gap, it would not be the kingly way after all. Mo Guan knew what Lin Ming was thinking. He paused for a moment and suddenly said, "Boy, you'd better be prepared. I'm afraid it's not that easy to break your fate." I said. "If you want to break your fate, you may have to work several times or even 10 times harder than other warriors. The road is very difficult, but the prospects are also extremely brilliant, provided that you can hold on to the end." Time passed, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Ming finally escaped from the Qianxue mountains at a slow speed without any danger. At this time, the news that Lin Ming had massacred the Qianxue mountain branch of the Shura kingdom had spread like a tide throughout the 4 great kingdoms. Prior to this, the Shura kingdom had released news that Lin Ming had stolen their Shura kingdom's inheritance and offered a high reward for capturing Lin Ming alive. 300,000 spirit stones, a mid-grade treasure of the heavenly rank, and a spirit transforming pill. Such a high reward even moved the top 100 top masters on the destiny list, and many warriors joined the team to find Lin Ming. The Shura kingdom even used several large branches as bases to gather heroes from all over the world, and established cooperative relations with some local 5th grade forces in the 4 major kingdoms, using their intelligence networks. In this case, in such a strict intelligence network search, everyone thought that Lin Ming would become a meteor, shining for a moment and then falling. However, what happened 7 days ago surprised everyone. Lin Ming, with one gun, slaughtered the Qianxue mountain branch, and took away all the bounties prepared by the Shura kingdom. He played tricks on the 3 great demons, killed the 3 major sects and hundreds of elite disciples of the Shura kingdom, and killed all the 4 famous masters on the fate list. The world does not know about the battle between Lin Ming and Sitabonen, but just killing the 4 famous masters is enough to shock people. Except for the relatively weak Yang Hall Master and the old man surnamed Sun, they are barely ranked on the destiny list, and even not ranked in some periods. The other 2, the old man surnamed Yan and Lian Xiaoyu, are all real masters of the destiny list, and their rankings are not much lower than those of the corpse ghosts. Even so, the 4 people joined forces, but were all killed by Lin Ming, and none of them escaped. Such a record is shocking. And Lin Ming's courage to kill alone on Mount Pichou and snatch the bounty is also frightening. Especially for the few young disciples who survived Mount Pichou, the name Lin Lanjian is still like a nightmare. It can be said that the three words Lin Lanjian have become their inner demons. If they can't get rid of them, they may be attacked by the inner demons when they cross the fate in the future. Lin Lanjian's name became known to everyone in just a few days. Among the heroes of thousands of years, even the emperors of the major divine kingdoms, no one could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lin Lanjian when they were young. This is because most people only know Lin Ming's vague age, but they don't know exactly how old he is. If they knew that Lin Ming was actually less than 22 years old, and that he had killed Citabonan's war spirit projection when he bloodbathed the Pituitian branch, then the four words eternal genius would not be enough to describe Lin Ming. Even Lin Ming's talent would cause some big forces to feel uneasy, because if things continue to develop like this, he would probably become the #1 person in Xianan continent in the near future. He could influence the power structure of the entire Xianan continent with his own strength. It is indeed difficult for big forces to deal with such a person who has the intention of becoming a peerless powerhouse in the future. If they let him grow, he might threaten them in the future, but of course, it might also be beneficial to them. It would be best if they could win him over, but they might not be able to win him over. If they kill him instead of winning him over, it would be no problem if they can kill him, but if they can't kill him and become enemies with him, that would be a complete nightmare. You know, legendary figures like Lin Ming are often blessed with great luck, so it's not easy to kill him. Moreover, other major forces are not like the Shura Kingdom, which has serious conflicts of interest with Lin Ming. Unless the decision makers are crazy, they will not become enemies with such a genius with unlimited future growth. 10 days later, a new issue of the Destiny List was freshly released. This supplement to the Destiny List was undoubtedly published for Lin Ming again. Lin Ming's killing of the four great masters meant that his strength had greatly improved recently, but his cultivation had not increased significantly, which made people feel that Lin Ming was more mysterious. Even the major intelligence organizations could not give a reasonable explanation, and could only vaguely speculate that Lin Ming might have had another adventure, or cultivated some powerful secret method, and Lin Ming's unparalleled speed when bloodbathing Pichou Mountain was an excellent proof. After the Destiny List was released, it was sold out in a short time. When people opened the Destiny List, they had no interest in the masters, who had not moved for decades. They turned to the back to find Lin Ming. On the 280th page, 3 large characters were drawn with scarlet cinnabar and silver hooks. Lin Lanjian, another person of the hour outlined in red handwriting. Lin Ming has been a person of the hour for 2 consecutive times. The 280th page means that Lin Ming's strength is ranked between 280th and 290th, and he is considered to be the strongest among these 10 people. He is less than 30 years old, and his cultivation is only in the late stage of Zuandan. He ranks 280th on the Destiny List, which is unprecedented. In the lower right corner of the 3 large characters Lin Lanjian, there are 4 small characters written in black pen, titled Death God. Seeing these 4 words, people took a breath. Several major intelligence organizations will give titles to certain masters on the Destiny List. The masters of the Destiny List who can get the titles are either amazingly powerful or have unlimited potential. There are 360 people on the Destiny ranking now, and only 30% of the warriors can get the title. The endings of the title include Holy, Destiny, Proud, Honored, etc., and the title God is the highest one. There are only 10 warriors on the Destiny ranking who have obtained the title of God, not counting Lin Ming. 7 of them are ranked in the top 10 of the Destiny ranking, and the remaining 3 are also in the top 20. Although the strength of these 3 people is not the top of the Destiny ranking, their potential is too strong. If nothing unexpected happens, they will become gods. No one has ever been ranked after the 50th place to get the title of God, but Lin Ming did it with a ranking of 280th, and he is also a Zuandan warrior. There are already forces that are considering whether it is necessary to protect Lin Ming and to make enemies with the Shura Kingdom for him, and even to go to war. They only regret that Lin Ming is not their direct descendant. Otherwise, for such a top talent, it is worth it, even if they are enemies with the world. Chapter 810, Death. 38,000 miles northwest of the Nine Cauldrons Divine Kingdom, there is a small mountain range stretching for hundreds of miles, named Wu Mountain. The heaven and earth vitality here is not abundant, and the spiritual vein grade is barely 4th grade, which is slightly worse than the spiritual vein occupied by the 7 sects of the 5-element domain. There are 3 small sects gathered on Wu Mountain, all of which are 3rd grade sects. Although the 3 sects usually have conflicts and fights with each other, they can share the same hatred and enemies when facing the outside world. In this way, they can barely keep this 4th grade spiritual vein from being plundered by other sects. In the early morning, the early rising disciples took brooms and began to sweep the fallen leaves on the stone steps up the mountain. Some core disciples began a day of cultivation. Everything seemed peaceful and quiet. This place has been separated from the scope of the 4 major divine kingdoms and is located in a remote area. Usually, there is little communication with the outside world. The disciples live a very comfortable life. Most of the disciples have not dreamed of the Sea of Gods. Just reaching the innate stage is very satisfying. The 3 major sects each have several supreme elders of the Zuundan level sitting in charge. Generally, the sect master and the inner sect elder are only at the extreme level of the innate stage. The leader of the 3 major sects is the Baekyo sect, because the Baekyo sect has a grand elder in the middle stage of Zuundan, named Baemachan. For a 3rd grade sect, having a grand elder in the middle stage of Zuundan is enough to dominate the sects of the same level. Baemachan was meditating and regulating his breath as usual on the main peak today. Suddenly, he felt a strange feeling in his heart. He opened his eyes to see if there was anything unusual. At this moment, he felt as if a breeze blew past, and then he felt his body soften, and then he knew nothing. A young man in blue appeared in the secret room of the Baekyo sect's grand elder like a ghost. He glanced at the unconscious old man at his feet and shook his head slightly. It seems that it is difficult to hide a Zuundan strongman and quietly dig a cave under the other party's house. This young man in blue was Lin Ming. Before, he secretly dug a cave under the secret room of the Baekyo sect's grand elder to cover up the energy fluctuations and noise with the power of space, but was discovered by the other party and could only knock him unconscious. Mo Guang said unhappily, "Do you think this old guy is a fool or a deaf person? He should have noticed digging a hole under someone's bed, even if he is weak, otherwise he is really stupid." Lin Ming smiled slightly and didn't care. With a thought, his figure disappeared from the secret room. He planned to retreat for several months or even half a year this time. It was the first time he launched a formal attack on the life-falling realm. If he retreated for such a long time in a place without any spiritual veins, it would consume a lot of Yuanling stones. And the key is that, although the heaven and earth energy contained in the Yuanling stone is rich, it is slightly violent, far less pure and gentle than the natural heaven and earth energy on the spiritual mountain and spiritual island, so it is inevitable that there are some defects in its use. So Lin Ming could only look for a place with spiritual veins, preferably a spiritual vein of the 4th grade or above, but such places were basically occupied by sects, and it was impossible to find an ownerless spiritual vein. Lin Ming could only sneak into other sects quietly and secretly dig a cave to retreat. It was obviously impossible to do such a thing under the nose of a big sect, so he searched for it and came to the Wu Mountain. The place where Baekyo sect's grand elder Baemachan was located was naturally the place with the purest spiritual veins in the entire Wu Mountain, so Lin Ming chose this place for his cave. After knocking Baemachan unconscious, Lin Ming let go, and his cave was soon completed. Based on the principle of caution, Lin Ming set up a large number of formations at the entrance of the cave, including defense, concealment, alarm, and counterattack. After doing all this, Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the stone bed and felt the concentration of the surrounding heaven and earth energy. He was quite satisfied, and then he took out a half-foot square wooden spirit jade box from the Zumi ring. The jade box was surrounded by many seals, and a ferocious giant demon was engraved on it. It was the Huishan pill. Lin Ming, if you want to impact the death of life, just one Huishan pill may not be enough. Mo Guang said, when he escaped from Pichou Mountain. Before that, Lin Ming's difficulty in impacting the death of life was several times or even 10 times that of other warriors. You should know that this divine transformation pill is very beneficial to the powerful people with high level life fall, and it may even increase the probability of the powerful people with life fall to achieve the great power of the Sea of God. But for Lin Ming, it is extremely difficult to even impact the life fall, which is indeed a very frustrating thing. Mo Guang, tell me in detail about my experience of crossing the life fall. Mo Guang simply came out of Lin Ming's spiritual sea, condensed into his original appearance in front of Lin Ming, shook his head and said, Lin Ming, this saint has told you before, that even in the God realm, there are not many warriors who practice both Dharma and body. There are countless geniuses in the God realm. Everyone knows that warriors who practice both Dharma and body are stronger than warriors of the same level, but they rarely practice both Dharma and body. Do you know why? Mo Guang did not directly talk about the difficulty of crossing the life fall, but started with physical training. Obviously, physical training is closely related to impacting the life fall, which is also what Lin Ming expected. Crossing the life fall is a process of rebirth. Physical training is a process of cleansing the essence and marrow. Both are aimed at the flesh, and there must be a connection between the two. Lin Ming did not answer, waiting for Mo Guang to explain. Mo Guang said, the geniuses in the divine realm rarely practice physical training, for 4 reasons. The first is, because practicing both the physical and the magic is energy consuming. People have limited energy. Even if physical training is easier to learn, it still takes up some energy. The Juyuan system alone is enough for training. How can you reach the peak of martial arts? Instead of wasting energy on practicing both the physical and the magic, it is more effective to go one way to become stronger. Lin Ming nodded. Indeed, in the memories of those great men in the divine realm, no one had the concept of the so-called peak of martial arts. What exactly is the ultimate of martial arts? I'm afraid no one can tell. There are peaks above the peaks. No one dares to say that they have reached the extreme. The Juyuan system alone is enough for ordinary warriors to practice. Secondly, physical training consumes too many resources. For the same level of pills, a warrior of the Juyuan system can break through the realm after taking them, but a physical training warrior can't even produce a bubble after taking them. Especially in the later stages, the total amount of resources required for physical training is getting more and more terrifying, and even the big families in the God realm have a hard time affording it. Lin Ming agreed with this point very much. At that time, the Rushandan was a dream medicine for low-level Juyuan warriors. Even the Kamkinzi Yak couldn't maintain normality in front of it. But for Lin Ming, even if he ate the Rushandan like candy beans, he couldn't complete the marrow tempering. He had to use the more precious demon heartbroken crystal. Later, he completed the 100% marrow tempering by relying on the 10,000-year-old Brahma dragon root, which is a natural treasure that can be used by the life-falling warriors. Third, the previous realms of physical training can be reached with the help of medicine, but when it comes to the 9th star of Deo Palace, not only a large amount of resources are needed, but also an understanding of the original laws. Physical training is not easy to practice at the later stage. This has led to the fact that when some geniuses who practiced both magic and body reached a very high level, the speed of physical training was far behind the gathering of Yuan, and it became useless. Fourth, which is what I want to talk about today, physical training will increase the difficulty of crossing the life fall. For a warrior of the Juyuan system, to cross the life fall, the first 3 levels of life fall are to reshape the body, get rid of the mortal body, and achieve a spiritual body. The middle 3 levels are to reunite the broken pills and reorganize the danshan. The last 7 and 8 levels are about recondensing the soul. Many warriors are not destined to reach this realm. They have achieved the divine sea with only the 6th level of life fall, but their souls have not been tempered. Such strong people are destined to not go far. Mo Guang paused here, and after Lin Ming thought for a while, he continued, the following is the key point. After passing the first level of life fall, the mortal body will be broken apart, and then the spirit body will be recondensed. This means that the warrior's body will become like the danshan, which can store true essence at will. This is fundamentally different from the physical training and tempering of the body, making the body invulnerable to swords and guns. However, there is one thing, the tougher the body, the harder it is to break apart, the more energy is consumed, and the more dangerous the reunion process is. You have now opened the third gate of the 8 gates of Dungia and tempered your body with the mysterious gold divine fruit. Your body is comparable to a top grade earth level treasure. It is very difficult to completely break apart. Mo Guang used 2 modifiers to emphasize the difficulty of Lin Ming breaking the life fall, but it changed the subject and said, although breaking the life fall is difficult, if you can break it, you will also get amazing benefits. That is, your body can maintain the toughness and invulnerability of the physical training system, and can also store true essence like the spirit body of the Yuan gathering system. After hearing what Mo Guang said, Lin Ming was silent. As early as when he decided to officially embark on the path of dual cultivation of Dharma and body, Mo Guang had warned him that this road was very difficult. However, since Lin Ming had chosen it, he would go on unswervingly until the 8 gates of Dungia were opened, and then the 9 stars of Dao Palace were opened. In the memory of the mighty man in the divine domain, after opening the 9 stars of Dao Palace, the warrior would gain infinite power, and his fists would break the blue sky and his feet would crush the earth. According to what Mo Guang said, the 9 stars of Dao Palace involved the law of origin. Does this mean that all laws are connected, and after the body training system reaches the extreme, it will have the same origin as the Yuan system? So, is it easier to approach the law of origin of the universe by dual cultivation of Dharma and body? Lin Ming did not think about these distant things for the time being. He opened the seals on the wooden spirit jade box, and a thumb-sized, emerald green pill appeared in front of Lin Ming. It was undoubtedly the God transformation pill. This pill contained highly compressed and terrifying heaven and earth energy, so that the whole pill seemed to have become an energy black hole, and not a trace of energy was leaked out. No matter how difficult it is to cross the life barrier, the road must be taken step by step. Lin Ming swallowed the transformation pill into his stomach without hesitation. At first, there was no reaction. Slowly, a stream of heat began to melt and flow slowly along the meridians into his limbs and bones. This transformation pill is very difficult to refine because of the high concentration of true essence. It often takes 100 days or even longer to refine. Lin Ming was not in a hurry. Little by little, he began his impact on the life barrier. Chapter 811 The Second Zuanden. The underground cave of Wuaihu Mountain was silent. Lin Ming was refining the Huishan pill at ease. A day passed just like that. It was not until the evening that Beimachan, the supreme elder of Baikyo sect, woke up from his coma. Suddenly realizing what had happened before, Beimachan's breathing stagnated. He didn't even dare to open his eyes at the first time. Instead, he restrained his breath and listened quietly for a while. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he released his perception and found that he was still in the room, as if everything just now was just his sudden physical discomfort and fainting. This was obviously impossible. Beimachan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After connecting the past and the present, he was basically sure that a supermaster had come before, knocked him out and left quietly. As for the other party's purpose, he had no idea what he was doing. This kind of person, if anyone had any evil thoughts about him, then killing him would be like pulling out weeds, without any suspense at all. Beimachan really couldn't think of what a mere third grade sect of Thiz could have that would interest the other party, and he was in doubt. He did not spread the news. For a person of that level, no matter what the other party's purpose was, he could not speculate rashly. For several days in a row, Beimachan stayed at home, meditated and retreated, and was always alert to his surroundings, but he never found anything unusual underground. Just like that, 2 months passed. Lin Ming was already 22 years old in retreat. He had completely refined most of the volume of the transformation pill, leaving only the core. This core was also the most essential part of the transformation pill. It compressed more than 60% of the energy of the transformation pill, and it was extremely violent. It was the key to refining the transformation pill. Lin Ming silently circulated his true essence and triggered the energy in the core. Just like a spark jumping into an oil tank, the entire transformation pill burned wildly. The energy was so intense that Lin Ming could clearly feel the burning pain in his meridians, and then he watched the energy in his danshan surge, as if his danshan was about to be broken. From the late stage of Zuanden to the end of life, a warrior accumulates his true essence to the limit of the Danshan's tolerance, and then lets it explode naturally, allowing the energy to break through the Danshan and rush out to the surrounding meridians. The ability of a warrior's meridians to accommodate energy is far less than that of the Danshan, and as a result, the meridians will also be broken, and then a large amount of energy will rage out, impacting the body, causing the body to break and crack, and blood and flesh will fly everywhere. First the meridians and blood vessels, and then the skin and internal organs. In the end, only a skeleton and brain marrow are left. According to common sense, if a person becomes like this, he would have died a long time ago. However, this universe seems to have an unknown law of power. When the body completely collapses into blood rain, it merges its own energy and is confined within a certain range, but it will form a soup of life that accommodates the soul and keeps the fire of life inextinguishable. This soup of life is like the amniotic fluid in the mother's womb, which eventually introduces the vitality of heaven and earth to breed new life forms. And such a life form, because it is reorganized by energy, can be condensed into a spiritual body. The whole process of crossing the life meteorite is extremely painful, because the body must be allowed to disintegrate until only the bones and brain are left. Moreover, during this period, the warrior's consciousness must be clear, and the whole body's energy must form an energy shield to maintain life, so as to keep the fire of life alive and the soul intact. Once the warrior is in so much pain that his will becomes blurred and shattered, the soup of life will lose its confinement and completely dissipate, and he will be dead as hell. Therefore, crossing the life meteorite is the most dangerous, especially for warriors with a weak foundation. Even if there are many natural treasures that increase the probability of successfully crossing the life meteorite, accidents are easy to occur, and if you are not careful, you will end up with both body and soul destroyed. Moreover, the higher the life meteorite is, the harder it is to cross it. After crossing one level, there is another level, which makes people despair, and the Sea of Gods is so far away that many warriors who have crossed the life meteorite feel as if there is a cold and sharp knife hanging over their heads at all times, and they are worried all day long. Many warriors who have a weak foundation dare not cross the next level of life meteorite, even if they have enough cultivation, and they stick to a certain stage and worry about gains and losses. But for warriors, time is the most precious. If time is wasted, as the lifespan becomes shorter and shorter, the life fire weakens, and the probability of successfully crossing the life fall is even smaller. This is also the reason why the old man surnamed Yan, Lin Ming and others were crazy about the God-given longevity pill. Warriors in the life fall period have only two choices. Either choose to accept this life and death test in the prime of life when the life fire is the most vigorous, to gamble for stronger power and longer life, or be content with mediocrity, let the life fire run out, and turn into yellow earth. There is no compromise choice to wait until your lifespan is almost over before taking another gamble. This makes many warriors in the life fall period live in dire straits. Their desire for the Sea of Gods has reached a crazy level. A few more days passed, and the core of the Huishan in Lin Ming's Danshan continued to melt. Originally, Lin Ming was infinitely close to the peak of the late stage of Zuanden. Now that he has absorbed a Huishan pill that is enough to greatly increase the strength of a high-level life fall warrior, the energy in his Danshan has reached a completely saturated level, and even if there is a black hole Zuanden, it cannot accommodate it. Waves of severe pain came from Lin Ming's lower abdomen. The endurance of Danshan reached its limit. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and persisted. Dense beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and blue veins twisted like earthworms. When the energy was condensed to the extreme, a loud noise suddenly erupted in Danshan, which sounded like thunder to Lin Ming's ears. The true energy in Danshan finally exploded due to the high compression. The raging energy flow hit the barrier of Danshan and hit Lin Ming's tough body. Bang! The tick collided violently. The flesh wall was torn, blood spurted, the meridians near Danshan were broken inch by inch, and the explosive energy flow was constantly compressed and weakened. Puff! Lin Ming suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and this blood was like a sharp arrow that shattered a rock. His body shook suddenly and fell directly to the ground. His face was pale, his body was shaking, his lips were blue-purple, and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. His clothes were all torn in his lower abdomen, and his flesh was bloody, but that was all. His flesh did not continue to break apart. His tough flesh finally imprisoned the burst of true energy, causing Lin Ming's attack on his life to fail completely. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Ming felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Looking inside his body, he suddenly found that after the energy brought by the Huishan pill failed to impact the Danshan, it was actually compressed into atomization. Because the black hole rotating pill was saturated, these atomized energies could not attach to the surface of the black hole rotating pill, but slowly condensed next to the black hole rotating pill, and finally compressed into a small crystal core the size of a bean, rotating around the original black hole crystal core. In other words, now there are 2 rotating pill crystal cores in Lin Ming's Danshan. How could this happen? Lin Ming was shocked. This second crystal core is much smaller than the original black hole crystal core, and the energy is far less condensed than the black hole crystal core, but this is a real second crystal core, which is not much worse than the crystal core of an ordinary rotating pill early stage warrior. This situation is simply unheard of. Mo Guang was also dumbfounded. Although it knew that it was difficult for a physical warrior to survive, it was not clear to what extent it was difficult to survive, and what accidents would happen. After all, there were very few martial artists who practiced both magic and body in the divine realm. Boy, this is a big deal. This saint has a hunch that, if you really survive one day, it will be earth-shattering. Your Danshan is like a gunpowder barrel, condensing too much energy. This smaller second crystal core will definitely explode at that time, and combined with the true essence in your Danshan, it will break your body into pieces. Lin Ming pondered for a moment. What Mo Guang said was very likely. Although the small crystal core placed in his Danshan could bring him some energy growth, it was also a dangerous time bomb that would explode together with the subsequent energy. The power at that time could be imagined. Mo Guang emerged from Lin Ming's spiritual sea, scratching its chin with its paws, observing Lin Ming's Danshan attentively. It thought for a while and said, the more thoroughly the body is shattered, the better the condensed spirit body will be. You can even pass through the 9th level of life and death, but the premise is that you can withstand this terrifying impact. This is the price you have to pay. If the energy is too strong and it blows you to death, that would be a lot of fun. The number 1 genius in Xianan continent died after passing through the 1st level of life and death. That was really ridiculous. Lin Ming took a breath and said, Mo Guang, I don't need to consider whether I can withstand the energy impact now. What I want to know is, how can I successfully pass through the life and death? A transformation pill has no effect after taking it. Do I have to look for other heavenly materials and treasures? Even if Lin Ming was determined to follow the path of dual cultivation of the body in the law, he was now a little speechless. Practicing physical skills not only requires a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures, but also affects the Juyuan system. Originally, a transformation pill was enough to increase the cultivation of a higher level life and death warrior, but he couldn't even pass through the 1st level of life and death after taking it. Mo Guang spread his 2 claws and said helplessly, this saint knows only a limited amount about the dual cultivation of Dharma and body. In short, it is unlikely that you can break through the fate by continuing to retreat. It is too time consuming. You must go out and look for some opportunities, which may help. Warriors often face bottlenecks in their cultivation. Once they encounter a bottleneck, blindly practicing will not solve the problem at all. They can only go out to travel. At that time, they may naturally break through in some special opportunities. These opportunities are varied. Sometimes they are fighting life and death. Sometimes they are accidentally understanding the law, and sometimes they can even generate inspiration while traveling, and then integrate and break through their cultivation. Lin Ming had never encountered a bottleneck before his fate. He broke through the acquired, innate, and Zuundan in one go. This is the first time he has faced a bottleneck. If it was normal, it would be fine to go out to travel, but now, the Shura kingdom is eager to dig 3 feet into the ground to find Lin Ming, so it is naturally very dangerous to go out to travel. How can I break through the fate? Lin Ming frowned. Physical training has become an obstacle for him to break through. This is the price of seeking stronger power. There are gains and losses. No matter what, he had to break through the life-threatening stage quickly, otherwise it would be very dangerous. Chapter 812 Crisis. West Royal City, the third largest city in the Nine Tripods Kingdom, is also one of the 10 largest cities in the central region of the Xianan continent. It is home to 3 great families and a special organization called Ming. There is an old saying among mortals: at 30, one is established; at 40, one is free from doubts; at 50, one knows the destiny. This means that at 50, the life of a mortal has basically taken shape, and one can know what one's destiny will be. The name of the Ming organization comes from this. It is the largest intelligence organization in the entire Xianan continent. The Destiny List was initiated by it, and compiled in collaboration with several other intelligence organizations. 4,000 years ago, Ming was only the 4th or 5th ranked intelligence organization in the entire continent. Later, it spent a lot of energy to compile the Destiny List, and ensured that the ranking of the Destiny List was basically correct. Over the years, Ming's reputation has been in full swing, and has gradually developed to its current size. The attic of Ming looked square and ordinary. On the first floor of the attic, there were a few people sitting sparsely, drinking tea and chatting. It looked like an ordinary tea house. However, if you observe carefully, you will find that there are powerful restrictions everywhere in this attic. Even the masters ranked on the Destiny List may be seriously injured if they are caught in the restrictions. This is Ming who compiled the Destiny List. Lin Ming raised his head and glanced at the 3 powerful characters on the sign in front of the attic, then walked into the attic. What level of information are you asking about? Ordinary? Secret? On the first floor of Ming, a middle-aged man in a grey gown sat on a chair behind the counter and looked up at Lin Ming. Lin Ming still wore the wooden jade mask, but he changed it to a new style, which he carved himself. In Jihuding country, warriors who attend auctions and secret markets usually wear a wooden jade mask for safety. When they come to intelligence organizations to get secret information, some people will choose to use wooden jade masks to conceal their identities. Therefore, Lin Ming's outfit is not noticeable at all in Ming. What's the price? 1 yuan linkstone for ordinary information, and 50 yuan linkstones for secret information, depending on the value of the information itself. You can also ask for information about a certain thing, in which case, the fee will be calculated separately. Many warriors who come to Ming to ask for information will formulate information about a certain aspect, such as specifically looking for something or someone. Such information is often priced higher. Depending on the preciousness of the things they are looking for, they may even be offered at a super high price of several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan linkstones. Ordinary information about the 4 great divine kingdoms, opportunities, and secret realms. I want 20. Lin Ming asked casually. Ordinary information is not necessarily worthless. It's just that, because it has been spread widely, it can be obtained without going through Ming, so the price is relatively low. Lin Ming had been in seclusion for the past 3 months, and had no idea about the movements of the 4 great kingdoms, especially the Shura kingdom. Naturally, he had to learn more about them to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The grey-clothed middle-aged man took out 20 cards and handed them to Lin Ming, 10 of which described the 4 great kingdoms, and 10 described opportunities and secret realms. Lin Ming read them one by one. Yang Yun, the Prince of Jihuding, has finally taken action against several major domestic businesses. It can appear in ordinary news, so it seems that this matter is almost known to everyone. Lin Ming looked at the second card, which described that Yang Yun had sealed up the other 2 major businesses except Xianji business, and the evidence was sufficient to confiscate the property. Sure enough, the Shura kingdom has offered a bounty for me again. If you capture me alive, you can get 800,000 spirit stones, 2 Shenhua pills, and 1 Xianzi Yanshao pill. They really spent a lot of money. Lin Ming smiled slightly, and didn't take it to heart. He could only do it once, and it would be impossible to succeed the second time, otherwise the Shura kingdom would have perished long ago. The great demon envoy of Shura divine kingdom and a national teacher are personally leading the hunt for me, as well as the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th demon envoys. The great demon envoy is the one I saw that day. Lin Ming recalled the master of the Destiny List he saw at the Pichou mountain branch. The other party's aura was indeed terrifying, and it would be difficult to escape from him. Putting aside the 10 ordinary messages about the 4 great divine kingdoms, and looking at the rest about secret realms and opportunities, although he did not hold much hope, Lin Ming still hoped that there would be a possibility to find some opportunities from them. The Northwest Desert has gathered the white jade keys and opened the secret realm left by the ancient saints, and sincerely invite the heroes of the world to explore together, as long as they pay a price that makes the Northwest Desert excited. They can enter together. Lin Ming saw this message and his heart moved. When he killed Zhu and Wuji, he found a white jade key in the other party's Zumi ring. Because of this thing, he had a conflict with Wang Yichen of the Northwest Desert and fought at the wedding banquet. Later, Lin Ming exchanged the white jade key for a mysterious woman named Ju. She was from the God-forsaken clan and had a great relationship with the goddess sleeping in the eternal demon pit. Unexpectedly, now the Northwest Desert has finally gathered the secret keys and is ready to open the Saint Lord's ruins. We sincerely invite heroes from all over the world. As long as you pay a price that makes the Northwest Desert excited, you can enter together. It sounds good, but the Northwest Desert is probably looking for some free pathfinders for them to go ahead and die. Mo Guang's voice suddenly sounded from Lin Ming's spiritual sea. I bet that those warriors who are too strong, or warriors from the 4 great kingdoms, will not be allowed in. They will only accept those warriors without strong backgrounds. You are right, but even so, there are still people who will go in to win that opportunity. Huh? You want to go? Mo Guang knew that Lin Ming came to Xianming to ask about opportunities, in order to seek an opportunity to break through the fate, and the Saint Lord's secret realm was a good opportunity. There may be some extremely valuable natural treasures, or you may experience some special encounters and life and death situations, which may lead to a breakthrough of life and death. Lin Ming pondered for a while, and did not answer immediately. Going to the Holy Lord's secret realm must be full of dangers. The most important thing is that his identity cannot be exposed. It is not easy to hide his identity in front of a group of masters. Moreover, he has no knowledge of the Holy Lord's secret realm. After entering, he has no advantage and cannot compete with the Holy Land level forces like the Northwest Desert. Once his identity is exposed, Lin Ming believes that Wang Yichen, who has a grudge against him, will definitely be happy to capture him alive and hand him over to the Shura Kingdom in exchange for a reward. Going to the Holy Lord's secret realm is a life and death struggle. Although Lin Ming is not afraid of taking risks, he will not easily try this kind of danger that he can basically not control. And even if he goes, he may not be able to break through life and death. Looking at the date of the secret realm opening, there are still 2 months. If he decides to go, he will leave at the latest in 1 month. Lin Ming did not make a decision for a while. He did not stay in the city for a long time. He left the West Imperial City at 10 o'clock in the evening and went into the wilderness to spend the night. His identity was sensitive. Although he wore a wooden jade mask, he was inevitably targeted by people with ulterior motives. After all, he was in the late stage of Zuundan cultivation and wore a wooden jade mask, which easily made people associate him with others. Lin Ming randomly found a natural cave in the wild, set up several defenses and alarm bands nearby, carefully concealed all his traces, and began to meditate and regulate his breath. In order to be careful, Lin Ming had planned to change places every night, as long as he was in the territory of the 4 great divine countries. This meditation lasted for several hours. When the moon was hanging in the middle of the sky, suddenly, Lin Ming, who was meditating, felt a warning sign in his heart. He felt a dangerous breath, but the alarm ban was not triggered. It was obviously avoided by the other party. The person who came was not an ordinary person. Could they be from Shura Divine Kingdom? How did they find me? There are at least 8,000 warriors in the late Zuundan stage wearing wooden jade masks in the entire central region of Xianan continent. Moreover, this is Injihuding Divine Kingdom. Shura Divine Kingdom cannot have too many spies here. How could they find me so quickly? Do they want to track down every warrior in the late Zuundan stage wearing wooden jade masks? Or do they have any means to detect wooden jade masks? Lin Ming thought of this, but immediately denied it. If they had such means, they would have used them long ago. I'm afraid even my true identity would have been discovered. At this time, the uninvited guests outside finally stepped into the range of a surveillance array set up by Lin Ming. On the war array in the cave, Lin Ming saw the floating images of this group of people. Seeing this, he immediately gasped. The second, third, and fourth magic envoys were all there, and they followed the other three respectfully. Obviously, these three people had higher status than them. Among the three people, there was a middle-aged man in black, an old woman holding a dragon-headed cane, and a pink-haired boy. The boy looked very cute, but Lin Ming felt a terrifying aura from him, as if there was a demon in the boy's body. The old woman with the dragon-headed cane was full of demonic aura, with black hair coiled like a python, looking like an old witch. The most normal of the three was the middle-aged man in black. He was tall, with big ears hanging down to his shoulders, and his eyes were as deep as the stars in the sky. He exuded a powerful aura that Lin Ming was very familiar with. Great Demon Envoy. Lin Ming recognized the middle-aged man. Not surprisingly, he was the Great Demon Envoy he saw in the Pichao mountain branch. Even though he was in the spirit boat at the time, the aura he exuded made Lin Ming secretly frightened. The other two people were probably the state masters of the Shura Divine Kingdom. Run. This was the first and only thought that Lin Ming had. Not to mention the three terrifying figures in front, even the second to fourth demon envoys in the back. Any one of them is far from being able to compete with Lin Ming. But the opponent has obviously locked the area nearby, and it is impossible to escape quietly without alerting them. If it is really a speed contest, can he win? Lin Ming has no confidence at all. Since the opponent knows his advantage and speed, it is impossible for him not to be on guard. With the foundation of the Shura Kingdom, how can it not have means to increase speed? This is a killing game aimed at him. Chapter 813. Killing Game. It should be nearby. Seal off this place and dig 3 feet deep. We must find this kid. The second demon said angrily. The battle at Mount Pichao was the biggest shame of his life. If he could not catch Lin Ming in person, he would find it difficult to eliminate his inner demons, which would greatly affect his breakthrough to the Sea of Gods. Second demon, are you sure? The voice of the old woman in black suddenly sounded. Her voice was very hoarse and unpleasant, like two pieces of sandpaper grinding each other. At least 70% sure. The second demon took out a pair of jade slips from the Sumeru ring, compared them, and said with gritted teeth, I hope there will be no mistakes this time. The voice of the old woman in black was very cold. Master State Master, I have sworn that, if I don't find Lin Lanjian within a year, I will cut off my hands. The second demon said, and put a black jade slip in his hand between his eyebrows. He showed a very painful expression, and a black air flowed out from his eyebrows, and was completely absorbed by the black jade slip. Then, the black jade slip lit up with a black light, reflecting the other jade slip, as if there was some kind of connection between the two. This is the unique magic tracking secret technique of the Shura Kingdom. It uses a special method to search one's soul, and all the memories of a certain person in the soul, including appearance, body shape, and aura, are imprinted on the jade slip. Then the jade slip is copied and scattered to the various branches of the Shura Kingdom. After being viewed by the disciples, they are forced to remember. When they meet someone with the aura that matches the jade slip, these disciples will notify the Great Demon Envoy and the Shura Kingdom's State Master as quickly as possible. After all, the wood spirit jade mask can cover up the appearance, but it cannot cover up a person's aura. Of course, this also has a big flaw, that is, the accuracy rate is very low. In the past few months, many disciples have found warriors suspected of being Lin Ming, but the reports they made were all wrong. However, the several great demon envoys and the state master did not let go of any possibility. Whenever there was a report, they would rush over as soon as possible to confirm the truth. They stayed in the Nine Cauldrons Kingdom for this period of time, and did nothing else but to hunt down Lin Ming. Seeing that the black light emanating from the two jade slips was so similar, the second demon envoy was more certain. Master State Master, I'm now 90% sure. Okay. Carve the formation and seal this place. Be careful. This kid understands the formation better than us, but it doesn't matter. As long as the formation can trap him for a breath, it will be enough. The one who spoke was the pink boy among the 6. He was wearing a red shirt and his voice was very childish, but there was a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, which made people feel cold. The big demon envoy took out a set of formation flags from the Zumi ring, and was about to set them up. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in front of them, and half of the mountain was blown down. In the black night, the flames soaring into the sky, there was a vague figure, like a ghost, disappearing in the sky in an instant. This speed is simply impossible to describe in words. The red-clothed boy was not surprised to see Lin Ming escape. He laughed and said coldly, "Sure enough, it's here. Chase." The old woman holding the dragon-headed cane took out a golden spiritual boat from the Zumi ring, threw it with her hand, and the spiritual boat quickly grew larger. The 6 people jumped into it together. "Boy, today you have no way to go up to the sky, and no door to enter the earth. This is the divine boat of my Shura kingdom. It is unparalleled in speed. I took it out specifically to deal with you. Let's see how you can escape." While the old woman was speaking, she pointed at the control stone in the center of the divine boat. A stream of energy flowed into it, and the control stone emitted a blazing light. In an instant, the spiritual boat turned into a green rainbow and penetrated the sky. Its speed was even faster than Lin Ming's. Lin Ming stepped into the void and took a step to cover a distance of 5 or 6 miles. With the speed blessing of the Jingman, he only took more than 10 breaths to rush out more than 100 miles. Looking back, the spirit boat of the 6 people from Shura Kingdom was chasing closely, and the speed was actually getting closer. Lin Ming could feel that a mark was locked on him, which was emitted by the spirit boat. In this way, even if they were thousands of miles apart, he would be locked. Lin Ming was horrified. He still didn't know how the other party found him. If he didn't know the other party's methods, he couldn't prevent it. He sped up again, like a stream of light passing through the clouds, and used the bat wings that the corpse ghosts had sacrificed. So far, he has exerted his speed to the extreme. The closer the speed is to the limit, the faster the true essence is consumed. Even if Lin Ming has the support of Zeman's recovery power, he can't hold on for too long. The other party was riding a spirit boat. Most of the energy came from the supply of Yuan Ling stone, so it was naturally much more durable than Lin Ming. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was caught up. At this moment, the intermittent transmission of the second demon envoy's true essence sounded in Lin Ming's ears, with the pleasure of wanton revenge. Ha ha ha, run. Let's see where you can run to. This is a game of chasing prey. You have to run faster, otherwise it will not be fun. By the way, the old ancestor Sitabonan is also on his way. He is willing to come out of retreat for you. You should feel honored. Sitabonan. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. Situbonan's lifespan is coming to an end. Most of the time, he is in retreat to reduce the loss of vitality. Generally, unless it is a big deal, he will not take action at all. Before searching for Lin Ming, because there were too many wrong information, Situbonan could not follow and confirm them one by one, but handed the matter over to the great demon envoy and the 2 great national masters of Shura Kingdom. Now that the situation has been confirmed, he actually took action himself. The last time Lin Ming slaughtered Pichao Mountain with blood, it was undoubtedly a big deal. Not only did he kill a group of disciples of Shura Divine Kingdom, but he also severely injured Situbonan and gave Shura Divine Kingdom a loud slap in the face. As a result, this time, the Shura Kingdom dispatched 3 of the 4 great masters under the Sea of Gods to search for Lin Ming, and also dispatched a Sea of Gods power. Lin Ming never thought that he had any chance of escaping from Sitabonan's hands. He was able to kill Sitabonan's war spirit projection before, because he happened to be a bronze level war spirit master, and suppressed Sitabonan. The war spirit projection had no physical attack power, and could only kill people by attaching to other objects, so he could kill them easily. If Sitabonan's real body came, he would probably be killed by 2 fingers. Realizing this, Lin Ming felt that he was facing a very serious life and death crisis, but he did not panic. Since he officially embarked on the road of martial arts for more than 7 years, he had experienced life and death dangers more than once. He faced the pyrotechnics in Nanjiang, the purple dragon in Thunder Mountain, the life-destroying powerhouses in the demon god emperor's palace, the trap formation that the king's cage could not get out of, and the slave seal of the tower master in the tower of Tangshan. The more he faced such a crisis, the calmer he was. Looking back at the spiritual boat, where the 2 great state masters and the 4 great demons were, Lin Ming finally made up his mind to fight to the death. He changed his direction slightly and rushed towards the Sea of Miracles. The Sea of Miracles, which is very similar to the Eternal Demon Pit, is also known as the Sea of No Return and the Ocean of Storms. The entire sea area is black. Anyone who enters it will die, and the Emperor will not cross it. Even when Lin Ming didn't know how to break through the bottleneck of life, he didn't try to go to the Sea of Miracles easily. Since this place is known as the Life Forbidden Zone and has swallowed many sea gods, it must have its horror. Although Lin Ming has good luck, he will not rush into this dangerous place that is far beyond his realm. At that time, Lin Ming was able to walk out of the 1,000-mile forbidden zone of the Eternal Demon Pit because he had the memory of the Demon Emperor. After all, the Demon Emperor stayed in the 1,000-mile forbidden zone for more than 10 or 20 years. But the Sea of Miracles, the Demon Emperor has never been there. Lin Ming doesn't expect that its interior is really the same as the Eternal Demon Pit, and he can borrow the experience of the Demon Emperor to walk out of it. However, now, Lin Ming was being hunted by 6 masters, and there was also a Citterbonen who might arrive at any time. In this situation, he could only take a risk. Going to the Sea of Miracles still had a chance of survival, but being caught by Citterbonen and the 6 masters would definitely mean death. This kid, he could actually hold on for so long at such a fast speed. The second demon envoy looked at Lin Ming, who was 100 miles away, and was somewhat unbelievable. This speed was even faster than when he was at Picho Mountain. This meant that Lin Ming was holding back when he was at Picho Mountain. Thinking of a warrior in the late stage of Zuandan who used only 70% of his speed to fool himself, the second demon envoy felt a strong sense of shame in his heart. I must capture this kid alive and extract his soul and refine his marrow. The second demon envoy thought so and clenched his fists. The speed of the spirit boat had reached its limit, and it was always 1 point faster than Lin Ming's speed. His direction seems to be the Sea of Miracles. The old woman holding the dragon-headed cane suddenly said, if they continued flying like this, they would enter the Sea of Miracles in another 20,000 miles. This was the first GD of Cheyenne continent. Want to fly into the Sea of Miracles to commit suicide? Humph, dream on. There are still 20,000 miles. He definitely can't run that far. We can definitely catch up with him. The red-clothed boy said with gritted teeth. They had already flown 10,000 miles before, and Lin Ming had been flying at full speed. According to common sense, flying at full speed for such a long distance should have consumed almost all of his true energy. However, what the red-clothed boy didn't expect was that time passed by minute. Almost an hour had passed, and Lin Ming had flown more than 10,000 miles away, but they were still more than 10 or 20 miles away from Lin Ming, and couldn't catch up. Whenever the distance was close, and he was about to catch up, Lin Ming would exert a more extreme speed in a short period of time and pull away again. The speed of the spirit boat is what it is at its extreme, and it will not be faster by a point. But if a warrior tries to overdraw some of his potential, he can do it faster. Lin Ming's strange body movement seemed to be teleporting. He could travel 5 or 6 miles in one step, and 100 miles in 10 breaths. How is this possible? Is this guy a mechanical puppet? He doesn't know fatigue. Such strong endurance is really terrifying. We must capture him, otherwise the Shura Kingdom will never have peace in the future. We are almost at the Sea of Miracles. If we fly further, we will reach the 8,000-mile Black Swamp, which is also a life forbidden zone for us. The 8,000-mile Black Swamp is actually the beach of the Sea of Miracles. Although it is less dangerous than the Sea of Miracles, it is still a deadly place for strong men below the Sea of Gods. Even the unlucky Sea of Gods will be killed in it. The next chapter will be in the early morning. Chapter 814 Death Swamp. Lin Ming's endurance is indeed extraordinary, but it is not infinite. The speed of consuming true energy at high speed is too fast. Generally, warriors can fly all the way at half speed, but they can only fly 7 or 8,000 miles at high speed. Even if Lin Ming has the support of Zuman, he has to swallow the pill and absorb energy from the Yuan Ling Stone. Fortunately, after Lin Ming slaughtered the Pituitian branch, he got a lot of medium-grade Yuan Ling Stone. With the support of medium-grade Yuan Ling Stone, his endurance has been greatly improved. In addition, there is a second rotating pill in his danshan. Although Lin Ming's control over the second rotating pill is not as free as the first rotating pill, if he just uses it as an energy storage center, there will be no problem. Lin Ming is getting closer and closer to the Sea of Miracles, and at this time, Lin Ming's sense of uneasiness is getting stronger and stronger. He doesn't know when Sitabonen will come. Although the Shura Kingdom is far away from here, most of the roads can be teleported. 2,000 miles, 1,500 miles, 1,000 miles, 500 miles, 300 miles. Lin Ming could already see the 8,000 miles of black swamp. It was a muddy beach, and above the beach were rolling black clouds with faint flashes of thunder. Lin Lanjian, the 8,000 miles of black swamp is ahead, under the Sea of Gods. Once you enter, it is not enough to describe it as a life or death situation. Even the strong ones in the Sea of Gods may fall into it, if they are unlucky. You have nowhere to escape. The voice of the great demon envoy rang out in the spirit boat, and was transmitted to Lin Ming's ears in the form of true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming was too lazy to answer, and accelerated to rush towards the 8,000 miles of black swamp. Seeing this scene, the old woman holding the dragon head cane frowned. If Lin Ming was buried in the Sea of Miracles, his body would definitely be hard to find. At that time, their Demon Emperor armor and Demon Emperor inheritance would be nowhere to be found. Lin Lanjian, if you enter the Sea of Miracles, you will surely die. If you go back with me, hand over the Demon Emperor's inheritance, and plant a restriction in your body, I can save your life. Hearing the voices of these people, Lin Ming sneered. Old witch, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I have entered the Sea of Miracles, and it depends on whether you dare to follow me. While Lin Ming was speaking, he had already flown into the black swamp area. When he stepped into here, he was immediately struck by a vast and ancient breath of time, which made people feel awed. There was endless black under his feet, and there was an indissoluble black cloud above his head, which was extremely oppressive. If he didn't use perception to explore the way, he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. This Sea of Miracles. Who knows what is inside, and what is the connection with the eternal demon pit? This kid really went in. The red-clothed boy was very anxious. Unconsciously, the speed of the spirit boat slowed down. He did not dare to rush in rashly. For a strong person below the Sea of Gods, even if he was ranked high on the destiny list, entering the 8,000-mile black swamp would be a life or death situation. What should he do? The news of Lin Ming's discovery had been reported to Sitabonen, who would arrive in half an hour. If Sitabonen knew that they lost Lin Ming because of fear of the black swamp, their fate would be miserable. As Sitabonen's lifespan was approaching the end, his personality became very paranoid and weird, and it would not be surprising to give him any punishment. As for the mark of true essence left on Lin Ming before, the other party was not a fool. After enough time, he could completely remove it by himself. Master State Master, Great Demon Envoy, we are willing to go. The second demon envoy took the initiative to ask for the order. Lin Ming was his inner demon. If he did not catch Lin Ming, his inner demon would be difficult to get rid of. The great demon envoy did not reply. After hesitating for a while, he lit a sound transmission note to ask for the order. A few breaths later, a purple sound transmission note came back, which was the reply from Sitabonen. Biruayu, the second, third, and fourth demon envoys will go together, and the others will stay where they are. Biruayu, the old woman holding the dragon-headed cane, turned pale after hearing the order. Although she was a national teacher, her lifespan was running out, and her hope of breaking through the Sea of Gods was very slim. Her value to the Shura Kingdom was far less than that of the great demon envoy and the red-clothed boy, so this life-threatening task fell on her. If possible, Biruayu certainly didn't want to go deep into the Sea of Miracles, but she also knew what the consequences of disobeying orders would be, which would definitely be worse than dying in the Sea of Miracles. In addition, she poured this resentment on Lin Ming. She gritted her teeth and glanced at the direction where Lin Ming flew away. Little bastard, after squeezing out all your value, I will definitely make you into human wax and place it in the hall, shining day and night. Leaving the great demon envoy and the red-clothed boy behind, the spirit boat continued to move forward, turning into a stream of light and disappearing in the vast black swamp. Are you chasing me? Lin Ming glanced back. He only used 30% to 40% of his speed to fly away, recovering his strength while flying. Ryu behind him also tacitly reduced the speed of the spirit boat, using the maximum speed to fly away over the 8,000-mile black swamp was undoubtedly a suicidal act. There was always a faint flash of lightning in the dark clouds, but it did not fall. The Sea of Miracles is also known as the Ocean of Storms. There are always thunder and lightning on the ocean, and there will be flashes of lightning in the 8,000-mile black swamp. Lin Ming is not afraid of the power of thunder and lightning. With the support of the evil god seed, Lin Ming even hopes that the lightning storm will be more violent. But the Sea of Miracles is not only about lightning, it also has other, more terrifying things, and these are truly fatal. It's foggy. Suddenly, the black swamp was shrouded in a fog. It only took a few breaths of time for it to go from clear to thick fog. Then, the fog was so thick that it could not be dissolved, like a black thick soup, as if everything would be cut with a knife. Such a scene suddenly appeared. Even though Lin Ming was careful, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. This fog can prevent the penetration of spiritual consciousness and perception. Lin Ming soon discovered this. This was obviously not an ordinary fog. Under the fog, his perception range was only 10 feet away, and his vision was blocked to less than 3 feet. Flying in the fog was like a headless fly. Chi-chi-chi. Lin Ming heard the sound of his body protection essence being torn apart by something. He looked carefully and saw that the surrounding fog seemed to be alive and continued to penetrate into Lin Ming's body protection essence. This was the body protection essence mixed with the power of the Demon Emperor armor, but it was like metal corroded by acid, and it quickly melted. What's going on? Lin Ming was horrified. He no longer dared to move forward. He desperately urged the energy in his body to offset the corrosion of the fog. However, even in this situation, the speed at which his body protecting true essence was replenished could not keep up with the speed at which it dissipated. After an intense stick of time, with a hissing sound, the pair of bat wings behind Lin Ming were first swallowed by the mist. This was a heavenly flying treasure that the corpse ghosts had refined, but it was corroded and tattered. In a moment, only the skeleton of the wings remained, and then the skeleton also broke, as if the decay process of thousands of years was compressed into a few breaths of time. Such an accident was frightening. If ordinary heavenly treasures were not infused with true essence and thrown into this black fog, they would be melted. Needless to say, the fate of the body covered by the black fog. If the black fog continued, Lin Ming would not be able to hold on for long. At the critical moment of life and death, a flash of light suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. That's right, Qianxue melting sun furnace. Silently reciting the formula, the golden Qianxue melting sun furnace flew out from Lin Ming's danshan, spinning and growing to 3 feet high in an instant. Lin Ming flew into it. The heaven-level treasure was corroded, but the quasi-sacred weapon would not be corroded as well. While Lin Ming was in such a situation, Ryu and the 3 demons were not feeling well either. They were also trapped in the black fog. The divine boat was shaking violently, as if it could not hold on. Ryu's face changed. If this continued, the divine boat would be shattered. Come out, put away the divine boat, and open up the body protection essence. Ryu and the 3 demons were all top masters, especially Ryu, who was ranked in the top 50 of the destiny list. They were much stronger than Lin Ming. After opening up the body protection essence, although they were still corroded by the black fog, the corrosion speed was much slower than Lin Ming. The 4 formed a circle, and the energy blended together to keep the body protection essence full. However, the good times did not last long. After a cup of tea, the black fog became thicker and thicker, as if it had solidified. Ryu and the 3 demons felt a huge pressure. Their body protecting true essences were shaking violently, as if they were about to break at any time. Seeing the violent shaking of the true essence, the 3 demons turned pale. Once the body protecting true essence was corroded, their fate could be imagined. Hold on for a while. We are also useless, and Lin Lanjian is even worse. Now he has no spare energy to remove the tracking mark. As long as we survive this strange black fog, we can catch Lin Lanjian and leave this ghost place and go back to report. This is definitely a great achievement, and there will be top rewards distributed. Ryu said so, and the 3 demons ignited hope in their hearts. As long as they could catch Lin Lanjian, everything would be worth it. This fog might torture Lin Lanjian to the point of dying, which would save them a lot of energy. Otherwise, Facing the fast and strange Lin Lanjian, they really had a headache. But the good times didn't last long. The black fog was still getting thicker, as if it was endless. It was getting harder and harder for them to hold on. The four of them were huddled together. They all looked pale and their blood vessels were bulging. They didn't know how long they could hold on like this. Lin Lanjian, is he dead? The second demon had difficulty speaking. Not yet, otherwise the tracking mark would have dissipated. It's strange that he could hold on for so long. Ruiyu said, and was a little surprised. However, it was good that Lin Lanjian was not dead. Otherwise, only getting Lin Lanjian's body would be much less valuable than a living Lin Lanjian. Although he is not dead, he should not live long. We will hold on until the black fog dissipates, and then we will catch him. I hope he can hold on until then and still be alive for me to torture him. Hehehe. Ruiyu held the dragon-headed cane, smiled sinisterly, licked his dry lips, and his face was squeezed together like a wrinkled walnut. Chapter 815 Mirage. Thick black fog solidified the void, and everything between heaven and earth seemed to fall into eternal chaos. A golden alchemy furnace was suspended in the air, spinning, and wisps of flames emerged from the furnace body. All the black fog that approached it was burned by the flames. As a quasi-sacred weapon, the Qianxue furnace itself is an excellent defensive treasure. It has limited effect against living enemies, but in this case it is the most suitable life-saving trump card. Lin Ming, I know what this is. In the Qianxue furnace, the voice of Mo Guang suddenly sounded. The eternal demon pit and the sea of miracles are indeed closely related. This is not fog, but mirage. When I was in the eternal demon pit, the demon emperor also encountered mirages. Mirage. Lin Ming was startled and immediately recalled the demon emperor's memory of mirage. This is an ancient beast similar to a python and a dragon. It lives in the ocean, absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon, and spews out mist. Mortals call the image of refracted light on the sea a mirage because they believe it is an illusion formed by the mirage. In other words, this group of black fog is actually spewed out by a mirage. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. This overwhelming black fog is just the breath of a mirage dragon. How big can it be? Maybe it is hundreds of miles long, or even thousands of miles long. Mirage is not a divine beast, but a holy beast. However, due to the differences in the names of holy beasts in different regions, it is actually just a general concept. The powerful holy beasts are like clouds and mud compared to the weak holy beasts. Now is not the time to marvel at these things. The most urgent task is to contact the tracking mark in your body, otherwise it will be very dangerous. This tracking mark was imprinted by the great demon envoy with the help of the divine boat. It contains many strange patterns, and it will take a long time to erase it. Seeing Lin Ming cracking the tracking mark, Mo Guang said, "Don't worry, Lin Ming. The 8,000-mile black swamp of the Sea of Miracles is somewhat similar to the 1,000-mile restricted area of the Eternal Demon Pit. They are also in a closed force field state. The inside and outside are like two worlds. Even if Sitobonen rushes over, he can't think of sensing you outside the 8,000-mile black swamp. Now you might as well hurry up and refine some mirage gas. The mirage dragon will spit out mirage gas only after swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon. These are good things that are more super primitive spirit stones and help to break through the realm." Hearing what Mo Guang said, Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Crack the mark first. It won't take too much time. After all, Sitobonen is a sea of gods. It's hard to predict what he will do." Lin Ming would not underestimate any sea of gods, even the lowest level sea of gods who broke through the sea of gods after the fifth life. After an intense stick of time, Lin Ming cracked the tracking mark and then used his mental power to completely erase it. The tracking mark left by the great demon envoy has dissipated. More than a dozen miles away, the second demon envoy sensed this situation and felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The dissipation of the tracking mark meant that Lin Ming was very likely dead. It was always his regret that he could not catch Lin Ming in person. It seems that this kid has fallen. Even we have such a hard time holding on. It is a miracle that he can hold on to this step. Ruiyu's eyes were gloomy, and he was very unwilling. Humph, he got it easy, otherwise I would let him know what it means to live a life worse than death. Ruiyu gritted his teeth and said, At this moment, suddenly a stream of grey energy rushed towards the three of them and hit their body energy layer fiercely. Boom. With a loud noise, the energy layer was violently shaken and almost exploded. The third and fourth demon envoys spit out blood at the same time, and their faces were as pale as wax. Biruayu was also breathing rapidly, and his fingers like chicken claws tightly grasped the dragon head crutch. Boom. 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 The energy turbulence became more and more intense. The repeated collisions made the energy layer like a candle in the wind, shaky and ready to fall. Biruayu's expression changed drastically. What on earth was this black fog? Bang! The entire blood vessel of the third demon's right hand burst, and the protective energy layer lost part of its support. In an instant, spider web-like cracks appeared, and a wisp of black fog seeped out. Ah! The third demon screamed, and his right arm was instantly corroded into white bones by the black fog. Damn it. Biruayu's eyes were bloodshot. She ignored the loss of her true essence and suddenly hammered her skinny claws on her shriveled chest. She forced out a mouthful of blood and sprayed it on the energy layer, which barely stabilized the energy layer. The black fog was also refined by her blood. 70% of the true essence has been consumed. The second demon's forehead was covered with beads of sweat the size of beans, and the third and fourth demons had obviously reached their limits, especially the third demon, whose arm had become white bones, and was almost unconscious. Draw blood. Biruayu's expression was crazy. At this time, he didn't care about wasting blood. The most important thing was to survive. When the true essence was almost exhausted, if he continued to draw blood, it would directly damage the source of life, but he couldn't care less at this time. Dang dang dang. Lin Ming looked at the furnace wall of the Qianxue furnace and felt shocked. The energy flow in the mirage hit the furnace wall and even made the furnace wall dent. However, the Qianxue furnace had extremely strong toughness and recovery ability. The dented furnace wall would soon return to its original shape. This situation occurred because Lin Ming's cultivation was too low to infuse true essence into the Qianxue furnace. Otherwise, a quasi-saint level treasure, controlled by a strong person, would never have this situation. Now Lin Ming completely relied on the Qianxue furnace itself to resist the mirage. It's just a mirage dragon on the edge of the Sea of Miracles. The gas it accidentally exhaled can make me so embarrassed. I really don't know what is in the depths of the Sea of Miracles. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. There are probably divine beasts in the Sea of Miracles and the Eternal Demon Pit. They are extremely rare in the God's domain, but why do they appear in the plane where the Xianan continent and the Holy Demon continent are located? And the heart of the Emperor, that has been beating for 100,000 years, is also shocking. Shaking his head and not thinking about these distant things, Lin Ming carefully introduced some mirage gas and refined 3 black transparent crystals according to the method of magic light. This is the mirage crystal. At this time, the energy that has been impacting the Qianxue melting sun furnace finally weakened, and the mirage gas began to dissipate. Finally, I made it through. The mirage gas came quickly and went quickly. From the beginning of the mirage gas dissipation, it took more than 10 breaths of time for only a thin layer to remain. Biruayu was soaked in sweat, her true essence was overdrawn, and she looked older. Beside her, the second demon envoy was also in a very bad condition. He spurted out 2 mouthfuls of blood in a row, which made him listless and his face sallow. The worst was the third demon envoy, whose right arm was disabled, and he was already in a coma. Biruayu looked up at the sky, but saw that the dark clouds in the sky were as heavy as lead, and seemed to be thicker than before, and there were more lightning. According to the time calculation, it was already dawn, but there was no sunlight in the 8,000-mile black swamp. If it weren't for the lightning flashing in the sky at that moment, it would be pitch dark here. Being in such a place, even the fire of life was suppressed. This damn place. Biruayu's face was extremely ugly. She originally had a lifespan of 400 or 500 years, but after today's tossing, she was afraid that she would only have 300 years left. However, if the Demon Emperor's armor and the Demon Emperor's inheritance were taken back, she should be able to get a life extension pill that is more precious than the God-given life extension pill, and then all the lost lifespan can be made up in one go. Thinking of this, Biruayu said, "This kid probably has nothing left of his bones. Let's go get the Demon Emperor armor." It's a holy object that won't be corroded by the black fog. I just don't know if the inheritance jade slip of Great Wilderness halberd art is on this kid. The jade slip engraved with that kind of technique should also be an extraordinary object. Maybe he will be fine. Ruayu swallowed a pill to restore his true essence. The second demon envoy also swallowed the pill. He grabbed the third demon envoy with one hand. Together with the fourth demon envoy, the four of them flew to the place where the tracking mark disappeared. The distance between them and Lin Ming was very close. At this time, the mist dissipated a little more, and the visual range had reached a distance of 7 or 8 miles. At the end of the field of vision, they saw Lin Ming, who was dressed in black, floating in the air. Next to him, there was a small golden furnace spinning. For a moment, expressions of astonishment, shock, sluggishness, and seeing ghosts appeared on the faces of several people one by one. Lin Ming in front of them was completely unharmed. Not only was his internal essence not damaged, but it had almost recovered to its peak state compared to the long distance run before. What was going on? When the four people saw Lin Ming also saw them. He instantly put away the Qianxue furnace that was still refining the mirage. At such a long distance, and with such a hasty glance, Lin Ming was not worried that the grade of the Qianxue furnace would be recognized. Did they all survive? The top 100 masters on the destiny list are indeed extraordinary. In the mirage, even the Qianxue furnace without the blessing of the true essence would become bumpy, and these people could actually survive. Do it. Ruayu let out a shrill cry. Now was not the time to delve into while Lin Ming was not dead. The most urgent thing was to catch him. It was very likely that Lin Ming had some kind of protective magic weapon with a grade far beyond their imagination. The good things on him seemed endless, which made Ruayu want to capture Lin Ming alive and torture him out of all his secrets. Nether World Bone Claw. Ruayu shouted loudly and clawed at Lin Ming. The energy was gathered to the extreme. Ruayu's whole body burst into 1,000-foot purple light. On her dry right hand, a ghost's phantom condensed. The ghost's open mouth was her claw. Although Ruayu consumed a lot of energy and even hurt the source of life, she was after all a master ranked in the top 50 of the destiny list. When she clawed, a strong suction force naturally formed in the void, and the energy rolled into a vortex, as if to swallow everything. Thanks to Lingling 2000 Alliance for the red again, and thank you for the village's reward. Thank you very much. During these 3 days, Silkworm Cocoon will definitely work hard until death. Wuji's plot is also entering a period of explosion. Do you still have monthly tickets? There are only a few dozen votes away from the top 40. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816 Nine Heavens Thunder Region. Boom. Ruayu's claws hit the muddy ground of the black swamp hard, exploding countless mud. A ball of purple flames burned on the ground, as if countless evil spirits were crying in the purple flames, and their souls turned into fuel for the burning purple flames. Ruayu's hair was scattered, her eyes were ferocious, and she suddenly looked up, but Lin Ming appeared 100 feet away, and her attack was completely in vain. Lin Ming looked at the purple flames burning on the ground, and was also slightly moved. He would not fight Ruayu head on at all, the gap in strength was too great. When he encountered Ruayu just now, he opened the Jingmen early. As soon as Ruayu launched an attack, Lin Ming used the Jinpen Parksu body method. His extreme speed was his greatest reliance. Boy, don't think that your speed is invincible. I want you to know the strength of the real top level strongman. Ruayu screamed shrilly, her voice was as unpleasant as the cry of a ghost. She actually bit off her tongue suddenly, spit out a mouthful of blood, and swallowed her tongue into her stomach. The next moment, her shriveled and hunched body made a series of crackling noises, her clothes were torn, and her hair flew all over the sky. Ruayu's body began to grow taller, her nails became sharper and longer, her hands almost hung to the ground, bone spurs appeared above her elbows, her body became more hunched, and covered with a layer of fine hair, looking like the legendary gals in hell who specialize in eating corpses. This kind of skills. Lin Ming's heart trembled. There are many kinds of magic skills. The transformation skills used by Biruayu tend to be the puppet secrets of the corpse ghosts, and it is also a weird skill that uses external forces to transform the body. Lin Ming never dared to look down on this kind of technique that would gain powerful strength at any cost. You know, the corpse ghost man was a strong man who ranked on the fate list with his 4th level life falling cultivation, and it was because of the strangeness of his technique. And Biruayu in front of him, with not much life left, was still able to rank in the top 50 of the fate list, so she must have something extraordinary. At the same time as Biruayu transformed, the second demon envoy also moved. Lin Ming was not dead, but it was just what he wanted. He wanted to defeat Lin Ming personally and imprison him. With a loud shout, the second demon envoy's whole body seemed to burn, and dozens of blood-drinking seals swirled around his body. His surname was Situ, and he was a collateral descendant of the Situ royal family of the Shura kingdom. He practiced the orthodox great wilderness halberd art. Biruayu roared, and her body turned into a black line, chasing Lin Ming. Her speed was no slower than Lin Ming's limit speed. At her side, the second demon followed closely, holding her 18-foot-long spear, and the black spearlight seemed to penetrate the void. The great wilderness halberd technique, slaughter. Seeing the two people's attacks coming at the same time, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He didn't think of fighting Biruayu and the second demon head on, which was tantamount to suicide. As for turning around and running away, he also rejected it. Biruayu's speed was not weaker than his. It was impossible to get rid of her in a short time. At present, Biruayu almost lost her mind because of using this special skill. In the crisis-ridden 8,000-mile black swamp, racing at the extreme speed with a madman was tantamount to suicide, provoking the existence of the Mirage Dragon level in the Sea of Miracles. As long as they blew a breath, they would be dead. Lin Ming didn't want to die with this crazy old woman. He made a judgment in just a moment, opened the door of shock, stepped on the golden rock breaking the body technique, and rushed up at full speed. In the sky, the dark clouds were as thick as mountains, completely blocking the sun. The only light was the faint flash of lightning. Only genius knows how thick this dark cloud is. Lin Ming's speed was so fast that in just a few blinks of an eye, he rushed out of a height of more than 10 miles. Here, the whistling gale was like a razor, blowing on the body's true essence, making a crackling sound, as if it was going to cut the body's true essence into pieces. If it was a low-level warrior, just being in this gale would be cut into pieces. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, activated the power of the evil god, and ran the energy to the extreme. Charge. Lin Ming and his gun merged into one, turning into a stream of light, shooting straight into the sky, followed by Biruayu and the second demon envoy. At this time, Biruayu was already crazy, and the second demon envoy also wanted to capture Lin Ming at all costs. He had a premonition in his heart that, if he could capture Lin Ming, and get the reward of the kingdom of God, plus the realm improvement brought by the elimination of the inner demon, he would have some possibility of impacting the Sea of Gods in the future. The temptation of the Sea of Gods to the life-destroying strong is unquestionable, so even if the 8,000 miles of swamp is a dangerous place, where one is 9 deaths, he still came. Bang! Lin Ming pointed his spear forward, piercing the dark clouds. The powerful impact shredded the dark clouds within a radius of several miles. For a moment, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lin Ming had been caught in the sky full of thunder. The Sea of Miracles has a 9-day thunder domain, which is filled with countless lightning and thunder. Ordinary warriors who enter it will turn into ashes in an instant. Damn it. The second demon envoy was extremely clear-headed. Seeing Lin Ming sink into the thunder domain, his heart tightened. Before, Lin Ming was unscathed in the black fog, which made him feel that Lin Ming was like a stubborn cockroach. Even the thunder domain might not be able to kill him. When the black fog covered the sky and the earth, I didn't see how you survived. Now you are in front of me, let me see what means you have. I don't believe that with my strength ranked 83rd on the destiny list, I'm not as good as you, a kid in the Zuundan period, ranked 280th. The second demon envoy gritted his teeth, urged the body protecting true essence to the extreme, and chased Lin Ming closely. He never thought that Lin Ming's resistance to the black fog was stronger than Th's at that time. He must have some tricks. Crack, crack, crack. Thunders were like long whips, wantonly whipping the second demon's body protecting true essence. The body protecting true essence quickly melted away, and the remaining thunder and lightning power drilled into the second demon's body like a venomous snake, spreading to his whole body. The energy in his meridians was manic, and he had to use his true essence to suppress it, which made his body stagnate and his blood surge. Looking up, Lin Ming's speed did not slow down, and he had already penetrated into the thunder area for at least 10 miles. This kid. The second demon's pupils shrank. Is his body made of iron? He didn't even need to slow down when entering the thunder area. Or was he trying to keep the speed at the limit in order to escape? The speed of the second demon was decreasing again and again, but Biruayu beside him was completely unaware of the thunder around him. She screamed and rushed out like a madman, letting the thunder pour down on her body wantonly, as if she was not hurt at all. One chasing and the other fleeing, Biruayu and Lin Ming quickly shook off the second demon. This made the second demon widen his eyes and stare at the direction where Biruayu and Lin Ming disappeared. Needless to say, Biruayu was already incredibly powerful, and the skills she practiced were weird. She transformed herself into a person who was neither human nor ghost in order to gain more power. The strong defense and the nerves that were paralyzed to the point of almost necrosis made Biruayu extremely resistant to lightning. But what about Lin Ming? What methods did he use? The second demon stopped in a somewhat depressed state. Going further would have exceeded his ability limit. 20 miles, 25 miles, 30 miles. As Lin Ming continued to go deeper, the thunder began to change color, from the blue-white color at the beginning to purple-white. The power of thunder became more violent, the arc of lightning was as thick as an arm, and the lightning light became more brutal. Even with the evil god seed in his body suppressing the power of thunder, Lin Ming still felt waves of paralysis. The lightning here was too terrifying, and Lin Ming's body could only hold a limited amount of lightning. His skin had already begun to partially burn, making a hissing sound. Turning his head, he saw that Biruayu was following closely behind him, chasing him relentlessly. This damn old woman, can you still chase me? My cultivation is too low. Apart from the Danshan, my body cannot store energy, which is much worse than the life-destroying strongman. Even if the evil god seed is against the sky, there is no time to refine it. After a long time, the meridians will burst because of too much lightning gathered in the body. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and continued to fly. Going deeper, the lightning was already deep purple, and the lightning roared. If the lightning at the beginning was like a long whip, then the lightning now was like a thunder dragon. This is the real hell of thunder. The lightning not only targeted Lin Ming's body, but also his soul. Above the sea of spirituality, lightning swam like a dragon, trying to tear Lin Ming's sea of spirituality apart. The reincarnation martial will and the war spirit operated at the same time, sharing this huge pressure. Lightning is very damaging to the spiritual sea. If a person is weak-willed, he will easily faint when struck by lightning. A strong sense of paralysis filled Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming desperately urged his true essence. The evil god seed trembled violently. A large amount of thunder power was forcibly absorbed by it, but there was still a lot of it escaping and rushing through Lin Ming's meridians. His speed was constantly decreasing, and his mental power was always locked on Biruayu. Fortunately, Biruayu was obviously approaching her limit. Her speed also decreased a lot. At this time, her head was scattered, and many parts of her body were charred. From time to time, electric currents rushed into her, making crackling sounds. Her eyes were like those of a demon. There was no pupil, only purple whites, bursting with a terrifying light. Danger. Lin Ming suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. At the same time, Biruayu moved. She let out a sharp scream. Her body suddenly accelerated. Her right hand clenched into a claw, and she grabbed Lin Ming with one claw. As her speed increased, her skin cracked inch by inch, and a white robe ghost was born on her right arm, whistling towards Lin Ming. As soon as the ghost appeared, it was immediately melted by the endless lightning, but the remaining energy still made Lin Ming's scalp numb. Absolutely no match. Regardless of being in the dangerous thunder domain, Lin Ming resolutely opened the door of shock and used the strongest speed. Golden peng broke through the void. Swoosh. Lin Ming twisted the void and took a full step of 10 miles. A huge explosion roared behind Lin Ming's ears. He dodged Biruayu's desperate attack, but when he stopped, his face suddenly changed. At his location, the lightning had turned golden. The red gold lightning was only as thick as a finger, but it brought a terrifying aura of destruction, rushing towards Lin Ming frantically. Chapter 817. Rebirth after destruction. Boom. The golden thunder formed a vast thunderstorm. Lin Ming was in it, and had no way to avoid it. His ears were filled with thunder and he watched the golden thunder pour into his body with an indescribable momentum. This golden thunder was more powerful than any other divine thunder that Lin Ming had seen before, and it was brilliant. Lin Ming was hit by the golden thunder, and his body essence quickly melted like snow under the scorching sun. The golden thunder poured into Lin Ming's body wantonly. Lin Ming was paralyzed all over, vomiting blood, and his body flew backwards. His body surface was charred. In the roar of thunder, it seemed that there was an irresistible power of heaven pressing on him, like a person facing the sky. Thunder is the power of heavenly punishment. Since ancient times, demon cultivators have to endure the thunder tribulation when they cross the tribulation. Compared with the power of the 5 elements such as fire and ice, the power of thunder is more violent and mysterious, symbolizing destruction and heaven. Lin Ming's face was as pale as paper. He looked inside the evil god seed and saw that it was completely wrapped in a golden lightning. It was already swollen to its limit and could no longer hold too much energy. After all, Lin Ming's spiritual body was not yet complete. Only his danshan could store true energy. Although his physical body was tough, it did not have the ability to store true energy. This made all the energy have to be suppressed by the evil god seed. If Lin Ming could quickly extract the thunder power from the evil god seed and refine it, it would definitely not be like this. In addition, Lin Ming's understanding of the realm of thunder was not very high, which made it even more difficult for him to control the golden thunder in his body. Boy, rush out, or you will die. In this thunder area, the role of metal defensive treasures is minimal. Even if you use the Qianxue melting sun furnace, you can only rely on its energy field to weaken the power of thunder. Although you can hide in it a little easier, you have lost your ability to move, and that means waiting to die. The anxious voice of Mo Guang sounded in Lin Ming's mind. It is a soul body, and it will be greatly restrained when facing the power of thunder. It can't help Lin Ming at all. Zzz. Lin Ming's whole body was shining with lightning and golden light. Because the protective true essence was broken, his clothes were completely burned to ashes by the thunder, revealing the dark armor of the demon emperor. The most powerful role of metal treasure armor is to defend against material attacks. It has very little defensive effect on energy attacks, such as fire and ice, especially the power of thunder, which is even smaller. Many metal armors even have the side effect of gathering thunder, making the warriors more vulnerable to thunder damage. Lin Ming was of course very clear about this, but now he was paralyzed all over, and it was extremely difficult for him to move. Just now, Ruiyu undoubtedly could not continue to bear the power of thunder, so he sent the last blow to force himself into such a dangerous place. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, endured the double great pain of his body and soul, and flew to the outer layer of the thunder domain. Damn it. The spatial laws here are completely disordered, and the force field has been distorted by the violent energy, and has almost closed. Originally, Lin Ming just flew upwards to get here, but when he went out, he couldn't even determine the direction to go. In Lin Ming's current state, it was difficult to analyze the chaotic spatial laws. If it were normal, Lin Ming could analyze it slowly, and he would be able to understand the spatial laws here in no more than a meal. But now, in the thunder of 10,000 feet, Lin Ming only needed to stay for a dozen breaths, and he would not be able to bear the power of thunder, and his meridians would be permanently burned, or even annihilated. Oops. Lin Ming bit his lips and bled. The more life and death this kind of situation was, the more he had to stay calm. It's too late to analyze the disordered space force. Lin Ming's face was silent, his pupils contracted, and his brain was working rapidly, thinking of all kinds of possibilities for survival. At this moment, Mo Guang suddenly screamed, "Be careful." Huh. Lin Ming looked up suddenly, but saw a group of light golden mist covering him dozens of feet away in front of him, as silent as a ghost. At that moment, Lin Ming felt a thunder force that was 10 times more terrifying than the golden lightning. Thunder spirit? It was normal to encounter a thunder spirit in this 9 heavens thunder domain filled with endless thunder and lightning, and the grade of this thunder spirit was definitely above the middle grade of the heavenly rank. If it was normal, Lin Ming would be excited when encountering such a thunder spirit, and he would definitely find ways to capture it, and then find ways to absorb it. But now, seeing such a thunder spirit, Lin Ming was like seeing the god of death. In his current situation, if he swallowed another thunder spirit, he would probably explode and die on the spot. The explosion of the body is similar to the process of crossing the life-falling meteorite, but Lin Ming dared not think about crossing the life-falling meteorite here. Even if he was intact, he would be burned to ashes. If he exploded into a bloody soup of life, it would be a fate of no body left. Lin Ming's forehead oozed sweat, and once the sweat appeared, it would be evaporated by the lightning. He forced himself to endure the numbness, and operated his body skills to avoid this heavenly thunder spirit. Now he didn't care how long he could last in the thunder domain. If he didn't avoid the thunder spirit, he would die immediately. It seemed that the road in front of him was already a road to death, but Lin Ming did not give up. As long as there was a glimmer of life, he would grasp it and wait for an opportunity to rush out of this thunder hell. Chi-chi-chi. The thunder spirit made a slight sound, and its atomized body slowly twisted, stretching from a ball of light golden mist into a golden python. Although the body was illusory, it was indeed transformed. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming's heart shrank. The thunder spirit transformed, which proved that the grade of this thunder spirit was probably higher than that of the burning star flame. In other words, it was a heavenly grade upper grade thunder spirit. Above the Sea of Miracles. No, just above the 8,000-mile black swamp at the edge of the Sea of Miracles, there was a heavenly grade upper grade thunder spirit, and this was not even the deepest part of the nine heavens thunder region. There must be thunder spirits of higher grades in the deepest part of the thunder region. If this was the case with the 8,000-mile black swamp, then what about the highest point above the Sea of Miracles? Lin Ming felt extremely shocked. It was ridiculous that he still thought that if there was only thunder and lightning above the Sea of Miracles, he might not be able to go in and take a look. Now it seemed that his realm was still too far away. The great powers in the late stage of the Sea of Gods had gone there without returning, let alone himself. Even with the support of the evil god seed, his cultivation was a shortcoming that he could never make up for. At this moment, the snake-shaped thunder spirit's eyes turned, and two golden lights were emitted, shooting at Lin Ming's body like a golden sword. There was a trace of surprise and greed in his eyes. Just being stared at by these two golden sword-like eyes, Lin Ming felt a paralysis in his body. It was indeed a heavenly grade upper grade thunder spirit, and it might even be the top layer among the heavenly grade upper grade thunder spirits. It could be called a heavenly grade top grade thunder spirit. This was already the ultimate existence of thunder spirits. After the thunder spirit transformed, it was already spiritual. It looked at Lin Ming. Although the human in front of it was obviously at the end of its strength, for some reason, it still felt a sense of awe. This was as if it was a memory that had been passed down from generation to generation, since it was born more than 100,000 years ago. This strange sense of awe made it fearful, but at the same time it also made it excited. This meant that the human in front of it contained extremely pure energy. Since its birth, it had swallowed countless thunder and lightning essences, and slowly grew to its current state. However, compared with the human in front of it, the thunder and lightning essences it had swallowed before were too insignificant. Even if all of them were added together, it was less than 1/10 of the human in front of it. It was an extremely pure thunder power, with a vast and mighty power, which made it tremble with fear. Swallow him. You can gain more powerful strength. Such a thought suddenly occurred in Lei Ling's mind, and then it became so strong that it could not be dissolved, completely occupying its soul. Swallow him. Swallow him. Swallow him. Such shouts echoed in Lei Ling's soul, and such shouts made it excited and crazy. Its eyes looking at Lin Ming became more and more ferocious and greedy. Its golden eyes condensed into a sharp sword that seemed to penetrate the void. Lin Ming's body was motionless. He used all his strength to draw out the red spear in the Zumi ring and endured the pain of mental overdraft. While suppressing the crazy thunder power in his body, he faced the powerful heaven level upper grade or even heaven level top grade Lei Ling in front of him. At this point, he already knew that he could not avoid this battle. Lei Ling was good at speed, and in this nine heavens thunder domain, he could get the blessing of infinite thunder and lightning power. Its speed was many times faster than his paralyzed state. Since he could not avoid it, he could only fight to the death. Facing this life and death danger, Lin Ming's eyes became colder and colder. All his will was poured into the spear. The entire spear seemed to feel the master's fighting spirit and uttered an excited humming sound. Roar. The ancient thunder spirit let out an earth-shattering roar. This roar was like thunder from the ancient void, echoing through the endless years in the nine heavens thunder domain, piercing through the clouds and cracking the rocks. With this roar, all the lightning within 10 miles of the entire thunder domain rolled back to the thunder spirit. A golden thunder was so powerful that countless golden thunders within a 10-mile range gathered together. Its power can be imagined. At that moment, all the thunder and lightning power around Lin Ming completely disappeared, and the paralysis of his body and soul weakened a lot. But this situation made him tremble even more. He underestimated the power of the top-grade thunder spirit. Crack, crack, crack. With endless thunder, countless golden lightning wrapped around the body of the thunder spirit golden snake, and its body grew to nearly 1,000 feet. It roared, rushed out, and swallowed Lin Ming in one gulp. At that moment, the entire thunder domain was thundering, and the huge golden thunder swept wantonly, and large cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Facing the heavenly grade top-grade thunder spirit with a body a length of several thousand feet, at this moment of life and death, Lin Ming roared and burst out with the strongest power. The power of the evil god was open to the extreme, and the endless thunder power contained in the evil god seed and ancient was forcibly subdued by him and infused into the heavenly grade middle grade long spear. At that moment, because of the excessive overdraft of soul power due to controlling the lightning energy, Lin Ming's spiritual sea set off a huge wave. Even with the suppression of the reincarnation martial will, a crack appeared in the spiritual sea. But this is not enough! Exclamation mark. All the martial arts will burst out from the sea of spirit, and the blue spear-shaped war spirit roared out and merged with the red spear. Lin Ming let out a final roar, and the burning star flame in the evil god seed also roared out and gathered with the endless thunder power, and the most violent explosion occurred. Boom. The entire thunder domain seemed to have a purple-red sun, and everything in the world was covered by the glory of the sun. The three realms of space, fire, and thunder merged together for the first time, bursting out with blazing brilliance, like the Milky Way hitting the earth. At that moment, the sound seemed to be swallowed up, and time slowed down. The huge golden python, 1,000 feet long, crashed into the purple-red sun, gathering the power of golden thunder in a radius of 10 miles. With the power of the heavenly great thunder spirit itself, how powerful it was. In this terrifying collision, countless thunders shot out like a 1,000-foot-long sword. The evil god seed in Lin Ming's body trembled violently, and it alone bore the endless power of heaven and earth. The infinite power of thunder and the heavenly great thunder spirits within a radius of 10 miles collided, and all were resisted by the evil god seed. Thunder is the power of heavenly punishment, which is like going against the will of heaven. Lin Ming's body sounded under the residual power of thunder. Even so, even though Lin Ming's body had been tempered for a long time, it was also broken by the impact. Blood vessels burst, meridians were cut, and blood rushed out. However, all this did not terrify Lin Ming. He gritted his teeth and relied on a tenacious will to hold on. At this moment, something that frightened Lin Ming happened. With a sound of crackling, the evil god seed that had endured the infinite power of heaven alone had an obvious crack under such a cracking sound. Lin Ming's eyes widened in an instant. The evil god seed cracked? Question mark? How is this possible? Question mark? Over the past 7 years, the magical effect of the evil god seed has long been deeply rooted in Lin Ming's mind. It comes from the remains of the ancient evil god. In Lin Ming's mind, the evil god's secret art is second only to the magic cube. The seed condensed by this kind of art actually broke. How could this be? Lin Ming watched the cracks on the evil god seed with his own eyes. It was so clear and so hideous, like the gaping mouth of a ferocious beast. Lin Ming could feel that the heavenly grade thunder spirit and the golden lightning power within a radius of 10 miles all rushed into the evil god seed, which caused the evil god seed to break. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of the shattering continued, and it sounded like thunder in Lin Ming's ears. The cracks continued to expand, and the entire evil god seed was completely split into two halves. Then, a scene that stunned Lin Ming happened. A purple and red sprout broke out of the seed, growing upward with difficulty, but with great effort. It was glowing with a hazy light, wrapped with tiny flames and lightning, like a young god. The evil god seed sprouted. This is the 4th update, and it is a 4,000-word chapter. Chapter 818, Evil God Sprout. The power of the evil god is a secret method left by the ancient evil god. It was extremely accidental for the great master in the divine domain to obtain it, and he died before he had time to comprehend it. What secrets does the power of the evil god have, and what realm will be achieved after practicing it? Lin Ming has no reference at all, and can only explore it by himself. He never thought that, after enduring the impact of the heavenly great thunder spirit and the endless golden thunder within a radius of 10 miles, the evil god seed would actually sprout. You know, the evil god seed is actually a virtual thing condensed by compressed energy, not a real seed. Lin Ming had never thought that the evil god seed would take root and sprout like a real seed. Could it be that such a long period of energy infusion has given it real life? Speaking of it, if a weapon is poured with energy and will buy a warrior for a long time, it will slowly gain life and give birth to things such as sword spirits and gun spirits. This is not surprising. Lin Ming was just thinking about it, and at this moment, a shrill roar came from the evil god seed, and 2 golden lights appeared on the surface of the seed. They were a pair of golden python eyes. The golden python struggled to rush out of the evil god seed, but was covered by an invisible energy. It struggled fiercely, but could not get rid of the bondage of the evil god seed. As it moved, the surrounding thunder energy became agitated, and the energy became more and more violent. The golden thunder that had been sucked clean appeared again. It was the top grade thunder spirit. Lin Ming looked inside the evil god seed. The newly sprouted evil god seed was fighting fiercely with the uninvited guest, the heaven level top grade thunder spirit. The top grade thunder spirit wanted to devour the evil god seed, while the evil god seed wanted to capture the thunder spirit. Zzz. The endless golden electric light around was attracted by the two, and poured into Lin Ming's body. At this time, Lin Ming had no strength at all. The last blow just now overdrew all his energy. Seeing countless golden thunders rushing towards him, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. At this time, he could only entrust everything to the evil god seed. Boom. Lightning baptized Lin Ming's whole body. Every pore, every meridian, and every inch of skin was baptized by the golden thunder. Lin Ming was immersed in the surging sea of thunder, but he didn't feel too much pain. Although he still felt numb, this feeling was very comfortable. This surprised Lin Ming very much, as if his body had been completely transformed into a body of thunder spirit. The energy became stronger and stronger, the golden thunder roared, and the thunder sound rolled. Ordinary warriors would have been wiped out in such a scene. Even Ryu, who had transformed his body in exchange for powerful strength, and had great immunity to the power of thunder, could not hold on. Is this the effect of the germination of the evil god seed? My body's affinity with thunder, and perhaps also with fire, has been greatly improved. Such a change made Lin Ming very happy. Since the golden thunder could not hurt him, he continued to infuse energy into the evil god seed, to support it in subduing the heavenly great thunder spirit. However, Lin Ming soon discovered that the germinated evil god seed actually didn't need his help. The golden thunder power that was madly pouring into Lin Ming's body was absorbed by the evil god seed. Since germinating, the evil god seed seemed to become very hungry, and it accepted all the thunder energy, and absorbed as much as it could. The buds of the evil god seed were also covered with a layer of blazing purple light. These purple lights formed several rings, which circled around the evil god seed, and emitted a dreamy brilliance. In such a brilliance, the evil god seed grew slowly, hard, but firmly. The thunder power was endless, and Lin Ming's body rolled up a huge golden vortex. A large amount of energy flowed into the evil god seed, like a mud cow entering the sea, and all disappeared. The growing evil god seed was like a bottomless pit. The heavenly great thunder spirit was completely suppressed by the evil god seed. At this time, it was like a little snake under the claws of an eagle, and it couldn't make any waves at all. Most of the golden thunder power that gathered was absorbed by the evil god seed, and even the energy essence in the body of the top grade thunder spirit was being drawn away by the evil god seed. The heavenly top-grade thunder spirit panicked, and its face was full of twisted fear. It struggled more and more violently, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not escape the confinement area of the evil god seed. Slowly, the bud of the evil god seed grew to an inch taller, and it stretched out to tender petioles. On the petioles, there were two curled young leaves, one of which was red and the other was golden. The two leaves unfolded slowly and with difficulty. They were not only different in color, but also in shape. The red leaves looked heart-shaped, while the golden leaves were narrower and longer, looking like a small sword. When Lin Ming saw the two leaves, his heart was shocked. On the red tender leaves, there was a red gold totem mark. That was the flame totem mark that Lin Ming had comprehended in the ancient Phoenix City. It was originally imprinted on the surface of the evil god seed, but now it appeared on the leaves. It symbolizes the law of fire, and interweaves the Tao and the principle of the flame. Then, a small flame ignited on the red tender leaf, which was the fire essence of the burning star flame. Then, the whole tender leaf burned up. This tender leaf was not afraid of the fire at all, but became more and more bright red in the flame. As time went by, the seedling of the evil god seed grew bigger and bigger, while the heavenly thunder spirit became weaker and weaker. The body of the golden snake had shrunk a circle, and its spirit was depressed. There was a pleading look in its eyes. It felt that it was impossible to compete with the power of the evil god seed. After persisting for more than 10 breaths, the heavenly thunder spirit automatically climbed to another leaf of the evil god seed, and turned into a golden thunder, which surrounded the leaf, and the whole golden leaf suddenly became electric. At this point, there were two sources of heavenly energy on the seedling of the evil god. One was the burning star flame, and the other was this golden thunder snake. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a slight tingling in his head, and then Mo Guang let out a scream. Lin Ming was shocked and looked inward at his spiritual sea. Lin Ming then found that, because he had overdrawn his will, and so Lin forcibly called upon a large amount of thunder power stored in his body, a slight scar had appeared in Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This caused part of the golden thunder power to leak in, and wreak havoc in his spiritual sea. Lightning flashed over the spiritual sea, and Mo Guang was in it, and was hit by a thunderbolt, causing the hair on his tail to burn. Spirits and evil spirits are very afraid of thunderbolts, especially this kind of weird golden thunderbolt. Mo Guang was afraid when he saw it. He jumped up and down while shouting, "Lin Ming, quickly suppress these thunderbolts. This saint is about to be killed by it." Lin Ming hurriedly called upon the energy in his body to suppress the thunderbolts. Looking inward at the scar in his spiritual sea, he found that it was immersed in countless thunderbolts, and was healing itself at an extremely slow speed. Lin Ming's last attack was a trigger for the evolution of the evil god seed. Otherwise, his body would be devoured by the thunder spirit, and the evil god seed would become a tree without roots. Even if the laws interwoven in it were profound, it would not exist, let alone sprout. In that attack, Lin Ming endured too much pressure. Even though his willpower far exceeded that of ordinary warriors, calling on so much energy also seriously overdrew his soul power. The scars of the soul are difficult to treat, and it takes a long time to heal completely. However, the strange thing is that such a powerful thunder power penetrated into Lin Ming's spiritual sea, but he did not feel any discomfort at all, just a slight stinging before. On the contrary, this scar was bathed in the lightning, and seemed to absorb the power of thunder and lightning to heal itself, as if there should be thunder above his spiritual sea. Lin Ming swallowed a soul-nourishing pill, meditated for a while, and then ignored the hidden injury of the soul. If he wanted to completely heal it, it would take a long time of cultivation, and it would be best if he had the cooperation of top-level natural treasures. Obviously, it would not work here. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, and looked up at the sky. The sky was still dark, and filled with endless lightning. After entering the thunder domain, there was this kind of golden lightning 50 miles away, so what would happen if he went deeper? The golden lightning no longer posed any threat to Lin Ming. Instead, the tingling sensation that entered his body made him feel comfortable, and even nourished his soul to a certain extent. This was undoubtedly the result of the germination of the evil god seed. If he went one step further and tried to absorb the stronger power of thunder, what would happen if the evil god seed absorbed it? Would it bring him stronger power? Would he be able to capture a more powerful thunder spirit? Thinking of this, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement, and he rushed straight into the depths of the Thunder Domain. Outside the Nine Heavens Thunder Domain, under the endless dark clouds, Biruayu had already restored her original form. She took out a set of black robes from the Zumi ring and wrapped them around her body. Her hair was scattered, her body became more hunched, her eyes were dull and lifeless, her teeth were loose, and her originally black hair turned grey. The transformation just now seemed to make her 10 years older. She trembled and took out a small green bottle from the Zumi ring. After opening it, a light green flame-like glow flowed out and was greedily swallowed by her. Each of these green flames was refined by her collecting the life fire of dozens of young girls. It could replenish her vitality. Without it, every time she used the transformation technique just now, she would lose decades of life. It wouldn't be long before she would become a pile of bones. After swallowing this green fire, her spirit was obviously much better. Her eyes became brighter and her hair became much darker. However, she still couldn't hide her old age. The wrinkles on her face piled up together with a clear dead grey color. The pursuit that overdrawn her physical energy, coupled with the subsequent consumption of a lot of energy to force herself out of the twisted space of the Thunder Domain, still brought a great burden to her life like a candle in the wind. The lost vitality was difficult to make up by external forces alone. This damn boy, I will definitely extract your soul to make medicine. Biruayu gritted her teeth and said, but at this moment, she was suddenly stunned. She saw the scene below her. This is what's going on. First update, the color of the lightning was wrong before. It has been corrected. The second update is almost done. It will be updated at 7 o'clock. Please vote for me. Chapter 819. Crazy Biruayu. Biruayu floated in the air, her shrunken body wrapped in a too large black robe, which was blown away by the wind, as if a skeleton was wrapped in it. Under her, the third and fourth demon envoys, who were resting here due to physical exhaustion and serious injuries, had disappeared. Only the second demon envoy was left kneeling on the ground, and a pair of black nails more than 1 foot long were nailed on his calves. The 2 nails penetrated the second demon envoy's calves, and then nailed to the ground. His muscles rolled and blood flowed. Biruayu's heart shrank when she saw this weird scene. She recognized the pair of nails. They were the second demon envoy's own heavenly magic weapon, which could be thrown out to kill people. The name was 9 Yin Black Iron Nails. Why did the second demon envoy use the 9 Yin Black Iron Nails to nail his legs? Or maybe someone stole his 9 Yin Black Iron Nails to deal with him. But since he had been made like this, why didn't they kill him? A chill suddenly rose in Biruayu's heart. Although the second demon envoy's strength was not as good as hers, he was not an ordinary person. If the other party could easily play him in the palm of his hand, he would probably be a great threat to himself. Demon 2. Biruayu's voice sounded like a thunderbolt in the ears of the second demon envoy. The second demon envoy's body shook violently, and he looked up blankly, only to see that his eyes had lost their black eyeballs, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Even though Biruayu himself was cruel and ruthless, and practiced evil magic, he was also scared when he saw this weird scene. You must know that this is an 8,000-mile black swamp. Even the unlucky sea gods may fall into it. The strong below the sea gods will die if they enter. Biruayu was on full alert. Just when she didn't know whether to turn around and fly away, she suddenly heard the sound of rushing water. Turning around, Biruayu was struck by lightning. Behind her, in the thin mist, there was a river running faintly. The river was hundreds of feet wide, and the water was vast and endless. It was a dead and yellow color. The dirty waves made people feel an inexplicable sense of sadness and depression. In the river, there were countless corpses floating up and down, just like duckweed in the water, without roots or sources, and no one knew where they would float to. Some of these corpses were human, some were fierce beasts, and some were from unknown races. Among them, there were those with wings and long tails, which seemed to be ancient races. A rushing river, as if it came from the vast ancient times, flowed to a mysterious cemetery. If Lin Ming was here, he would recognize it at a glance. It was the Yellow Spring River. When he was in the Eternal Demon Pit, Lin Ming also saw it. The Demon Emperor of the Yellow Spring River was deeply impressed. When he came to the bank of the Yellow Spring River, he wanted to study the yellow water in the river, but he almost died. The Yellow Spring River. Anyone who touches its water will die, and then the whole body will corrode, the dantian will collapse, the soul will melt, and turn into white bones floating in the river, floating forever. Although Biruayu didn't know the Yellow Spring River, she felt an inexplicable fear just by looking at it. Although she didn't find any danger, she turned around and ran without thinking. When passing by the side of the second demon, Biruayu pulled out a whip, wrapped it around the waist of the second demon, and tore him off the 2 9-yin black iron nails. Puff, puff, blood splattered. The second demon had pierced his tibia with the 9-yin black iron nails at that time. At this time, it was forcibly torn off, the bones were shattered, and most of the 2 legs were broken, leaving only a small part of the flesh and skin. Biruayu ran 7 or 8 miles in one breath, and then stopped, still in shock. It's not that she didn't want to run further, but she was afraid that there would be danger somewhere else. In this weird 8,000-mile restricted area, taking one more step might lead to death without a burial place. What happened to you? Biruayu threw the second demon envoy to the ground. She saved the second demon envoy's life in danger, mainly because she wanted to figure out what happened just now, so as not to ruin her life without knowing what happened. Moreover, the third and fourth demon envoys were missing, and they were probably in danger. Now in this strange place, if she was alone, it would be even more dangerous. With the second demon envoy, she could have a shield at a critical moment. The second demon envoy still had a dull look in his eyes. Biruayu forced herself to stop the idea of searching his soul directly, and took out an extremely precious soul-nourishing pill from the Zumi ring, and fed it to the second demon envoy. After a while, the second demon envoy coughed violently, and every time he coughed, he spit out a stream of black blood. He collapsed on the ground, as if he had collapsed, and his eyes finally slowly had pupils. His face showed a deep fear, but he was still able to control his emotions. Master Guoshi, you saved me? What happened to you? Where are the third and fourth demons? Biruayu asked angrily. Dead, all dead. A look of confusion and pain flashed across the second demon's face. After I flew down from the Thunder Domain, I waited with the 2 of them. At this moment, a large yellow river suddenly appeared beside us. When the seriously injured Demon 3 saw the river, his eyes became dull and his expression became stiff. He walked into the river, as if he had lost his soul. Demon 4 felt something was wrong, and wanted to pull him, but the result was the same. Both of them were like zombies, and could not be awakened at all. The river water was very strange. The 2 of them went deep into it. All the places covered by the river turned into bones, and their flesh and blood were swallowed by the river. I hesitated for just a moment, but was also affected. It seemed that I felt the call of a demonic power in the river, and I couldn't control my legs at all. So I took out the 9-yin black iron nail from the Sumeru ring, pierced my leg bones, and nailed my legs to the ground. This is how I have survived until now. The second demon's face turned pale as he spoke. The strange scene before left an extremely terrifying shadow in his heart. For these desperate criminals, dying in battle is not scary. What is scary is this unknown, strange mysterious power. They don't even know what killed them. After listening to the second demon envoy's story, Biruayu's face turned pale. The 8,000 miles of black swamp, the strong men under the sea of gods entering it are not enough to say that they are in danger of death. Now it seems that it is really terrifying. She is also afraid of this unknown mysterious power, but she is not willing to withdraw now. Not to mention whether she can escape from the 8,000 miles of black swamp alive, and whether she will be punished by Sitabonan after she escapes. The key is that after all these tossings, Biruayu only has 1 or 200 years of life left. What's the point? Even if she gets out alive, it's better to fight to the death. If she catches Lin Ming, she may get the essence of the 10,000-year peach heart, which is more precious than the heaven-given longevity pill. That is a top-level treasure that has the effect of prolonging the life of the Sea of Gods. Biruayu knew that Sitabonan had already taken some of the 10,000-year-old peach heart essence, and this longevity treasure would not work if taken more, so it was still possible that it would be rewarded to her. She glanced at the second demon envoy and said coldly, I will stay here and wait for Lin Lanjian. The second demon envoy's heart trembled. Lin Lanjian went much deeper into the Thunder Domain than the national teacher. Won't he die? Biruayu gritted her teeth and said, this kid is very tenacious. Although Ma last attack failed to hit him, a trace of netherworld power still penetrated into his body. I can sense his vague position. He is not dead yet. Even if waiting here means a life-threatening situation, I will wait for this kid and extract his soul and refine his marrow. Ruayu believed that even if Lin Ming would not die in the Thunder Domain, he would certainly not be able to persist in the Thunder Domain for a long time. As long as Lin Ming was caught, everything would be worth it. The second demon envoy's mouth twitched, but he finally gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go with the master of the state." He also had no way out. With his strength, the probability of leaving the 8,000-mile black swamp alive alone was very slim, and it was not much safer than waiting for Lin Ming here with Ruayu. Moreover, Lin Ming was his inner demon. With his qualifications, the hope of breaking through the Sea of Gods was not very great. If he had another inner demon, he had no doubt that he would never be able to break through the Sea of Gods in the future. Okay, let's join forces and take care of each other. You should meditate to recover your strength and heal your leg injury first. Lin Lanjian should be out soon, and he won't be able to hold on for long. Ruayu and the second demon envoy reached an agreement and began to wait anxiously. The second demon envoy meditated to heal his wounds. With his cultivation of the 6th level of life, his spirit body had been reorganized 3 times. As long as the broken leg was not completely destroyed, the broken limb could be reattached. Originally, Ruayu believed that Lin Ming could only hold on for half an incense stick in the Thunder Domain at most, but she soon found out that she was wrong, and she was wrong in a ridiculous way. For half an incense stick, the sky was still overcast, the lightning was faint, and there was no change. For another incense stick, the lightning remained the same. Ruayu could feel a very thin wisp of netherworld power on Lin Ming. He was still deep in the Thunder Domain, and maybe even a little deeper. How is this possible? Ruayu was furious. She was sure that Lin Ming must have been trapped in the closed force field of the Thunder Domain. After all, with her own strength, she also consumed a lot of energy and forcibly broke through the distorted time and space to barely get out. Lin Ming's cultivation was limited, and his body and soul were ravaged by the power of thunder. Most of them did not have the ability to break the closed force field. But the problem is that, if he couldn't break the force field, he would die in the Thunder Domain. It is absolutely impossible for him to hold on for so long. Thinking of the fact that Lin Ming was unharmed in the thick black fog before, Ruayu had the urge to go crazy. He might have a defensive amulet of quasi-sacred level or even sacred weapon. Even if you have the holy weapon to protect you, you can't hold on forever. After I kill you, everything will be mine. Ruayu thought frantically. However, a quarter of an hour, 2/4 of an hour, 3/4 of an hour, half an hour, until nearly an hour, Lin Ming still didn't come out, and at this moment, she heard a low roar. She suddenly raised her head and looked forward. Ruayu's face changed and became as pale as paper. She watched a humanoid beast with red scales all over its body looking at the two of them not far away. Its red eyes were like a pair of ghost fire, which made people's backs cold. Chapter 820, Lightning Body Tempering. Lin Ming didn't know how deep the Thunder Domain was. He went from 50 miles to 80 miles, and the color of the lightning changed twice again. From red gold to blue gold, and then from blue gold to purple gold. The power of purple gold lightning could already make Lin Ming feel inexplicably palpitating. The purple gold thunder was like a beast, choosing people to devour. Even though Lin Ming had the evil god sprout to protect his body, he didn't dare to absorb it casually. Instead, he looked for those small purple gold thunders and carefully introduced them into his body, letting them flow into the evil god sprout. The purple gold thunder flowed along Lin Ming's meridians, like magma. Wherever it flowed, he could feel the severe pain from the meridians, as if it was burning his flesh and blood. However, Lin Ming had endured many more painful pains than this in the past 7 years, so he could bear it. He concentrated all his attention and gathered the power of thunder into the evil god sprout. Kai kai kai. The purple thunder wrapped around the evil god sprout. The evil god sprout, which had grown to its limit at 50 or 60 miles, began to grow again. The two leaves stretched out more, and the veins became clearer. The evil god sprout was growing at an extremely slow speed. This growth only lasted for a few quarters of an hour, and the growth of the evil god sprout slowly stopped. No matter how much purple gold thunder power it absorbed, it could not grow any further. All the excess purple gold thunder power was stored by the evil god sprout, and it could neither be converted into energy for the growth of the evil god sprout, nor be refined by Lin Ming. After discovering that the evil god sprout could store excess thunder power, Lin Ming's mind moved. Mo Guang, do you think it is possible for me to detonate the thunder power stored in the evil god sprout when I cross the life fall and add the energy of the natural materials and treasures to completely disintegrate my body so that I can successfully cross the life fall realm? After hearing Lin Ming's words, Mo Guang was stunned for a moment. Crossing the life fall was extremely dangerous. Most warriors were very careful, fearing that something might go wrong, but Lin Ming proposed such a crazy idea. Mo Guang thought for a long time before hesitating. I really don't know if it will work. I just heard that warriors who practice both magic and body in the divine realm must rely on natural materials and treasures containing a lot of energy to burst their bodies if they want to survive the death. That is also a kind of external force. If you store the power of thunder, it is the same principle. I'm just worried that the power of thunder will get out of control at that time. Lin Ming shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. I have some confidence. Lin Ming looked at the young sprout of the evil god in his body. This sprout had grown to 2 inches high. It was his greatest reliance on using thunder to survive the death. In order to make this reliance stronger, Lin Ming decided to go deeper into the thunder realm again. Although the purple gold thunder within a range of 80 miles was powerful, it only promoted the growth of the young sprout of the evil god in a small amount, and it still did not reach the limit of the young sprout of the evil god. Continuing to go deeper, Lin Ming's speed was very slow. The face of Mo Guang in Lin Ming's spiritual sea changed a little. It was really nervous. After all, it was a body of the soul. Once Lin Ming had an accident, it would be wiped out. Boy, you better be careful. Don't let the thunder into the sea of spirit again. My small body can't bear it. I know. Lin Ming concentrated all his attention and his speed became slower and slower. 85 miles, 88 miles, 90 miles. After going deeper into this place, not only the color of the thunder changed, but also the shape. 80 miles ago, the thunder in the thunder domain was still in the form of arcs, thick or thin, but the thunder at 90 miles had turned into a series of dreamy lights. The main body of these lights was purple-white, but occasionally dark purple and red gold would appear, like the sunset, beautiful and magnificent. Listening carefully, it was found that there was no thunder in the thunder light, and it was extremely quiet. It was as if this was not the thunder domain, but the purple mansion fairyland. However, Lin Ming could feel that under this quiet and beautiful appearance, there was an extremely terrifying thunder power hidden. It is absolutely impossible to survive here below the Sea of Spirits. Even though Lin Ming had the protection of the evil god's young sprout, he was still frightened when facing such thunder light. I'm at the edge of the 90 Li thunder area. If I move forward, I should not be able to withstand such thunder power. Lin Ming decided to temper the evil god sprout at the edge of the thunder area and capture the free lightning that occasionally rushed out of the range. If he immersed his body directly in these purple, white and red gold lightning, he would be turned into ashes. Hiss. A purple-white lightning deviated from the 90 Li thunder area. Lin Ming's expression changed, and he stepped forward suddenly. His true essence wrapped his hands and grabbed the lightning directly. Shh. With a light sound, Lin Ming felt as if he had grabbed a red-hot iron. His hands were in great pain. A burnt smell came, and his hands turned black. Lin Ming felt pain, but he still did not let go. Instead, he used all his true essence to protect his meridians and tried to absorb the lightning. The lightning was only a thin ray, but it rushed into Lin Ming's body like countless sharp knives cutting, as if to tear Lin Ming's flesh apart. The great pain came, but Lin Ming was not surprised but happy. He felt more and more that using this thunder power could really help him survive. It is not that any destructive energy can help a warrior survive. The premise is that the warrior must be able to control this energy, otherwise he will be truly destroyed by the energy, leaving nothing behind. However, destructive energy is usually difficult to control. In addition, when a warrior survives the death, his body is torn apart, and his physical condition drops to the lowest point. At this time, it is not easy to control the violent energy that can destroy the warrior's body. The thin lightning flowed along Lin Ming's meridians, causing unbearable pain wherever it passed. The evil god bud seemed to feel the power of thunder and made an excited humming sound. The lightning flowed faster. After a few breaths, it was swallowed by the evil god bud, and the 10 leaves of the bud seemed to become more crystal-like because of this. It was just a ray of lightning, which did not have much effect. Lin Ming tried to get closer to the 90-li thunder area for a certain distance, and began to absorb more lightning. However, he carefully avoided the occasional deep purple and red gold lightning. From these two kinds of lightning, Lin Ming could feel a more terrifying power, and he did not want to risk his life. More lightning poured into the meridians of the body, which undoubtedly brought Lin Ming greater pain, but in order to save time, he had no choice but to do so. He did not want to stay in the 8,000-mile black swamp for a long time. Too many masters had fallen here, and Lin Ming's strength was only average among those people. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Energy flowed, and the evil god sprouts continued to grow taller, and the tender leaves became more crystal-like. But Lin Ming was covered with wounds, and he had to stop frequently to swallow healing pills. Fortunately, Lin Ming's body had been tempered for a long time, and was very tough. If it were an ordinary Chuan system warrior, even with the evil god sprouts protecting his body, he would be burned to charcoal. After half an hour, Lin Ming introduced more and more purple-white lightning into his body, and occasionally, Lin Ming would introduce a few strands of deep purple lightning into his body, and there was no sign of being unable to bear it. The originally piercing pain gradually turned into a feeling of numbness, and even this feeling of numbness faintly made people excited. Lin Ming's mind moved, and his eyes fixed on a ray of red gold lightning. He moved his feet, stepped on the golden peng-breaking void body technique, and suddenly reached out to grab it. Swish. Lin Ming's hands were burnt, but he still stubbornly led the lightning into his body, forcibly suppressed it with the power of the evil god, and entered the evil god's young sprout. After the evil god's young sprout absorbed this red gold lightning, it became more and more vibrant, as if this ray of red gold lightning had a greater effect than dozens of purple-white lightning. This change surprised Lin Ming. It seems that after my body has been baptized by thunder several times, it has gradually adapted to the power of thunder, he said to himself. At this time, the voice of Mo Guang suddenly sounded. You are half right. Another reason is that your body has become more pure and tough after being tempered by thunder. This is like a demon cultivator going through a thunder tribulation. It is difficult to go through a thunder tribulation, but after going through it, it can temper the body and make oneself stronger. This is a rare opportunity. Oh. Lin Ming was slightly startled, and then he was relieved. It was true. Thunder and lightning are not only the power of destruction, but also the power of creation. Legend has it that in the infinitely long ancient times, chaos was just beginning, and the sky and the earth were formed. At that time, there was no life in the world, only chaotic air, ocean, magma and endless thunder and lightning. In all this dead environment, thunder and lightning struck the ocean, changing the composition of the air, and gave birth to the most primitive life. This is a miracle of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning are not only so important in the creation of life, but also indispensable in the human body today. There are always countless arcs between the tiny units of a human body. The existence of lightning is closely related to life. If you can master it, you will master the power of creating life, which can make your body stronger. However, even if Lin Ming introduced the red gold lightning from time to time, the growth of the evil god sprout still stopped. It seemed that it had grown to a bottleneck and could no longer break through. By absorbing the power of thunder, the evil god sprout was still absorbing the power of thunder within a range of 90 miles and storing it in itself. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and went deeper into the thunder area for several miles again until he saw the thunder outside the range of 100 miles. The 100-mile thunder area changed its appearance again. This time, even though Lin Ming had just gone through the thunder body tempering, he knew very well that he could not go forward. In the 100-mile thunder area, the thunder here was completely still. They condensed into thunderballs, quietly suspended in the air, looking extremely peaceful. However, upon closer observation, it was found that a closed force field would form around each thunderball, sealing the entire thunderball inside. This is because the energy is too strong and the space is twisted to form a phenomenon. The power of thunder is so strong that it can twist the space. It is hard to imagine how powerful they are and what will happen if one touches a thunderball. Chapter 821, White Sword, Source of Thunder and Lightning. Lin Ming did not dare to step into the 100 miles thunder domain. He only released a ray of perception to explore. He found that the force field within the 100 miles thunder domain had been twisted to the point of tearing. The void was filled with invisible space cracks of various sizes. For ordinary warriors who died here, not to mention the terrifying thunderballs that were everywhere, even these space cracks were enough to kill them. Lin Ming manipulated his perception and carefully bypassed each thunderball. If he accidentally touched them, this ray of perception would definitely be burned to ashes. As his perception continued to deepen, something that surprised Lin Ming happened. He suddenly found floating islands in the sky above the thunder domain of more than 100 miles. These islands were generally only a dozen miles in size, just like the legendary fairyland. There are islands in the sky above the thunder domain. Why are they suspended in the air? Lin Ming was shocked. The laws here were beyond his cognition. When his perception explored the islands, Lin Ming was even more surprised. There were actually trees on the islands! Exclamation mark. There are so few sacred trees that it is hard to guarantee that there is one on an island. They live in peace with the lightning bolts, suspended in the air, and can even absorb power from them. Spiritual trees growing in the 100 miles thunder region. Lin Ming's Adam's apple rolled fiercely. Thinking back to the purple lightning sacred bamboo that Lin Ming collected in Thunder Mountain, it was like a world of difference compared to these spiritual trees. I don't know how many years these spiritual trees have existed. If I could cut one down and take it back, what level of natural treasure would it be? Lin Ming, this seems to be the Yuanxi sacred tree. Huh. Don't look at me, I'm just guessing. I don't have the chance to see this kind of thing. I just occasionally hear some descriptions. Even in the god's domain, this thing is only available in large sects. I really don't know why they grow in the thunder region of the Sea of Miracles. Mo Guan was puzzled. The Sea of Miracles didn't seem to be a secret realm that could exist in the Xianan continent. Lin Ming resisted the urge to rush up and chop down a few trees, not to mention the floating thunderballs. Even these Yuanxi divine trees themselves were extremely dangerous. They contained terrifying thunder power. If one's cultivation was not good enough, he would be burned to ashes if he approached them and was shot with a few Yuanxi divine lights. Moreover, even if he was allowed to chop down these Yuanxi divine trees, which were rare in the divine realm, he might not be able to cut them down. When I achieve the divine sea, if I have the chance, I will definitely come and take a look. If the divine sea is not enough, I will wait until I ascend to the divine realm and my cultivation is further improved, and then I will come and explore again. Anyway, this secret realm of the Thunder Realm will not disappear. Lin Ming believed that none of the divine sea masters in the Xianan continent would be able to go up there, let alone those spirit islands with terrifying energy. Even the area where he was standing might not be able to get up there. Just as Lin Ming was thinking, he suddenly heard a scream, like the roar of a wild beast. A living thing. Lin Ming was shocked. Something that could still be alive in the 90 Li Thunder area must be extremely terrifying. He relied on the evil god's young sprout to stand here. If the other party could stand here only by his own strength, it would most likely be a divine sea level existence. Lin Ming's mind was suddenly shocked. He touched the Zumi ring with one hand, restrained the aura of his whole body, and was extremely alert. No, it's not a living thing. Or thunder spirit? Lin Ming was terrified. He saw a purple little lion with a body length of only a few feet 100 feet away. He could clearly feel the pure power of thunder from it, and there was no other energy except the power of thunder. This was clearly a sign of a thunder spirit. But just looking at the appearance of this little lion, it was extremely solid, and even the hair was clear. There was no difference between it and an ordinary lion. It didn't look like a thunder spirit at all. It was clearly a living lion. This is Lin Ming. This is the source of thunder. Mo Guang's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of obvious panic. Sure enough, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. Above the fire spirit is the fire seed, and above the thunder spirit is the thunder source. The thunder source is the origin of thunder and lightning. Even the worst thunder source is 10 times more terrifying than the thunder spirit. Lin Ming's evil god sprout is now in its infancy, which means he can withstand the power of the heavenly grade thunder spirit. Facing the thunder source, he has no power to resist. The heavenly grade thunder spirit is already spiritual, and the thunder source is naturally even more so. Moreover, now in the 90 Li thunder area, once a fight breaks out, the opponent can use the infinite power of thunder. Lin Ming does not think he has any chance of winning. Lin Ming's mental power is completely concentrated in the evil god sprout. His right hand is tightly touching the zoomy ring between his fingers. At this time, the beautiful lion in front of him is undoubtedly extremely dangerous in his eyes. Once it has the intention of devouring him, he can only fight to the death. Roar. The purple lion let out a low roar, and a clear fear flashed in its amber pupils. Lin Ming was startled. Is it afraid of the evil god sprout? No. Lin Ming discovered that, further away from the thunder domain, several dozen feet away from the purple lion, there was a ball of purple light that continuously emitted pure energy. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a sword. The 4-foot-long sword was cold and shimmering, with lightning wrapped around the sword body, and the sword was humming. How could there be a sword in the 90 Li thunder domain? Although it was far away, and blocked by the power of thunder, Lin Ming could still judge that the grade of this sword was extremely high, and it was likely to be a holy weapon. Lin Ming felt more and more incredible. Such a divine sword could not be abandoned in the thunder domain at will. Could it be that a great sea god had entered the thunder domain and died in the thunder domain, leaving behind his sword? When Lin Ming was daydreaming, his perception swept across the hilt of the divine sword, and suddenly, his mind was shaken. On the hilt of the sword, there was clearly an ancient mysterious pattern, like a bird totem, and this mysterious totem was exactly the same as the pattern of the jade pendant that Lin Ming found on the body of the goddess Heju in the eternal demon pit. Is this the sword left by the goddess? No. Lin Ming shook his head. The goddess was sleeping in the eternal demon pit, which was probably a billion miles away from here, and a spear was buried with her in her coffin at that time. Unfortunately, the spear was broken and damaged, and all the energy was lost. Because the weak and beautiful girl formed a sharp contrast with the majestic spear, Lin Ming was deeply impressed. The weapon of the goddess should be a spear, and this sword is probably not hers. Looking down, Lin Ming found that on the hilt of the sword, there were 2 ancient characters of the god realm, which read, Hey obey. Hey obey sword? Lin Ming only knew that this sword was likely a holy weapon, but he couldn't tell its specific level. Its value was probably not less than Kyankan Hungry Furnace. Lin Ming watched the confrontation between the white sword and the purple lion. It should be said that they were originally in a confrontation, and then he got involved, just an uninvited guest. Recalling the fear of the purple lion before, could it be afraid of this ownerless sword? It was really strange that a sword could threaten a source of lightning. The human body would be burned by lightning, but the sword body would not. However, if the sword wanted to have a spirit, it must be attached to the sword soul or the warrior's fighting spirit. These things would be wiped out by the source of lightning. The white sword in front of him was obviously spiritual, but the source of lightning could not do anything to the sword soul on the sword. After confronting for half an incense stick, the purple lion seemed to have finally begun to retreat. It looked at Lin Ming deeply, turned around and fled. It was not wise to fight 2 people alone, not to mention that Lin Ming also had a breath that made it afraid. The white sword did not chase, and Lin Ming naturally would not chase. Although he wanted to subdue this source of lightning for his own use, he knew that with his current strength, he could not deal with even the weakest source of lightning. Thus, only Lin Ming and the white sword were left to face each other from afar. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and approached the white sword cautiously. The sword immediately emitted a series of whistling sounds, accompanied by murderous intent, obviously warning Lin Ming. This change did not surprise Lin Ming at all. He took out a green jade pendant from the zoomy ring and hung it on his body. It was the goddess jade pendant. The long sword was spiritual and clearly recognized the breath of the jade pendant. It trembled slightly, and after a moment, the sword body turned upside down and flew away. Lin Ming followed closely without any hesitation. From the contact just now, he could feel that a terrible martial arts will was attached to the sword body. This martial arts will merged with the original sword soul, giving the sword soul an immortal artistic conception, as if it would never weaken due to the passage of time. The long sword flew dozens of miles in a blink of an eye, passing through countless lightning. Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, without missing a single step. Fortunately, he had just completed the lightning body tempering. Otherwise, if he shuttled through the 90 Li thunder domain at this speed, he would have collided with hundreds of lightnings in a short period of time, and would have been reduced to ashes. After flying for more than 10 breaths, an island in the sky appeared in front of Lin Ming. It was almost exactly the same as the island with the Yuan-Si divine tree before, but it was suspended in the 90 Li thunder domain area, not the 100 Li thunder domain. A layer of twisted force field enveloped the sky above the island, protecting the entire island like an eggshell. Below was a hill 100 feet high. The white sword easily broke through the force field and flew into a cave on the hillside of the hill. Lin Ming followed closely, holding a red spear, infused with the power of thunder and fire, and pierced through the force field with one spear, and also flew towards the cave. Near the cave, Lin Ming felt a vast and broad breath, as if a peerless emperor lived in the cave. Could it be the cave of a peerless master? This thought flashed through Lin Ming's mind, and with reverence, he stepped into the cave. This cave was filled with the smell of time, as if it had experienced an extremely long time. After only walking a few steps, Lin Ming found a stone tablet standing on the ground with words engraved on it. It was the language of the divine domain, and the pen tip was silver hook and iron painting. There was a condensed sword intent lingering between the handwriting, which made people palpitate. With the sword in my hand, I fight the universe and reincarnation. Fate does not tolerate my clan. I break the shackles of fate. The sky does not tolerate my clan. I go against the flow and attack the immortals. A short sentence, 36 words, filled with unyielding will. Fate does not tolerate my clan. I break the shackles of fate. The sky does not tolerate my clan. I go against the flow and attack the immortals. Is it really the curse of the so-called God-abandoned clan? Please, the first update, the last day, it will be a waste if you don't vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 822, The Heavenly Envy Clan, the 8 Meteorite Thunder Emperor. When Lin Ming saved Ju, he heard her say that their god-forsaken clan was cursed. As a cursed family, they had no surname and no origin. Legend has it that the ancestors of the family angered the gods, which was the punishment, and the clan members have suffered the pain of blood curse for generations. The tattooed curse marks on their faces are the signs of the blood curse. The descendants of the god-forsaken clan will suffer from an unbearable pain and torture every once in a while, since they were born, and the pain will get shorter and shorter as they grow older, and the duration will get longer and longer, until they die of pain or force them to commit suicide. Only by practicing martial arts can one delay and suppress this pain with one's own strength and will. However, sadly, even if the children of the god-forsaken clan are far more talented than ordinary warriors, they cannot defy fate. In the later stages of practice, they will still lose to the blood curse. The 36 characters left by the cave master expressed his will and determination to fight against the cursed fate. In addition to the unyielding will, the 36 characters also revealed a tragic atmosphere, which made the people who viewed the monument sigh at the injustice of heaven. Lin Ming always had respect for such a great man and such a tragic and mysterious family. He left the stone tablet and continued to move forward. The cave was not deep. Lin Ming only walked 100 feet to reach the end. There was a small stone chamber here. When Lin Ming stepped into the stone chamber, he immediately felt a huge pressure, with a strong and pure thunderstorm sweeping over, almost pushing him out of the room. Lin Ming was startled, and used the power of the evil god to resist the thunderstorm, and walked back into the stone chamber. The stone chamber was only a few feet in radius, with a stone bed, a stone table, and several stone benches in the center. These stone tables and stone benches are all carved from magnetite. These magnetite stones have existed in the thunder domain for who knows how long. After being tempered by thunder and lightning, they are now as valuable as natural materials. On the square magnetite table, there is a purple crystal. The thunderstorm just now seemed to be emitted by this purple crystal. On the stone bed, there is a skeleton lying quietly. The skeleton is crystal clear, as if it is carved from crystal. It has been lying here for who knows how many years. Lin Ming is not surprised at this skeleton. The owner of this cave must be dead, otherwise he would not let the sword fly out to defend against the enemy. Glancing at the side of the skeleton, the white sword has been sheathed, and there is no trace of sharpness. It is hard to imagine that it has just confronted the source of thunder and lightning that is 10 times more terrifying than the best thunder spirit. The remains of an ancient emperor. Lin Ming sighed. This is obviously not an ordinary emperor. The person who can build a cave here may be a figure at the level of the demon emperor. Unfortunately, even the most brilliant and charming people cannot withstand the erosion of time and escape the suffering of reincarnation. Lin Ming bowed silently, and then he found that the powerful Feng Huan was wearing a zumi ring on his finger. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment and was thinking that the white sword had brought him to this cave and whether it had tacitly allowed him to explore the items in the zumi ring. At this moment, Mo Guang screamed. Lin Ming was startled, thinking that something had happened to Mo Guang. He quickly looked inward in his spiritual sea and found that this guy was fine. "What are you doing? You are so startled," Lin Ming said unhappily. "Boy, look at what's on the stone table." Lin Ming looked at the sound of Mo Guang. On the stone table, there was a fist-sized purple crystal. On the side of the purple crystal, there were several broken crystals the size of fingertips, which seemed to have fallen off the large purple crystal. As soon as Lin Ming entered the stone house, he discovered these purple crystals. They contained pure thunder energy and were obviously thunder-attributed treasures. However, Lin Ming was first attracted by the skeleton of the powerful emperor, so he didn't bother to find out what these purple crystals were. He released his perception and checked, but he couldn't find any relevant memories in his mind. After all, the memories of the gods he inherited were only fragments. "What is that?" Lin Ming asked. Mo Guang's voice became excited. If it wasn't in the thunder domain, it would not dare to show up as a soul body at will, and it would definitely rush out of Lin Ming's sea of spirit. "If I'm not mistaken, these are the lightning crystals that accompany the birth of the lightning source. This thing is a natural treasure that can temper the battle spirit. Even in the god realm, it is hard to find." Tempering the battle spirit? Lin Ming's mind moved. There was a saying circulating in the martial arts world of the god realm: the physical body is easy to train, but the battle spirit is difficult to become. Although the proportion of physical warriors in the god realm is very small, the base number of warriors in the god realm is too terrifying, so it is countless. For physical warriors, the resources consumed are undoubtedly 100 times more than those of warriors who practice the Jueyuan system. But even so, the physical body is still easy to train. As long as you give up a huge amount of resources, you can always open the 8 gates of Dungia. But, the battle spirit is different. It is much more difficult to train than the physical body. Before the battle spirit is officially formed, it also relies on the will left by other strong people to help temper it, such as the blood demon bone that Lin Ming found at the beginning. However, since the formation of the battle spirit, especially after the bronze minor success and bronze major success, there are very few natural treasures that can temper the battle spirit, because it belongs to the warrior's own will. The warrior's will depends on his heart and is rarely affected by external energy. That's why it is said that the physical body is easy to train, but the battle spirit is difficult to form. After the formation of the warrior's battle spirit, it basically depends on its own growth. The earlier the battle spirit is comprehended, the greater the growth space. Therefore, the earlier or late the battle spirit is comprehended is of great significance to the warrior. Lin Ming did not expect that these inconspicuous purple crystals in front of him were the top natural treasures that could temper the battle spirit. "What are associated thunder crystals?" Mo Guang said. "Thunder sources are nurtured by thunder energy after an endlessly long period of time. When they are just born, they are wrapped in strange stones and then slowly break out of the stones. The power of the thunder source will penetrate into the strange stones, changing the structure of the strange stones over time, and finally forming associated thunder crystals. Most thunder sources will have associated thunder crystals after they are born. However, the birth of a thunder source may take hundreds of millions or billions of years. Once a thunder source is born, it will basically not be destroyed. There are also quite a few accumulated in the divine realm over trillions of years. But the associated thunder crystals are different. Once used, they are gone. How many thunder sources are born in the divine realm in 10,000 years? Associate thunder crystals are extremely rare. So, extremely precious. It was because I had seen the thunder source before that I vaguely guessed that the reason why the thunder source confronted the white sword was probably to take back these associated thunder crystals. Mo Guang's explanation made Lin Ming realize that such an opportunity is really something that can only be encountered by chance. He glanced at the white sword, but saw that the sword was still inserted in the scabbard, without any reaction, as if it had taken away the companion thunder crystal at will. Lin Ming first bowed to the crystal skeleton, and then carefully put the companion thunder crystal into the Sumeru ring. At this moment, the white sword trembled slightly, and a ray of sword light emanated from the hilt of the sword, wrapping the Sumeru ring on the finger of the crystal skeleton's left hand, holding the ring and slowly flying towards Lin Ming. This scene made Lin Ming dumbfounded. Was it going to give the Sumeru ring to him? He had already felt a little guilty for taking away the companion thunder crystal, but the white sword wanted to give him the Sumeru ring of its owner as well. Although no matter what was in the Sumeru ring, it had no effect on a sword, but it was just a chance encounter with him, so it shouldn't give him such a generous gift, right? Could it be that, because of the goddess jade pendant, it regarded itself as a descendant of the god-forsaken clan? While Lin Ming was daydreaming, a jade slip wrapped in energy flew out of the Zumi ring and landed in Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming felt something in his heart and grabbed the jade slip in his hand. He scanned it with his spiritual sense. This was not a secret manual of martial arts, but a handwritten note that recorded the life experience of the owner. And Lin Ming also knew the name of the owner of the cave, Emperor Hao, where Hao is his name and Emperor represents his realm. Like Ju, he has no surname. In addition to Emperor Hao, he also has a title, 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor. 8 meteors, 8 meteors again. A warrior who can enjoy this title must be a strong man who has survived 8 deaths. Since ancient times, there have been no more than one handful of 8 meteorites emperors in Xianan continent. Even the demon emperor has only survived 7 deaths. Lin Ming continued to read the jade slip. The more he read, the more respect and admiration he felt for the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor. The 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor's aptitude was not outstanding when he was young, especially in the god-forsaken clan where many geniuses were born. However, he was strong-willed, practiced very hard, dared to fight and fight. In order to sharpen himself and seek opportunities, he traveled everywhere, repeatedly walked in life and death dangers, formed Zuanden, and broke the fate. Because of his extremely strong willpower, he comprehended the war spirit in the middle stage of Zuanden, and comprehended 3 kinds of martial intentions. One of the martial intentions is the extremely rare force field martial intention, thunder and lightning field. This is also the most fundamental reason why Hao can achieve amazing achievements in the future. He can form a force field of thunder energy around his body. After ordinary warriors enter, they will be paralyzed at best and burned into charcoal at worst. Hao's name of Thunder Emperor comes from this. Because of the thunder and lightning field, he was able to enter the thunder field of the 8,000-mile black swamp to temper his body, expel impurities in his body, and lay a solid foundation. Only in this way can he survive 8 fates and be called the 8 Meteor Thunder Emperor. Once the 8 meteor is completed, and then the Sea of God is broken, Hao can kill the Sea of God powerhouses of the same level in seconds. After more than 1,000 years, his strength has been unrivaled in the world. Unfortunately, the bloodline of the god-forsaken clan is an unbreakable curse. Even though the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor was extremely talented, he was unable to escape the power of the curse, and eventually died in seclusion in the Thunder region. What a pity for this generation of heroes. Lin Ming sighed in his heart. He chose the Thunder region above the 8,000-mile Black Swamp as a place for seclusion. What a courage. Even after death, his martial arts will was attached to his sword, allowing the sword to fight against the source of lightning. This was due to the fact that the martial arts will of the 8 Meteorites Thunder Emperor itself had the attribute of lightning. Even if it was a divine soul, it was not afraid of the source of lightning at all. This was something that the divine soul of the demon light could not compare to. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823, Leaving the Thunder Region and Fighting the Demon Envoy. The second half of Emperor Heio's notebook records the shocking experiences of Emperor Heio in the last 1,000 years of his life, in which he used his own strength to fight against the cursed fate. This is undoubtedly very valuable information for the God-forsaken clan. At the end of the notebook, there is only one sentence. In the 31,200th year of Xianan calendar, he fought against Emperor Z and was seriously injured. He felt that the 8th disaster of his bloodline curse was coming, so he forced his way through the Thunder Realm and closed the Death Gate. Lin Ming was slightly stunned when he saw this. Who is Emperor Z? After the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor achieved the Divine Sea, he was already the strongest in the world 1,000 years ago. By the time he left the Jade Slip notebook, it was probably a long time ago. His cultivation level had improved further, but Emperor Z could still seriously injure him. Why is there no record of him in history? Could it be that the other party was not from the plane of Xianan continent at all? After the battle with the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, was Emperor Z alive or dead? Lin Ming had many questions in his mind, but unfortunately there was no subsequent record in Emperor Heio's notebook. If nothing unexpected happened, after this closed-door retreat, the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor fell. He was already seriously injured, and coupled with the 8th tribulation of the bloodline curse, the danger of the closed-door retreat can be imagined. Lin Ming continued to explore the other relics in Emperor Heio's Zumi ring. Although this Zumi ring has gone through tens of thousands of years, the spiritual imprint in it is still extremely clear, with the sharp thunder attribute, which makes Lin Ming sigh again at the strength of Emperor Heio's will. I'm afraid that the other party has already achieved the Silver War Spirit. The Silver War Spirit has its own thunder attribute. After tens of thousands of years in the thunder domain, it will not be weakened by the thunder and lightning here, but will be nourished by the thunder power. It's just a little strange. Since the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor obtained the companion Thunder Crystal, why didn't he use it to temper his battle spirit? Let the battle spirit go further? Lin Ming murmured to himself, and the magic light said, if I'm not mistaken, the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor originally captured the Purple Lion Thunder Source and imprisoned it in his own cave. He wanted to absorb it, but his cultivation was not enough, so he sealed it temporarily. And the companion Thunder Crystal, as a natural treasure born together with the Purple Lion Thunder Source, is naturally the best sealing container. Unfortunately, in the end, the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor died before he could reach the level of absorbing the Purple Lion Thunder Source. With the death of the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor, the sealing power weakened year by year, and the Purple Lion Thunder Source escaped. Then there was the later scene. The Purple Lion Thunder Source wanted to take back the companion Thunder Crystal in the cave, but it couldn't do anything to the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor sword, so the battle has continued until now. Lin Ming nodded. What Mo Guang said was probably right. The white sword itself was made of holy metal. The sword body was not afraid of thunder. The sword soul was attached with the thunder will of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. It was also not afraid of thunder attacks. The Purple Lion Thunder Source was naturally helpless. Lin Ming searched in the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor's Zumi ring and found some pill bottles, jade boxes, jade slips, treasures, and thousands of yuan of spirit stones. The 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor was far from being as wealthy as Lin Ming imagined. It could even be said that he was very poor. In addition to the holy sword and the accompanying thunder crystal, there was nothing priceless, which was extremely inconsistent with his status as the #1 person in the world. The top grade elixir may have been used up by the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor in the last battle. The Jade Slip is the inherited cultivation method of the God-forsaken clan, and also contains the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor's own cultivation experience. These are very important to the God-forsaken clan. For me, they are just some ordinary references. This is a detailed explanation of the artistic conception of thunder. Lin Ming's heart moved when he saw a purple jade slip. He is now extremely lacking in the artistic conception of thunder. He has a very high degree of compatibility with the thunder energy, but his understanding of the artistic conception of thunder is pitiful. This jade slip can bring him great help. With the realm of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, his understanding of the artistic conception of thunder must be extremely profound. After Lin Ming sorted out the relics of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, he unexpectedly saw the mark about the secluded place of the God-forsaken clan. What surprised Lin Ming was that the God-forsaken clan actually lived in a closed Middle Thousand World. The God-forsaken clan is in the Middle Thousand Worlds. Lin Ming was somewhat surprised. There were very few Middle Thousand Worlds that the Xianan continent planes were attached to, because the Middle Thousand Worlds were much more stable than the Small Thousand Worlds, and their laws were no different from the Great Thousand Worlds. They were also easy to defend and difficult to attack, so they were places that the big forces had to fight for, especially the Middle Thousand Worlds with spiritual veins. The God-forsaken clan was able to occupy a Middle Thousand World, so its strength must be much stronger than he had originally imagined. It was just strange. Since the God-forsaken clan was so powerful, why was Ju kidnapped by the Northwest Desert? The entrance to the Middle Thousand World of the Forsaken Clan is located 300,000 miles southwest of the 7-star Divine Kingdom. I should go there and return some of the relics of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor to the Forsaken Clan. Lin Ming took away the artistic conception jade slips and the most precious companion thunder crystals left by the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor. The rest of the things, especially the inheritance of the cultivation techniques of the Forsaken Clan and the records of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor's experience in fighting the curse, were too important to the Forsaken Clan. It was natural for Lin Ming to do this, including the skeleton and sword of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor, which should also be brought back to his homeland. Even if Lin Ming did this, it was far from enough to repay his gratitude. The value of the companion thunder crystals was immeasurable. Lin Ming estimated the time. He had been in the thunder domain for more than an hour. Although the internal force field of the 8,000-mile black swamp was closed, and the spatial force was strange, it was difficult to track once he entered it, but Lin Ming still did not dare to stay in the thunder domain for too long. Who knew if the Shura Divine Kingdom would go crazy and send 7 or 8 sea gods to search for him? At that time, 7 or 8 sea gods would join forces, plus the Shura Divine Kingdom's accumulated heritage for so many years, they might not be unable to find him. Even if he hid in the Thunder Domain, it would not be safe. Lin Ming resisted the idea of cultivating the realm of thunder here, and tempering the battle spirit with the companion thunder crystal, and packed up his things to leave. He bowed to the skeleton of the 8 meteorites Thunder Emperor again, and put the skeleton away. After hesitating for a while, he picked up the white sword again. The long sword was spiritual, and he did not resist, allowing Lin Ming to put it into the Zumi ring. After using his body skills to escape from the Thunder Emperor cave, Lin Ming was not in a hurry to rush out of the Thunder Domain. He still had a very important thing to do, which was to let the evil god's young sprout absorb the energy of thunder light for himself to force his life to fall in the future. Previously, the evil god Sprout had already absorbed a large amount of purple gold lightning in the 80 thunder area. Lin Ming discarded all these low-level lightning and exchanged them for the most powerful red gold lightning. This kind of lightning, even after Lin Ming had experienced the lightning body tempering, was still somewhat unbearable. He gritted his teeth and persisted, watching the evil god Sprout absorb the red gold lightning bit by bit. After a full quarter of an hour, Lin Ming was sweating all over. The evil god Sprout finally absorbed the power of lightning, and the whole sprout became red and bright. Alright. Lin Ming let out a long breath. Most of the Sea of Gods could not come up in the 90 Li Thunder area. Although the lightning Lin Ming took was only a drop in the ocean, compared to this thunder area, it was the most essential red gold lightning, which should be enough for him to survive. Everything was ready. Lin Ming drew out the red spear in the Zumi ring, infused it with the realm of thunder and fire, and suddenly stabbed it out. Bang! The space trembled, and Lin Ming broke through the distorted force field of the 90 Li Thunder Domain, and flew to the 80 Li Thunder Domain. Break it again. With the second shot, Lin Ming successfully reached the 70 Li Thunder Domain. Layer after layer, Lin Ming was unstoppable. When he reached the 30 Li Thunder Domain, the force field was already distorted, and it was not obvious. He did not need to shoot at all, and could just rush through. In this way, after dozens of breaths, Lin Ming arrived at the outermost Thunder Domain. I don't know if that old witch is still outside. Will she be killed by the things in the 8,000 Li Black Swamp? It would be a relief if she died, but if she is not dead, it would be even better. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a burning fighting spirit. He had been chased by Beruayu and several demons for tens of thousands of miles like hunting prey. He had been in a mess and was very angry. Now that he had an adventure in the Thunder Domain, he would be sorry if he did not ask Beruayu for his money with interest. Moreover, Lin Ming was not afraid of not being able to defeat Beruayu. The Thunder region was his base camp, and he could advance or retreat. Beruayu did not even dare to enter the Thunder region of 50 miles. Boom. Lin Ming held a red spear and rushed through the Thunder region. Beruayu and several demons disappeared. Lin Ming was extremely alert, sensing and searching around. His body was less than 10 feet away from the Thunder region cloud layer, ensuring that he could retreat at any time. Have you left? Or are you hiding? In this case, I will leave the 8,000-mile Black Swamp first. Although Lin Ming wanted to fight Beruayu, if the other party was not there, Lin Ming would not go crazy looking for him. That would be playing with his own life. Moreover, if the time was delayed for too long, he might not be found by the powerful sea gods of the Shura Kingdom. Lin Ming was about to rush out of the 8,000-mile Black Swamp when suddenly a red light flashed, and with a shrill and piercing ghost cry, a large red net covered the thunder cloud and enveloped him at the same time. Little beast, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's see where you can escape to. Beruayu's crazy voice came. She had used secret techniques to hide her whereabouts before, just to wait for Lin Ming to fall into the trap. At this time, her hair was disheveled, her clothes were tattered, and her shriveled face was full of blood. The eyeball of her right eye was gone, leaving only an empty deep eye socket. Her shoulder was obviously bitten by something, and her skin and flesh were rolled up and bloody. It was obvious that Beruayu had experienced a very tragic battle before. At this moment, she was just like a ghost in the abyss. Generally, female warriors will spend some of their cultivation to keep themselves young after crossing the life-death trap. Even when the fire of life is about to go out, they will be as immortal as Mu Qianxue. However, warriors like Beruayu who practice secret techniques to transform their bodies will only age more and more, looking like a dried corpse crawling out of a coffin. I have waited for you, little beast, to this extent. Today I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive. Chapter 824 The Power of Lightning. During the more than 1 hour that Lin Ming was in the Thunder region, Beruayu first experienced the Yellow Spring River and then encountered the ancient beast in the 8,000-mile swamp. After a fierce battle, she once again used the transformation technique that hurt the fire of life and fought with all her strength to drive away the ancient beast. The elixir stored in her Zumi ring to restore vitality had been used up, and she was so old that she didn't even have the energy to treat the serious injuries to her body. At this time, Beruayu had fallen into a state of madness, and the only thought in her mind was to tear Lin Ming apart alive, snatch all his treasures, extract his soul, and refine his marrow, and search out all his secrets. Lin Ming looked at Beruayu who rushed up like a madman and sneered, "Old witch, you are not dead yet? I want to find you. Since you have come to my door, I will send you off. Little beast, you can be so arrogant. When I catch you, I will tear your mouth off and hang you on the corpse rack by your tongue to refine your soul." Beruayu shouted fiercely, and her body made a crackling sound and transformed again. Seeing this scene, Lin Ming was secretly shocked. Beruayu in front of him had experienced a series of battles, and most of her true energy was consumed. She was covered with wounds, and she didn't have much life left. The fire of life had weakened to the extreme. Even so, she could still maintain such a strong fighting power and use the secret method of transformation again. The strength of the top 50 masters on the destiny list was heart-wrenching. "Tear your mouth apart." Beruayu swung her claws, and the black fierce light gathered into a line, flying with unparalleled violent power. Even though Beruayu was injured like this, her claws contained the power of heaven and earth. Even a mountain of 3,000 feet would be crushed into powder under her claws. Lin Ming's face was solemn. This was the strongest enemy he had faced so far. He was ranked in the top 50 of the destiny list, and was a master at the peak of the 6th level of destiny. He symbolized the top strength of the strong men of destiny in the Cheyenne continent, opening the 8 gates of Dungia and calling on the ultimate power of the evil god. Lin Ming stabbed out with a spear, and the spear body contained the dual artistic conception of thunder and fire at the same time. The flames of the burning stars, together with the purple gold thunder spirit of the heavenly rank, piercing the rainbow. Whoosh! The spear light crossed the sky and gathered into a purple and red straight line. From a distance, it was like the horizon, where the ocean met the sky in the distance in the middle of the night. It was vast, mysterious, and had a terrifying and trembling power. Before this, when Lin Ming used Guanhong, the power of thunder was always far inferior to the power of fire, which made it impossible to exert the power of Guanhong to its fullest. Now, although Lin Ming's understanding of the artistic conception of thunder is still at the entry level, far inferior to the artistic conception of fire, the grade of the purple gold thunder spirit is 1.5 levels higher than the burning star flame, which makes up for the lack of artistic conception. This also makes the power of thunder and fire that Lin Ming infuses into the spear almost balanced, so that the strongest killing move of Guanhong can be exerted. Boom. The claw shadow and the spear light of Guanhong collided with each other, and a fierce explosion occurred. The shockwave swept out with a whistling sound. Lin Ming only felt a strong force coming, and his spear light collapsed. The black claw shadow unstoppably tore apart the spear light of Guanhong and rushed towards him, but it was only weakened a little. So strong. A trace of surprise flashed across Lin Ming's face. The previous shot was already his strongest attack in his current state, but he was still completely suppressed by Betrayal. This is the absolute gap in strength. Stepping on the golden peng breaking void body technique, Lin Ming appeared 5 miles away almost instantly. The claw shadow attacked the ground 2 miles in front of Lin Ming. With a hissing sound, 3 bottomless gulls appeared on the corrosion. Lin Ming panted violently. The moment he was brushed by the claw shadow just now, the blood and ki in his body were aroused, and he was almost injured. Little beast, you can actually dissolve my nether claws. It's really not easy. The more so, the more excited I am. I can destroy a future king with my own hands. I'm so happy. Ha 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 ha. Betrayal laughed wildly. Lin Ming's previous shot made her extremely surprised. That should never be the power that a Zhuandan strongman can have. If I want to hate you, I can only hate that you were born 50 years later. You are destined to be destroyed by me. Take my strongest blow, deep red hell. Betrayal's body began to tremble crazily. Her right arm turned blood red, and her blood vessels bulged one by one, as if her right hand was about to explode. Although she knew that she could suppress Lin Ming and capture him sooner or later, Betrayal didn't want to drag it on any longer, because her life fire had been severely damaged, and her true essence was less than 40% left. If she dragged it on, she would die without a burial place. If she encountered other monsters in the black swamp. Hiss, a red ghost appeared on Betrayal's right arm. It held a huge sickle several feet long, spit out a scarlet tongue, and rushed towards Lin Ming. At that moment, Lin Ming was extremely calm. He took a step back, and the red spear lay horizontally. The true essence connected to the evil god's young sprout, triggering the red gold lightning stored in the evil god's young sprout. Go. With a clear shout, Lin Ming summoned all his soul power, and barely summoned a ray of red gold lightning from the evil god's young sprout, which was not as thick as a baby's finger, and shot out from the evil god's young sprout. Kai. With a barely audible sound, the space force field around the lightning's trajectory was twisted to the point of almost tearing apart. This was the red gold lightning from the 90 Li Thunder domain. A large amount of red gold lightning gathered together, and even the mighty sea of gods could be burned into charcoal. Although the lightning that Lin Ming took was weak, it was definitely not something Betrayal could block. The slender lightning was extremely heavy. With Lin Ming's soul power, it could not fly fast at all. This was because the energy exceeded his own control limit. However, Betrayal had already fallen into madness at this time, and was less than 10 feet away from Lin Ming. Although she saw this ray of lightning, she only thought it was some secret method issued by Lin Ming. The energy of the lightning was too condensed, and it was impossible to discover its horror without careful investigation. Boy, you are about to die. In front of absolute power, all your moves are just dying struggles. Break it. Crazy Betrayal stretched out her blood red right hand and slapped the red gold lightning with one claw. trying to smash the lightning until Lin Ming's body apart at the same time. In her opinion, such a thin lightning, which was emitted by Lin Ming, could not be much stronger, but it was as easy as breaking a dead branch. Puff! The red claws and the red gold lightning collided without any fancy moves. The lightning seemed to be unobstructed and instantly penetrated Ruayu's claw shadow and continued to move forward. At that moment, Ruayu only felt that his right hand was hot and the body protecting true energy exploded like fireworks. His right arm was like a blood bag hit by a whip and exploded directly. The burnt blood, along with the broken flesh and bones, sprayed onto Ruayu's face. At that moment, Ruayu's eyes were completely dull, and she completely forgot the pain in her right arm. That lightning, what is it? Question mark? Chapter 825, Killing the Divine Kingdom's Imperial Master. The lightning, which was not even as thick as a baby's finger, looked insignificant. No one would have thought that just touching it lightly would lead to such a fate. The raging thunder force not only crippled Ruayu's entire arm, but also a large amount of violent thunder force rushed into Ruayu's body. This was a terrifying energy that even the Sea of Gods could not dissolve. Ruayu's body was completely paralyzed, and the right half of his body was almost burned. Lin Ming would never give Ruayu any chance to recover. He connected his mental power to the evil god seed and forcibly summoned the second ray of red gold lightning. This ray of lightning was infused into the red spear. Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, shuttled through the void, and teleported directly in front of Ruayu. A trace of madness flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He held the gun with both hands and smashed the gun head heavily. This spear was infused with the bronze war spirit, and with the red gold thunder power, the war spirit and thunder power merged together, and the entire spear was like the red gold sun, with golden light rushing straight into the sky. Ah! Ruayu screamed. At the moment of life and death, she suddenly bit off her tongue, which was only half left, and used the intense pain to recover herself. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Ruayu's eyes spit out, as if they were about to explode. There was no time to dodge Lin Ming's attack, and she couldn't block the red gold light on the spear. At the critical moment, she gave up dodging, clenched her left fist into a claw, and suddenly grabbed Lin Ming's stanchion with a claw. Lin Ming ignored Ruayu's desperate attack and smashed the spear resolutely. This was the only chance. If he missed it, he would lose. Lin Ming smashed Ruayu's head with a spear. Under the blessing of the red gold thunder light, the power of Lin Ming's spear reached a terrifying level. Bang! Ruayu's head, which looked like it was covered with hay, exploded like a watermelon, and red and white brain matter sprayed all over Lin Ming's face. At the same time, Ruayu's claws also deeply grasped Lin Ming's lower abdomen. The protective true energy was torn apart like a broken painting, and Ruayu's black claws grabbed the demon emperor's armor mercilessly. There was a loud sound of metal and stone clashing, and Lin Ming's body shook violently, and his body flew backwards. A huge and sinister energy rushed into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body hit the ground heavily, and his internal organs seemed to be dislocated. Ruayu's attack was too terrifying. Even though she was hastily attacking when she was exhausted, and even though Lin Ming had the Demon Emperor's armor to protect his body and greatly weakened the attack energy, he was still severely injured and vomited blood by Ruayu's last blow. With just one blow, the meridians in Lin Ming's body were almost twisted together, his internal organs were damaged in many places, and even his stanchion was injured. The absolute gap in strength was too great. If it weren't for Lin Ming's body being as strong as a top-grade Earth-level treasure, and if all his meridians and internal organs had not been tempered for a long time, this blow would have directly shattered his stanchion and killed him. This red gold lightning was indeed so terrifying. A master of the fate-destroying stage, no matter how high you rank on the fate list, would be seriously injured if you were touched by it. If you were hit head-on by a large amount of red gold lightning, you would die without a doubt. Unfortunately, if my soul power was strong enough to call on more red gold lightning and command it at will, I would not be afraid of anyone under the Sea of Gods. After this incident, Lin Ming felt more and more the importance of a strong soul. Although soul power cannot directly increase strength, it defines the upper limit of a warrior's strength. If the soul cannot be raised, the cultivation will never be improved. At this moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Without thinking, he activated the golden peng breaking void body technique and his body burst into the air. Boom. The ground under Lin Ming's feet suddenly exploded, and a black spearlight hit the ground heavily. Lin Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared at the front. The sneak attacker was the second demon. At this time, his legs were broken at the root, and one hand was holding a spear, floating in the air. The two legs and half of the broken bones were exposed, as if they were bitten by a giant beast and torn apart. Before, the second demon and Biruayu were guarding two places separately, waiting for Lin Ming to appear. As a result, the second demon never thought that when he arrived, Biruayu was killed by Lin Ming in just a few breaths. What on earth was that red gold lightning? Thinking that Lin Ming might have another chance in the Thunder Domain, the second demon was jealous and crazy. Why did this kid not die after entering the depths of the Thunder Domain, while his legs were bitten off by the ancient beast in the 8,000-mile black swamp? The second demon was in a very bad situation. His legs were disabled, and his combat power was less than 30% of his usual strength. Lin Ming's situation was not good either. He was severely injured by Biruayu's last blow. His danshan was damaged, and he had no time to recover. His combat power was only half of his usual level. If Lin Ming was in his peak state, he could still fight with the seriously injured second demon envoy. But now his chances of winning were extremely slim. The red gold lightning might have been seen by the second demon envoy, so his sneak attack would not be effective. The second demon envoy was also very afraid of Lin Ming. The other party was like an immortal cockroach. Since the demon emperor's inheritance in him was discovered, the Shura kingdom used all means. This time, they even sent out 2 national masters and 4 demon envoys to conduct a carpet search for several months, but they still could not do anything to Lin Ming. Even though he was forced into a desperate situation, he was still intact and even killed Biruayu with strange means. How could the second demon envoy not be afraid of this? Unconsciously, the power in his bones as the second demon envoy of Shura Divine Kingdom, the aura of super strength and the belief that he must win, had been almost worn away by Lin Ming. He had to defeat Lin Ming to regain this belief. Whether a warrior is confident or not often affects his future achievements. Lin Ming has become a demon barrier that the second demon envoy must overcome in his life, otherwise his thoughts will be difficult to communicate, and his inner demons cannot be eliminated. The second demon envoy took out a big red pill from the Zumi ring and swallowed it directly. For a moment, a strange blush appeared on his face, looking like a mortal who had drunk alcohol. Lin Ming immediately recognized that this was a spiritual medicine similar to the red blood pill. After taking it, it can greatly improve one's strength in a short period of time, but it has serious side effects. The second demon envoy swallowed this pill when he was seriously injured, which would inevitably cost him life. He was desperate to defeat himself. Swoosh. Hundreds of blood-drinking seals emanated from the second demon envoy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he took a step forward without saying a word. After years of practicing the Great Wilderness Halberd technique, the second demon envoy's understanding of the artistic conception of space was not as good as Lin Ming's, but it was enough for him to gain elusive speed in his body movements and attacks. He stepped 10 feet in front of Lin Ming and poured all his potential into the spear, slaughtering. The blood-drinking seals whistled, and Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body movement, and his body retreated violently. At the same time, he pulled out a 4-foot-long sword with a cold light from the Zumi ring. The sword was surrounded by lightning, and it was the white sword. Holding the white sword, Lin Ming's muscles all over his body suddenly rose, and 3 gates of the 8 gates of Dunjia opened at the same time, and he threw it directly at the second demon envoy with all his strength. When Lin Ming's marrow was fully tempered, his physical strength was already 200,000 jin. After opening the shock gate, his physical strength had reached 1 million jin. It was just because Lin Ming usually used energy to fight, and the sword and spear duels were not able to bring out the strongest physical strength of the 8 gates. Now he threw out the white sword with a force of 1 million pounds, making the sword suddenly like a meteor across the sky, reaching an incredible speed. A holy weapon level sword, at the same time infused with the thunder will of the 8 meteorite Thunder Emperor, and carrying a force of 1 million pounds. Its power can be imagined. Even a mountain 10,000 feet high will be blown into powder in front of it. Hiss, the sword broke through the air, carrying countless purple lightning, and directly tore apart the spear of the second demon. A sword, like a broken bamboo, pierced the second demon. What kind of sword is this? The second demon was horrified. He felt that what Lin Ming threw out was clearly an ownerless sword. He only threw it with physical strength, and did not use true essence to infuse the long sword at all, but it had already made the sword reach such a powerful force. Sacred weapon. The second demon envoy held a high position in the rich Shura kingdom, so he naturally had a wide range of experience. He had seen the demon god's heart mirror, but he felt that even the demon god's heart mirror could not compare with the purple long sword in front of him. Perhaps only the demon emperor's armor, which combined the heart mirror and the main body of the armor, could compare with it. The second demon envoy did not dare to be careless. While his body retreated violently, hundreds of spear beams shot out and bombarded the white sword together. After all, the white sword was an ownerless sword. Lin Ming was unable to infuse true energy into it, and 1,000,000 pounds of strength could not match the energy attack from the 6th level life-falling strongman of the Jueyuan system. As the energy hit, a series of fireworks like lights burst out from the body of the white sword, and the momentum gradually slowed down, and finally lingered in mid-air. It's really an ownerless sword. The second demon envoy breathed rapidly. This holy sword was found by the little beast in the thunder domain. With his cultivation and soul power, it was not enough to leave his spiritual imprint. Without the spiritual imprint, he could not infuse the true essence, so Lin Ming could only throw the holy sword out like throwing a dart to resist the enemy. It was simply a waste of heaven's gift. If he could get this holy sword, the second demon envoy's heartbeat quickened. Even if he didn't use the sword, handing it over to the Shura kingdom would be a great achievement and he would be rewarded with endless resources. You know, the Shura kingdom has several sea of gods who use swords, but they don't have a suitable sword. If they knew about this sword, they would definitely fight for it at all costs. Little beast, your sword is mine. This thought flashed through the second demon envoy's mind, and he cast a black seal on the white sword, wanting to grab the white sword first, otherwise it would be taken back by Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming did not want to fight with him, and if he turned around and fled, he would definitely not be able to catch up with Lin Ming with his speed. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.